Fans crowd around, yelling and cheering, throwing all their support behind one fighter as the battle rages on. He got blasted backward, coughing hard, and his weapon slipped right out of his hands. Exhaustion crushed him, he panted like crazy, and the crowd stared, totally locked in on what was about to happen. His opponent shot up to his feet, posture rigid, and demanded to know what on earth had just happened. He flashed a cruel grin and snapped that this world was full of weaklings, and he'd prove it. 2 years back in Fortress City, Remorth Temple stood looming, and crowds packed the altar, waiting for something huge to happen. The girl leans in and tells them, "At that altar, we'll finally get our gift." She spun toward Kai and demanded to know if he was worried. That kid's name is Kai Heinemann, and when he heard his friend talk about the excitement, he immediately nodded along like, "Yeah, I felt it too." The girl leaned in and asked if everything was truly okay. He admitted that ever since yesterday, he'd handled everything for the gift, and he couldn't even get to sleep. The girl spun on her heels, heart racing as she obsessed over what her gift would be. This young man feels it. Today is finally here, the day the divine blessing will land in his hands as the gift he's been waiting for. At age 13, every single person gets a God-sent gift, a special power that explodes into their life like a blessing from the heavens. Gifts don't look the same on everyone. Some people swing swords or spears, some bend magic to their will, and some turn plain junk into priceless power. And the gift you get today, that choice lights up your whole future. That young man lit up as he talked about his childhood friend, Renault Groth, always a free spirit, always chasing the next dream, even as she insisted she become a princess. Kai told her flat out she'd never become a princess. Then Rena pivoted fast, asking what gift her friend truly wanted. He shot back that he wanted something with swords, then it hit the truth. That was a straight-up lie. He refuses swords, while his grandfather, the so-called sword sage, demands it, pushing him to train the Heinemann family sword arts and become the next heir. But this kid, he's chasing something bigger. His heart is set on landing that gift so he can become an ideal hunter, just like his mother. Hunters tear through wild lands and magical zones across the world, battling monsters at every turn, and he's got one dream: become that hunter, chase non-stop adventures, and live for the thrill. Kai can't shake the feeling that even if he gets the sword, he's got zero talent for it. His memory's pretty average, and yeah, he's not exactly the strongest kid in the bunch, but then Rena leans in and asks if the cat is something she's getting as a gift. The young man snapped back that a cat is exactly a gift either, then grinned and said Roman as the heir would be a great thing, and yeah, he's clearly got the talent to back it up. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted out of nowhere. Rena demanded to know what it was, and Kai immediately figured, yeah, someone had just pulled another rare gift win again. He stared in stunned disbelief as someone sprinted straight at them. Layla burst toward the heroes at full speed, yelling their names like a prayer. Then the heroes turned and welcomed her right back. Rena blurted what happened, and Kai froze because she'd finished way earlier than he expected. The girl bursts out that she's been handed a gift from a high-ranking swordsman, and honestly, it doesn't shock anyone because this is Layla Helna, the protagonist's childhood friend. In all of Ramara, there's only one girl who can stand toe-to-toe with Heinemann's sword skills, and she's not just his rival, she's his fiancée. Their parents made the call behind everyone's back, and the guy just watched the girls chat, a grin spreading across his face. Someone spun toward Kai and blurted, "So, are you next?" Kim and Roman rolled up, and Keech waved hard with a grin like, "Yo, good to see you." Roman strode up to the hero and demanded to know what his gift was. Then the young man slapped his hand on his shoulder and shoved him out of the way. He marched up to Layla, ready to spill the news about his gift, but she cut him off cold, claiming she knew it all and had already seen it. She said it with zero emotion, like her words were carved out of ice. Roman bowed to her and swore he got it all, then flicked his gaze to his cousin like, "Wait, what?" Kai stared back in pure bewilderment, and at the same moment, someone swung around toward Layla. The man swore he was one of the holy magic knights, then told them they had to talk about her gift, so he ordered her to step aside for just a minute. Layla nodded and shot a warning. Her gift wasn't like Roman's, not even close to that rare. The man leaned in and explained why. She was born to the Helma clan. "This level doesn't get reached overnight," he said, "because a supreme swordsman's power only blooms in someone who trains martial arts every single day." An old man pulled her in and invited her to meet at their negotiating base in Ramar. The young man couldn't believe it. Ramar had a full base set up for negotiations, too. Roman nudged Layla and snapped that it was time to move. Then he spun to Kai and stared him down with pure disdain. The girl tore herself away and said goodbye to her friends, and they waved back hard. Then Kitch snapped his attention back to Kai. He shot Roman an apology, then insisted he wasn't doing anything shady. He was just completely dizzy. He smirked and said he got it all, then snapped at Keach to not fall behind, right as he took off, sprinting straight toward Roman and Lyle. Riene called Kai up and told him, "The line has moved." The girl strode up to the table, shoved the ball right into place, and slapped her hand on it, while the priest's jaw dropped in pure shock. And then he lined in and declared that her gift was a holy sword. People couldn't stop talking about it, calling it legendary. Spear King, Guild Master, and now Holy Sword this year is absolutely wild. One Night Flatout warns that those high gifts are really a sign the demons' power is rising, and sure enough, their arrival is already right around the corner. The priest caught every word, told them to stop stirring panic they didn't need, and they immediately apologized. Now it was Kai's time. The priest barked for him to introduce himself and slap his hand on the crystal. The boy pressed his fingers to the crystal, and a strange power surged through him. He couldn't figure out what was happening, then his whole body suddenly went heavy, like something was yanking him down. He'd heard the gift had limits, and sure enough, the crystal's light was already dying out, even though it had been burning a second ago. The priest leaned in to study the boy's gift. He stared into the crystal, then snapped his gaze back and declared it the weakest power in the entire world. Present-time Rimmer training ground. Roman leans in and demands, "So what's happening to Kai, the weakling of this world?" Then the bell sounds and the fight erupts between them. The crowd throws their support behind Roman, and someone in the stands yells back, "Kai isn't the weakling of the whole world, he's the weakling of this world." The protagonist throws everything he's got into the fight, but one tiny slip hands his cousin the opening to land the strike. He snapped a punch into the kid's forehead, sending him flying backward. He crumpled into unconsciousness, and when he finally came to, everything was still spinning like the world had gone mad. Then it hit him. Roman did this to him. Layla barreled up to Kai and demanded to know how he was holding up. He snapped her name into the air, like it was the only thing that mattered. She rushed in to help him up, just as she realized she'd slammed him right in the face. Yeah, a nasty bump was probably coming. With her chest pressed way too close, he went bright red and told her he could get up on his own. Layla began rubbing ointment onto the boy's forehead, and the moment she did, he thanked her and insisted he was already fine, like this was something he'd handled 100 times before. Ever since he got that gift, the weakest power in this world, everything like that has been showing up for him like it's normal. That gift is brutal. His body's power keeps melting away fast, and no matter how hard he trains, the strength keeps slipping right out of his hands. On the training ground, he's worse than girls and kids who don't even practice, and none of his old training friends will look his way anymore. Every fight ends with him, blood and fractures like that's just his new normal. Now in Rammer, he can count on one hand the people who treat him the same way they used to, including Layla. After he crumpled as the weakest and got stripped of his place as the Heinemann heir, everything shattered that day, and even his engagement with Layla got cut off. From this moment on, Kai Heinemann is nothing, no heir to Heinemann's sword art, no husband of Layla Helna, just a weak little nobody, so far beneath everyone else. He insisted that everything was fine, nothing special. Then the girl stared at him with heartbreak in her eyes and whispered his name. She slid into the seat beside him and fired off. "When are you heading to the capital?" He shot back, "Real soon." Then he sighed and admitted, "Out here in Rammer, it's been brutal for me." If he's inside the capital, even if it's only for a little while, he'll finally get a spot where they treat him like a real human being. Layla stared at him for a beat, then broke into a smile and told him to find work there, only for him to snap back that his mom wanted that, but he had plans of his own. The World Academy of Weibel, the place for people with no gift and for losers like him. Maybe work can be found there. And that girl, she just kept repeating his words about Weibel like they were a lifeline. Kai promised he'd write her letters to calm her down, but she shot up in a rush and snapped that it wasn't needed. The girl flashed a simple smile, said she had to pack up her things, and then waved him off with a quick goodbye. He watched her go, shot up from his seat, and realized he couldn't waste time. He had to see his grandfather too. Right then, someone called out his name. Roman flashed a smug grin and declared, like he owned the sky, that he was the real one with the Spear King's gift. And just like that, Kai and Layla's engagement left zero trace. No signs, no answers. Kai belonged to the Heinemann family too, from a side branch, but he had the right to stand beside her, and no one else did. Kai let out a hard breath. He told her it was all on Layla, only she could choose whether to leave or stay. Roman demanded, "Where'd you find that kind of confidence?" Then shot back, "And you think she'd really pick you, the weakest one?" Kai snapped back that he and his cousin felt totally different, and his worries were pointless. Then a voice called out, "Roman." It was that arena guy. He grabbed him and snapped, "Stop yapping with the weakest. "Get back here fast, we've got training to finish." He can't believe he's burning his precious time on this nobody, so he snaps, "I'm already on my way." Finally, Roman snapped that Kai must stay away from Layla, and Kai fired back that she was basically his sister, so he tried to make sure everyone heard he felt nothing for her. Kai drops to his knees and tearfully thanks the girl for everything she's done for him all this time. The old man swallowed his pride and apologized for what happened to his grandson, because that poor kid was battered to pieces. He couldn't even make sense of what he was saying. Then he blurted that his engagement to Layla was already dead, and the real shock hit. He was kicking him out of here. Kai flat out said he didn't care one bit, and the old man stared at his grandson, stunned. He told her his bond with Layla had always been nothing but brotherly, and his real dream was to get to the capital or Weibo, so yeah, none of it upset him one bit. The grandfather leaned in and said his grandson's name with purpose. Then he burst into laughter, and the young guy just couldn't keep up. He blurted out that he was getting old. Sometimes a storm of fog creeps into his eyes. With eyes that sharp, he waved it off and let the man head to the capital to do whatever he wanted. Then the guy thanked him with his whole heart. Kai's convinced his real dream isn't to inherit the sword art at all, it's to go wobble, and honestly, he might be seeing the whole thing way too clearly. The old man swore that no matter what power he carried, his family would always stay first, because no matter what happened, this place was home, and he could always come back. He blinked in shock, then snapped, "I don't belong here," and vowed he'd never set foot back again. The old man snapped at him, told her to come back and see him, and the hero answered, "I get it, I'll come right back." The old man sprang to his feet and declared, "That's it, our conversation is over." Grandpa told him to look out for himself, and the boy grinned, promised he would, then turned around and warned his grandpa to stay careful too. The kid got shoved into the room by himself, and he dropped his head like all the fight got knocked out of him. Tugging at his clothes, the young man felt destiny tap his shoulder. This was his turn to head to Wobble, the home of hunters, and seize his shot to finally become one. He wouldn't back down. He was chasing his dream all the way to Wobble. Kai strode up to the sign, "Hunting for the carriage stand," and pointed you toward the turn right here. Then there it was, a fancy carriage sitting right there, gleaming like a prize, and he couldn't stop wondering who the rider could be until someone called out his name. A girl was standing there, and when she stepped forward, she introduced herself as Rosemary. Kai thought the name had to be the saint of the Amelia Kingdom, until the idea shattered. The girl bowed low and promised she'd ride with him to the capital, and honestly, she was thrilled just to finally meet him. She leaned in, told him he could call her Rose, and flashed him a smile. The girl stood right behind her, and the guy immediately clocked her. Then he opened his mouth to speak, but the stranger's eyes suddenly blew wide open. In seconds, she was suddenly right beside the young man, so close he jumped out of his skin, staring at her with pure surprise, maybe even straight-up shock. Anna snapped that it was disrespectful and called him the weakest, but Rosemary burst out Anna and cut her off mid-sentence. She ordered her to stop cold, then confessed she'd volunteered to ride along with him, because what she did was branding both her and his grandfather, the Saint Swordsman, with disgrace. Anna begged for forgiveness, and Marie snapped that she needed to rein it in, yet the guy was left utterly stunned. A man slipped up behind the girl and claimed Anna did it out of pure respect for them, then Rose hissed like a warning. Then she smacked her own cheeks hard to snap herself out of it, but the young man had no clue what was going on. Rosemary snapped her head toward Kai Heinemann. She snapped at him to hurry, then she pushed him toward the carriage, because the young man looked utterly crushed. He can't believe aristocrats like these even exist. Kai thanked his grandfather in his head for the carriage, but then he wondered if he could actually survive traveling with people like that. People abruptly stopped, and the protagonist's gut told him it was already evening. Time was somehow sprinting through the capital while he stood in line for food. Now it was his turn to grab food, and the cook snapped at him to hurry, so the young man jolted back to his senses and rushed over, apologizing fast. They shoved a bowl of soup into his hands and slid a chunk of bread his way. The cook snapped that Lord Frankton had issued the order, and then barked for the next one. Kai remembers his grandfather's warning about paying for the trip, and his mind immediately assumes there's some special, you pay for the ride, fee waiting at the end. A young guy was just walking past, and the other man jabbed him with an elbow, nudging him like, "Hey." The hero hit the ground hard, pain ripping through him, and his tray clattered out of his hands. He even noticed the bread was already ruined. He spun around, indignation blazing in his chest, just in time for the man to fire back. "So, what are you doing?" The man demanded to know why he was being pushed, and the young guy tried to protest, but the man snapped it off, ignored him, and started kicking. He joked about maybe getting hurt, then kept hammering the guy with bullying. Everyone saw it and looked away, until someone finally snapped, "Stop." It was Anna. Then the stranger's eyes snapped to her like he already knew her. He grilled her about her plan. Was she really protecting him? She snapped back, "No, I'm not protecting you," and then she smiled like it was Mrs. Rose's prize to have him as a guest. Suddenly they caught a weird sound, snapped their heads toward it, and zeroed in on the noise. A hulking man loomed there, gripping a colossal sword, and he demanded to know what the noise was all about. The stranger who'd been tormenting Kai snapped with a hiss, skulked away, and muttered that he was starving. The protagonist spun around to thank Anna, but she was already walking out the door. She snapped her head around and snarled that without the order, she never would have taken him down, then told him to hurry back before it was too late. The girl marched straight toward that man. She greeted him and he just gave a quick nod back, then he headed straight for Kai and muttered that the locals were stirring up trouble again. Arnold's name hit the air, then he spun toward Kai and shot back an apology. He bowed and owned up to it, saying his people's rudeness was on him. Then he apologized again, and the guy snapped at him to stop. He goes, "Yeah, this happens all the time," and tells how people in the capital treat him like he's got this gift for being a total loser, like he's got no say in it at all, like he's already learned to live with it. He blinked at his own words in shock, then snapped upright and slammed his name like it was the reveal of a lifetime. He pushed the idea of heading straight to his tent for food, but the young man snapped back that it'd be way too much. They closed in on the tent, and Arnold leaned in to grill the chief, had he heard anything at all. He shot back that it was Lord Frankton's order, and Arnold wanted none of it. He yanked him by the collar and barked, "Bring my food here, now." Panic hit the man, and he barked at his staff to shove Kai's portion out ASAP, while Arnold let out a breath, instantly clocking what they were trying to pull. Kai's tray was packed to the brim with food, and he shot Arnold a grateful look, only for Arnold to wave it off, insisting Kai didn't have to thank him because he had every right to it. And he added this too, the hero's still a kid, so he needs to eat up and grow bigger. Then he made his move, and that grin on his face vanished, replaced by something dark. He marched over to Lord Frankton and broke the news straight to him. Then he leaned in and told the boy, "Don't sweat it, that man won't come back, and it won't happen again." The young man couldn't believe it. People like this still exist in the world. 3 days later, the great Silka forest looks on again, and the boy's tray is stuffed with food like the hunger never happened. He figured that ever since that day, they'd keep stuffing his hands. Then he brushed past someone, flinched hard, and braced for another shove, but nothing came. He realized the bullying had suddenly stopped, and it blew his mind. Arnold's influence was real and terrifying. Evening hits inside a cramped tent. The young man stares up at the ceiling, his mind tangled on Kim and Rena, the Holy Sword, and Keech, the brilliant magician. Keech promised he'd head to the capital to study, and Rena has already thrown herself into the squad that battles demons. He kept racking his brain, then out of nowhere, someone called his name. It was Rosemary. He stepped aside and let her in. She strode in, dropped to her knees, and faced him head-on. Kai couldn't figure out why Rose even showed up. Honestly, it was a terrible move, because if anyone spotted her, they'd start hating him all over again. He tried to ask her what was going on, but she cut him off and demanded forgiveness, leaving the young man stunned. Rose told Kai she'd heard from Era about what those knights did to him, and Kai just snapped, "Don't worry, what's done is done." She told him she decided to ride with him to the capital, and she'd already talked it through with his grandfather. Then he scratched his head, like he couldn't believe it. He pressed her, asking why she even wanted to come. She smiled and said, "Because I know you're friends with Rena and Keech." Kai's eyes widened because she somehow knew both of them. Rose leaned in and told them the chief court magician is her teacher, then said Keech is also one of his students, and Rena is her closest friend. The young man was convinced this girl had to be a real saint, especially with her studying right beside the court's top magician, so he figured she'd learned all about him from them, and the girl confirmed it all. She also said Rena only ever talks about him, like she knows more about you than Kitch, and Kai's convinced his friend spilled every embarrassing, stupid detail about his past. Now it all clicked. She didn't tag along for nothing. She wanted to finally face the one they were both so close to, and after thinking it through, the young man asked straight up if Rena was holding up okay in the squad. She told him, "I'm doing great," and every night after that, it felt like her open heart pulled him in, like he'd get close to her instantly. The hero grinned with his whole heart, because hearing that news lit up his day. He could tell she was nothing like the others, and it worried him nonstop. Then Rose laughed, and right as the sound cut through the air, someone burst into the tent. It was Anna, and fury flashed in her eyes as she stared down that guy. Then she grinned and told Mrs. Rose it was finally time to rest. The girls snapped that they'd talked enough and it was bedtime, and Kai felt like Anna was just trying to scare him. The hero thanked Rose for pouring all that info into his ear, and she grinned, saying she'd share more later, while Anna shot the guy a terrifying, menacing glare. The girl waved him off, and the guy ducked into the tent, praying he could finally fall asleep. Arnold showed up out of breath, ranted out an apology for being so late, and the hero shot back, "What happened?" He brushed it off like it was nothing, then said he only wanted to say thanks, but the young man just didn't get what he was being thanked for. After everything that went down, the man thanked him for stepping in to talk to Rose, and she told him they finally had that real heart-to-heart. He was absolutely thrilled. Kai snapped at him to shut up, telling him he should be the one thanking her, because he was just a loser. Then the man said the boy's name. Arnold told him, "I'm no hero either," but then admitted he had a cruel gift too, and that's why he understood him so deeply. The young man froze. He couldn't believe he'd gotten a bad gift too, and he shot back that only he could hear about it. He told him, "Stay strong, every ounce of effort will pay off." At the same time, deep in the mountains inside the Silka Forest, two men stand eye to eye. They spotted Lord Frankton. He leaned in and asked how it was going, and they grinned, saying everything was going great. They're locked in full battle mode with the Empire's elite squad, Siege of the Black Panthers and the Ogres, and now that there are two of them, not even a single rat dares to slip past. The man said the detachment served under Lord Enns, and he'd heard a pile of rumors about them. Then he snapped back, "I don't buy unfounded stories," and demanded to know where the princess fit into all of this. The Lord snapped back that Princess Rose had already confronted a total traitor. She's resting now, and once the night goes quiet, they're going to kick up a massive commotion, split the Knight Captain from the princess, then hit the plan. If Princess Rose is killed, Lord-backed Prince Gilbert is next in line for the throne. The young man snapped that betraying the royal family they serve is unthinkable for these Empire soldiers. Lord Frankton stared at Lord Zignal, baffled by his jab at their shameless ways, and then shot back that he could say it, only it'd be downright rude, so he begged for forgiveness. The old man barked that they knew nothing about them, and the nerve of it made him lose it, demanding he take it back, so Zignal cut in fast, reminding him they still wanted to buy it. He snapped back that they wouldn't buy her at all, they'd just marry her off plain and cruel, and the other guy grabbed Zignal and barked, "Shut up." Lord Enns swallowed his pride and apologized for his comrade, then admitted Toll was simmering, furious because they'd ended up on foreign soil. The old man snapped that everyone was on edge, there was no point in fighting anymore, so he turned to go, then told them he was counting on Lord Zignal to end this. Soon the day will hit when the Glitnir Empire kicks the princess out for good. He's bringing the Empire's best fighting force, 2 of the 6 commanders, and they won't fall. That thorn in their side, the annoying Princess Rose, will never, ever wear the crown. If that happens, the aristocratic order will get smashed to the very bones, because he's sworn to protect it, a proud family with a deep history of serving the royal court for one massive cause, and that's the whole Frankton story. Staring up at the moon, the man swore to Prince Gilbert that his loyalty would never break. Kai decided to sprint to the toilet before he even hit the bed. He strode along, convinced he could still be close to the tent, then panic hit him. Someone might spot him at any moment. He couldn't nail the right spot, and then boom, he spotted a bush. As soon as he arrived, he spotted a mysterious figure flipping through a spell and literally calling someone out of thin air. They stared each other down, like the air between them just snapped. Kai's chest pounded with fear. He had zero clue what was going on, and seeing a man lurking out here at night in the middle of the forest felt totally wrong, like he didn't belong with them at all. The stranger shut him down fast, insisting there was no such info at all, and then added that it was probably just an accident. "Then it won't mess up the plan, maybe we'll even have a little fun." The man flashed a sly smile, and something hit the protagonist like a blade. The stranger guessed the young man needed to bolt, barked for him to run as fast as he could, then snapped his fingers like it was the start of a trap. Out of nowhere, demonic beasts surged into existence everywhere, like the world just flipped the switch. Kai Heinemann exploded into a sprint, lungs burning as heavy breaths tore out of his chest. He couldn't stop replaying it. Who was that guy, and why did he suddenly unleash monsters on him? Why target his life? He hadn't done a thing, so why him? He's gasping for air, his heart's in open agony, his head's pounding, and the whole world is spinning, while his legs already creak like they're about to give out, and he can't believe it's taking this long when it matters most. He begs the heat to ease up just a notch. Kai can already hear their footsteps closing in. If they catch him, it's over, but he has to reach Wobble and become a hunter, because that ending is the last one he wants. The young man can't figure out why disaster always hunts him down, until he realizes it's the gift, the one from the weakest of this world. It wrecked him in Rammer, it struck again on the carriage, and now it's doing the same thing in the camp. It all loops again and again, and it's because that cursed gift keeps flipping every right moment into disaster. He's convinced that if they just handed him the swordsman's gift and left him a hunter too, he could have stayed in Ramor, stepped into the Heinemann sword legacy, married Layla, seen Renaa and Kaich, and lived out an ordinary, simple life. Will his life really get cut short in this dead forest, crushed by monsters, because of that stupid gift? The young man sprinted straight for the waterfall, like he couldn't wait another second. He finally understood. There was no escape, no next step, no turning back. So was this really how everything was going to end right here? Suddenly, he spotted a strange glow blazing inside the waterfall. When he heard the monsters closing in, he didn't waste a second. He had no choice, no escape at all. He took a breath, went anyway, and stepped straight into the waterfall. Kai stumbled into a deserted stretch of land, and the silence hit him so hard he just stared, frozen in shock. He didn't even get how it happened. 1 second he was stuck in the forest, and the world suddenly offered him zero way out. He erupted into laughter and dropped to his knees, completely lost on what was happening, but at least the demons were finally gone, and he'd made it out alive. He figured it could have been a trap-filled cave, but then, boom, he spotted a building, and he sprinted over to crash in the shade. He stormed in and froze, stunned by what he found. A temple loomed ahead, silent and looming like it was about to swallow secrets. Kai stepped in and froze. There was a stone slab etched with the exact outline of a hand. He couldn't figure out what it was, so he thrust his hand toward it to find out. The moment my hand hit that imprint, the stone slab erupted in glowing light. In the heart of the room, the magic circle suddenly blazed with light, and the young man froze, completely clueless about what just happened. A system window flashed on screen, confirming only divine rank gift holders could get in, and it tried to register Kai Heinemann as a player. The young man devoured every detail on the page, and when he finished, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had to be wrong. The system ripped him into the divine test, and the guy had zero clue what was happening, so they hit the continue button to push him forward. The rules hit the air like a thunderclap. Rule 1. You can't escape until you beat the game, no matter what. Rule 2. Anyone who registers here stops aging, because time in the other world goes completely still. He's handed an item box loaded with that special assessment skill, fast boots, and an unbreakable stick, and the rules hit next. You can cram up to 20 elixir cans into the item box, and the hero's jaw drops because all this comes with strings attached. If this is a game, then this building is pure dungeon energy. But dungeons like this are usually taken down by an entire team of hunters, not one lone guy, and you can't survive it alone. The twist is, time freezes everywhere, and even after he clears the place, the monsters still come calling again. The young man stared in disbelief at what was happening, but panic wouldn't let up, so he forced himself to breathe, slow down, and think it through, because the player was about to be handed items, and one of them was a whole box of them. A mystery box materialized beside him, and fear hit the young man like a truck. Inside sat blazing fast boots and a stick that nothing could ever snap. Kai finally figured out how to work the box. Her boots tumbled out faster, so fast he stared in shock at what appeared, then the moment he even thought to put them away, they vanished. They vanished, then popped back into the storage like magic was messing with reality. Kai couldn't believe it, but it was all real, and that kind of box would be priceless to anyone. Then they handed him the assessment skill. The moment he got it, he slapped it onto the fast boots. Speed boots, shoes built to let him bolt past the enemy, but the moment the fight kicks off on water, they just stop working, totally nullified. Still, the item rank, absolutely top tier. That young man hears, like a lightning strike, that you can slip out fast, and suddenly he thinks it must be something rare and valuable. Then the thought hits, maybe he should test his own body next. Kai Heinemann is only 15, with health 3 and mana 5, but he got a gift from the one with the weakest power, and even though its strength and growth start out the lowest, push the right conditions and it can level up in every single area. The gift is straight up divine. The hero stared at the words saying that, under specific conditions, heat could be strengthened, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. Was this really a gift that only rewards hard work? Nobody knows what the gift really is. Expectations are low, but the elixir is out there somewhere, so he decided to gamble on appraisal skill first. The young man finally tracked down the elixir source, and he expected a bottle, but what he found instead was something that spills and flows right from the source itself. Kai couldn't resist, so he tested it himself, slicing open his palm and holding it right beneath the elixir fountain. Everything snapped back to normal in an instant, and he couldn't help but think, that is actually wild. They called him the world's weakest, then somehow he snagged an item box and unlocked an appraisal skill, cracked open an endless stash of elixir, and now the Hunters Guild is rolling out the red carpet for him, because once he's in, he's finally going to become a hunter, just like his mother. Naokai comes strapped with a special assessment skill, a knife that's stronger than any stick, an item box stuffed with an elixir, and fast boots that let him move like lightning. The young man insisted he had everything he needed. Now all that was left was to bust out of here. The main character finally burst into the dungeon, chills crawling over his skin. Then he forced himself to breathe steady and carefully trace the wall like the books always warned. He pumped himself up in his head, telling himself, "Do it. This is the adventure you've been craving your whole life." Suddenly, the wall just cut off, like the world was hiding a secret, and he leaned over the edge, scanning for the next way forward at the crossroads. But right here, a terrifying monster was waiting for him, hungry and ready to strike. A huge insect clamped onto his hand, and the bite hit like a lightning strike. The hero erupted into screams, frozen in total confusion, and pure terror crashed over him like a wave. The monster slashed his arm, and blood came pouring out in a furious rush. Then, out of nowhere, the guy erupted into screams and crashed down somewhere in the chaos. In the next breath, he was already standing right at the elixir's source. He dropped his mangled hands and bowed his battered head into it. He had no clue where he'd landed, then it hit him. His mom was calling him, and he had to reach the capital, so he bounced along on a cart for a whole week until he finally reached the camp, chatted with Rose, stepped out of the tent, and boom, red-haired man came at him out of nowhere. Right here, the young man blinked awake, stumbled out of the fountain, then erupted into coughing as he whipped his head around, searching for what just happened. He spotted where the elixir was coming from, and the memory of that overgrown grasshopper ripping off his arm slammed into him next, along with the pain of his injured right arm. Kai stared at his hand, stunned, then the wound was gone, completely gone. He burst into laughter. He sprawled on the stone floor, bragging about the elixir's miracle powers and how he somehow dodged that monster and lived. But no elixir can bring his clothes back. Every inch is shredded, soaked in blood, and he knows this isn't some dream. This is real. Everything he's seeing really happened. He whipped his head toward the entrance and realized the only way out was back into that dungeon again. This time luck bailaid him out, but one thing was clear. Next time might be a whole different nightmare. The monster sank its teeth into the protagonist's neck. He snapped his eyes open out of nowhere, then erupted into screams and threw his hands over himself, completely stunned. Why did this keep happening to him over and over? On the 7th day, the hero fixed his eyes on those strange, crawling worms like they were up to something. Rage simmered in him. Today's the 7th day with nothing at all, no food left, and he's staring down death by hunger. This poisonous beetle is a nightmare. One bite and the stomach acid melts it away, and it can instantly kill anyone who eats it, yet somehow it's also packed with nutrients. Staring at the worm, the guy grins and says it's packed with nutrients, then drops the nightmare truth. There's also poison in it strong enough to kill even a dragon. By the 15th day, the hero has been living on that elixir, yet it barely does a thing, so he grits his teeth and downs a little more. Kai snatched the poisonous beetle in his hand and panicked. If he didn't eat, he'd drop dead, so he swallowed the creature, because an empty stomach was worse than hell. A wave of sickness crashed over him. The world spun red in his sight, like death was already closing in. The system flashed a message. He'd finally earned the skill, resistance to weak poisons. Then the shock hit him so hard he couldn't believe he was still alive. He mastered poison resistance, survived weak poisons under harsh conditions, then pushed it even further. After eating poisonous creatures, he kept going until he survived the mind-blowing feat of consuming 100 creatures, each packed with 100 lethal doses of poison, and that's how he forced his skill rank higher. Kai finally realized the elixir actually worked, then watched his condition fall apart anyway. He pushed himself to his feet, a brutal throb pounding behind his eyes, then staggered toward the source of the elixir. After he gulped down the elixir, the pounding headache vanished like it never existed, and it hit him hard, like he'd finally stuffed himself to the brim. From that moment on, food worries were gone. No more shortages, no more struggles, but still, it felt downright weird to be full on nothing but beetles. On the 100th day, he finally pushed his wheat poison resistance skill up to the middle rank. Kai grinned because no matter how many bugs he chomped, death never claimed him. So yeah, tell me, how is that supposed to be happy news? A year later, Kai is training his heart out, and the whole thing still makes his head spin, so he throws himself back into fencing and keeps learning. 10 years have gone by. Kai can't stop replaying it in his head, wondering where the others ended up, until a strange truth hits him. Time has frozen. 40 years slip by, and now the man stands tall with a stick in his hands, bracing himself for the fight. He tells everyone today's opponent, Roman. The hero charged in to strike, but Roman slammed the attack back and turned it aside. The clash keeps raging, fight after fight, no end in sight. In the very next second, Kai yanked the stick straight out of Roman's hands. The hero finally grinned and said, "Roman's finished, I can beat him for real now." With a shaky breath, the young man declared the imaginary duel was finished for today, and then he thanked Roman. Kai stood by the wall, twirled his stick, and bragged that he could beat the other guy in this duel, especially after he even defeated the teacher yesterday, even if it wasn't real. Then the system flashed, a new skill unlocked. Skill Sword Control, the training chapter starts now, fencing from the very beginning. Swinging that blade every day can sharpen its traits a little, but the real price. You've got to keep at it for 40 years, simulating a full sword duel for around 12 hours each time. And still, the young man clings to hope that his imaginary fights will finally pay off. 800 years later, a hero kid gears up to clash with the kingdom's legendary heroes, led by Graham, the swordsman who wields blades like they're his own limbs, plus 2 more swordsmen, the strongest elf who fuses swordplay with magic, and Sherba, a swordswoman magician ready to turn the battlefield into a spellstorm. From the Gleitnir Empire came the old sword emperor, Ashban, and Kai couldn't resist, deciding he'd try to take on someone like that. 1500 years later, the protagonist roared at the legendary heroes, yelling that they made it way too easy for him. He snapped at Graham, Sherba, and Ashban to strike together, right now, all at once. 3,000 years have slammed into the world since the game began, and out of nowhere the hero picked a fight, standing tall with a stick clenched in his hands. He mowed down every opponent until he stood alone, and then he didn't just win, he absolutely outclassed even the Holy Sword. Now he's the strongest swordsman alive, with sword control so perfect it's at the very top. Kai Heinemann isn't just an opponent, he's the deadliest roadblock to imagination itself. The hero bolted in to attack the very version of himself. Real Kai absolutely loves it, this fight is pure chaos. The hero lifted his stick and snapped, this still isn't enough. He lunged and threw punches at his imaginary opponent. And just like that, he swung down and cut his own death's silhouette into the air. The protagonist leaned in and declared that Kai Heinemann was finally ready. The young man unlocked Sword Control Asterisk at its highest level, then mastered it. The hero declares that the top-ranked Kai has been crushed, and now he seized the throne with the highest sword control in the world. He yanked out a box of goodies and without hesitation started munching on bugs. His poison absorption skill is maxed out, so he figures he's only here because he's been stuffing himself with bugs, and hey, anything beats having nothing at all. With a shaky breath, the hero finally clocked it, time to move, and way too much time had already slipped by. Strolling through the dungeon, the hero hits a familiar scent and that crisp, icy air, and he can't help himself. He kicked off his fencing career, swinging that stick like it owned the place, and all he could think about was coming back here again, without even realizing he'd been secretly laughing about it the whole time. Right in front of him loomed the exact same monster that tore into him the first time. The young man froze. This creature was still here, clinging to that same spot for all 3,000 years. The protagonist stared down the monster before him and realized this had to be the top-tier threat. He only knew its name, nothing else. And the enemy, Grasshopper. Its health, magic resistance, durability, magic power, strength, and even intelligence were all a total mystery. A total mystery of an enemy had your full attention, and with a smug grin plastered on his face, he called that name again like it tasted sweet, while his weapon tightened in his hands, ready to slam into the monster in front of him at any second. The main character swore this monster would point the way, then he suddenly launched straight at it. The grasshopper saw what was coming and screamed at him nonstop. Right after that, the monster lunged at Kai, swiped its paw across the air, and smacked the hero's side, so close it almost clipped him. Kai snapped his head around, then muttered that he was sorry, because that hit was just too straight and too slow. The grasshopper's rage was glaringly clear. Kai smashed him with a weapon straight in the face, and the monster immediately whipped out its massive hind leg to strike back. Kai stumbled back, stunned, and shot back that he's got leg skills in battle too. Kai raised his weapon in front of him and caught the grasshopper's next strike, blocking every hit, but the monster kept coming, and then Kai finally let out a heavy exhale. The protagonist snapped back that he wasn't imagining things, he was a true grasshopper, and all the proof was in what he was doing, so the man stared hard at the monster right in front of him, gripping his weapon tight like his life depended on it. Kai shut his eyes and muttered that he'd regret using this technique on the grasshopper, but then he gritted his teeth and decided, fine, he'd show him everything he had. The protagonist slashed with sword control, Form 1, the line of death, and the monster froze, clueless, as it stared in horror at everything unfolding in front of it. The grasshopper stared straight ahead with terrifying focus, then let out some weird, impossible noise, before, in the next instant, his head split cleanly into two. The protagonist kept hammering the monster with a few final hits, then he dropped to one knee, bracing himself on the floor as the enemy shattered into pieces. After a while, Kai rose to his feet, yanked his weapon free and shook off the blood, and behind him lay his beaten enemy, defeated beyond doubt. He flicked a glance over his shoulder. Blood-speckled grasshopper guts streaked across his cheek. The protagonist stared at the monster parts littering the ground, scoffed at how easy this felt, then whipped around to face his opponent. Right then, Kai got a message that his stats had jumped up. Strength, durability, intelligence, and luck all rose by 0.2, and he realized it meant he was grinding power every time he fought the enemy. After he digested every piece of intel, he snapped his gaze back to the monster. Only this time, there was barely anything left, and the protagonist didn't even manage a smile. Disappointment sat on his face like it was burned there. Kai believed one touch would make them disintegrate, so he swore to draw steel every time, no exceptions, and right now he was locked on a divine trial in the farthest reaches of space. The main character spun his head across the empty space, feeling like it was way too open for comfort, because each level kept stretching wider and wider into nothing. Kai peered into the system window and froze. Almost all the poisonous beetles were wiped out here, just 12 left. Then the main character snapped his gaze sideways, and there it was, a swirling vortex of motion right in front of him. If it's right here, can I actually hoist it up instantly? Kai dropped his eyes to the floor, his face unreadable, no joy, no sadness. Then he snapped into an outrageous rant before charging straight down into the monster. The hero stared at the crushed remains of his enemies, wondering if he'd really have to choke them down, and then he cringed, saying it was straight up disgusting. After that, the main character charged deeper into the dungeon, down the stairs, onto the landing, then froze, mouth hanging open and eyes blazing wide with shock. Right in front of him hovered a monstrous killer hornet, massive, with a razor-long sting, metal-looking armor plating its shoulders and head, and it hung in the air above the ground like it was ready to strike. The system flashed a message confirming the player had just dropped to the -10th level, and right then, the first test kicked off. The battle with the killer hornet begins. The protagonist flashed a grin and felt it in his bones. There'd be a beast of an opponent ready for every set of 10 levels, and he couldn't wait to clash with them. Kai snapped his eyes shut, gripped his sword, and figured he'd finally grown tired of that grasshopper. Then the long-awaited enemy slammed into view right in front of him. The main character snapped his eyes open, a huge grin bursting across his face. Then he shouted that it was fight time, but the moment slipped away before he could finish his sentence. Kai stared ahead, and the enemy in front of him just vanished into thin air. Before he could even react, a brutal burst of wind slammed past his face, like something had ripped through the world. Strong energy surged through him, and a blinding flash of light erupted right behind his back. Turns out the killer hornet went for the kill. One brutal strike tore his arm to shreds all the way from shoulder to elbow, leaving a massive, ugly hole. The main character snapped his head toward his hand. His left one looked wrecked, meat torn and sticking out while blood poured out in a brutal, unstoppable gush. Kai stared at it in stunned disbelief. Then his face twisted into a grim, uneasy grin as he blurted, "It's fine, nothing terrible happened." The main character snapped that only one side hurt, didn't care at all, and somehow the idea of an invisible enemy made him feel way better, because this monster, it totally deserved to end him. Kai braced himself in front of the hornet, weapon clutched tight, while the monster squared up first and stared him down. Then Kai snapped into action and attacked. The protagonist watched the hornet vanish into nothing again, then snapped into action with his skills, so he slipped out before the enemy's direct strike could catch him. Kai told him the monster was insanely fast, but it only ever slammed forward in a single straight line. Then Kai leaned in and asked, "Is that really all you've got?" And the main character warned him, before he makes that sudden move, he has to freeze in place for a moment, because if he touches him, he's toast. Right then the hornet's body started to twist in real time. Its stinger slid away from where it was attached, and Kai's mind screamed, what if it's hiding something inside? Then the stinger fully detached, and a tiny hole was left behind. Right after that, the hornet lunged at the main character, and some unknown liquid gushed from his lower body, while Kai stood frozen, watching it all go down. After he stared at it and realized it could be either a flight device or poison, everything suddenly clicked. Then he snapped his sword up in front of him, praying he could block the incoming attack. Kai shut his eyes tight, channeled his sword control skill, formed 3, moon mirror ***, then snapped them back open like something big was about to happen. The Hornet system's liquid slithered out and wrapped his weapon in a vice grip, slipping right past the main character himself. Kai grinned like he'd just cracked a secret, because deep down he knew flying gave him nothing he could actually use. Then the main character snapped that the Hornet owed them a reply. He hurled his weapon at the monster, and it looked like he slammed the brakes on those leaking streams of liquid. Turns out, with his power in hand, he shoved the same liquid straight into the hornet, and it started eating its body alive, until the monster let out a blood-curdling scream. The hornet kept spitting these half-silences, and the protagonist couldn't shake the fear. Was that poison truly dissolved, or did it just decide to ignore him? But then everything went sideways. Kai's eyes went huge, his mouth fell open in shock, and he realized the poison didn't weaken the hornet at all. It only made it bigger and way stronger, as it let out a brutal scream. Kai couldn't stop wondering if the monster was still clinging on, because even though it looked like a bug, it felt like the enemy had pride, and that was huge. Kai was ecstatic. Then the protagonist snapped back to sword control, this time firing off the second form, Speed Lightning, and blasting forward with lethal speed. With this skill, he slammed the hornet so hard he tore a massive hole through its body, like he punched straight through, and carved the damage right into the center. The protagonist bragged that he was a fighter too, and promised to answer with the fastest sword technique, then snapped his head around to stare down his enemy. Kai snapped that he should lie down, no debate. Hornet was utterly pulverized, and the sword carved him into brutal pieces just like the last enemy. Right then, the main character spotted a system message. Killer Hornet was down. He'd cleared the first test, and that meant he just earned a killer edge. He shot up in shock at the message, then couldn't stop wondering what those special advantages even meant. His eyes bulged as he stared straight ahead. Just as he stared in disbelief, a massive box slammed into existence on the floor right in front of him. He blurted, "Is that a treasure chest?" It was huge, and on the front sat a keyhole, like it was daring him to open it. When the protagonist cracked open the box, a flaming flamberge, enchanted with atmospheric magic, came alive, burning anything it sliced, and this thing's ranked at the very top. The main character froze in pure shock, wondering if this really was an incendiary sword. Then everything clicked when blazing flames erupted from the blade. Kai strapped the sword onto his gear, convinced he'd be fine. He even had an unbreakable stick, but the moment he got that award, disappointment hit him hard. Then the main character's eyes lit up. He figured if he cooked those beetles with his weapon, they might finally become edible, and the moment the thought hit, he was already picturing himself frying one of them right then. Kai grinned and swore he'd try it next time. After all, it wasn't exactly a disaster. Then he bolted for the floor exit, already itching to jump to the next level. After a while, he shoved down to the next floor, breath burning as he gripped the wall to keep from tumbling down the stairs, and right ahead, thick smoke poured out, traced straight to Paul. The protagonist leaned in and froze. Every inch of the floor was coated in lava, which was why the whole area felt like a furnace. Kai stared at the picture in front of him, stunned out of his mind like, what am I even supposed to do here? Then his expression snapped into something brighter. His eyes lit up and he went, okay, this is actually pretty awesome. The main character snapped that this is what he calls a test, and honestly, it doesn't sound bad at all, until he realizes he can't push forward without fireproof shoes, and that hit the brakes on him right there, freezing his next move. Kai immediately replayed what he'd said about the fireproof test, then started yanking off his shoes, convinced he should check, because if anything was wrong, a return vortex could be lurking nearby. Then the protagonist snapped open his item box, stowed his speed boots, and yanked his pants up as high as they'd go so the lava test wouldn't wreck them. The second Kai slid his shoes into the box, he couldn't resist and went straight for it. He stomped up, planted his fully naked foot on the lava, and boom, a nasty hiss tore the air like his foot had just started burning. With his eyes shut tight to sharpen his senses, the main character snapped his leg up in a flash, and then screamed, "It's burning," because his foot was so red it looked cooked. Kai backed to a safer distance and realized he couldn't take all of this at once. Then he snapped his gaze to his box, hunting the elixir, because if he didn't, he'd drop dead right now. Once he swallowed the elixir, he braced himself and tried the lava again, and this time he lasted around 10 seconds, while the elixir sat in his hand, ready to be grabbed the moment things got too dangerous. Then a system message slammed into view and told him he'd unlocked resistance to weak fire, true immunity to scorching heat, but to earn it, he had to touch something burning hot 50 times. He grinned at the event and bragged that it was perfect. He'd last until the fire got fully swallowed, because both time and the elixir would never run out. You could tell he was buzzing with anticipation, like a plan was already snapping into place in his head. He couldn't stop thinking, muttering to himself that once he was done with everything, he'd blow through this whole place in a single, unstoppable run. After that, he tore through level after level, first snagging fire absorption, then mastering underwater breathing, and in the light zone his eyes began to burn from the glare, until he shot from 11 all the way to 300 levels. At level 300, he cracked open a whole new power set: heat resistance and heat absorption, frost resistance and ice absorption, dust-proof survival with dust absorption, plus trap avoidance, trap identification, and even trap creation, and he could breathe underwater too. It was crystal clear the protagonist was done. Exhaustion was chewing him up, so he stared at the system window and realized, with a jolt, that he'd finally gotten every resilience skill. He yanked off his glove, wiped his face raw with his sweaty hands, breathed out again and again, then snapped, "I've got to push even farther." Then it hit him this wasn't just any glove in his hand at all, it was the Thunder Beast's, and while he was panicking, he'd been rubbing himself dry with its power instead of using a towel. After what felt like forever, the main character finally stumbled into a room, dim, silent, and dripping with something he couldn't even name, while the passage yawned open ahead, with no stairs going down anywhere. When he peered through it, he spotted an arena far off, and right on it stood the monster they called the King of Thunder Tigers. This thing was massive, crackling with thunderbolts that burst from its body and even its head, and it let out a roar that hit like a thunderclap. The protagonist thought this was the final test of the upper levels. Then a voice cut through the air and declared the Thunder Tiger King battle was starting right now, even as exhaustion crashed over him. The monster lunged straight at Kai, its paw nearly scraping his throat and face. Then Kai snapped his sword up and carved the tiger into pieces before it could breathe, like it was the easiest thing in the world. The protagonist shut his eyes and snapped that the test was drowning him in noise, then spun to the tiger and growled that he was sniffing out weakness. This would be over fast. Kai snapped to attention when a voice blared that the Thunder Tiger King had finally been defeated. Then the same voice gasped in disbelief that this wasn't the time to rush. He had to wait, and Kai couldn't stop replaying the words in his head. He lowered his gaze and bam, a pond stared back at him, and inside it he spotted something that looked like enormous fish, so big it made his stomach drop. Then the system voice hit him with the news. Special advantages were coming his way, and Kai couldn't stop staring at the possible opponents, debating whether to jump in as a grin spread across his face. He didn't even hesitate. He leapt off that height and dove straight into the pond, and the system's voice instantly choked up in shock, blurting, "What are you doing?" Right then, the main character was fully swallowed by the pond, massive, oddly shaped fish circling him like they owned the place. While he was still in the water, a colossal fish burst into view beside him, its body packed with strange, unreadable holes. Then two more weird fish drifted close, and they didn't look like anything he'd ever seen. He whipped his head to the side, and there it was, one fish charging straight at him, mouth gaping wide, lined with massive teeth, like it was about to swallow him right on the spot. The fish crept closer and closer, and he could already spot those razor-sharp teeth with terrifying clarity. Then dread crushed him, and pitch-black darkness swallowed the scene. After a while, the main character burst up to the surface and roared out a huge breath, then scanned the water and said it was one hell of a battle, only to see the fish floating nearby, completely lifeless. Kai stared at them from every angle, realizing this was his first real fight underwater, so he gritted his teeth and pushed himself to the limit. The main character raised his head, torn between pushing on right now or backing down, and deep inside, he knew this might be the first real trial of the level, staring up at him like a brutal, towering wall. The system voice snapped that the upper fours tests were done, the Thunder Tiger King was down, and he'd just snagged a rare special condition, and even the voice stammered and fumbled from the sheer shock, promising special benefits were coming. The protagonist snapped, asking if he was okay and why he kept stumbling, and the voice shot back, "Shut up," then he demanded, "But why are you bothering me at all?" Kai didn't even flinch, he just stared ahead and said these fish could drop super rare chests, then admitted he had no idea which one held what, grabbed the smallest one first, and instantly reached out to rip it open. The second he cracked it open, a beginner's magic book stared back at him, and he blurted out in disbelief, "I actually got a book." The protagonist wrestled with one terrifying question: could he even use magic with his weakest gift? After weighing his options, he made his choice and shoved the book straight into storage. Another locked chest sat right in front of him, and he closed the distance fast, ready to wrench it open and see what secrets were hiding inside. In that chest, a massive sword waited, wrapped tight with a ribbon right by the handle, and that handle looked downright strange. Turns out the prize was a lightning sword, Nihonto. They say it came from another world, and once it was used to kill the god of thunder, and that its blade can slice lightning itself. The rank of that sword was legendary, so when Kai got it, he was completely stunned. The moment the main character gripped the sword, it seemed to wake up, shifting and fitting perfectly to his hand, like it was choosing him, and that was downright unreal. When the boy leaned in for a closer look, he realized the sword's handle wasn't metal at all, it was wooden, and that hit him with a jolt of surprise. After that, he slid the sword back into its sheath, and right away a grin snapped onto his face. Then he started giggling like he'd just been let in on a secret. Kai shot back with a fearless look like, "This is something brand new, and I'm going to grow into the partner I'm meant to be." After realizing 761 years had already slammed by since the game began, the protagonist stared straight ahead into the space before him, and everything clicked crystal clear. He caught sight of a massive dragon ahead, at least its claw and head, and immediately thought, so this is the start of the dragon zone. The protagonist grin sharpened with excitement. This was finally the moment to test his sword, and he yanked the blade straight from its sheath right then. Right now, he's stuck on the underground level 350. This massive room stretches so high you can't even spot the ceiling, and right in front of him sits a dragon with a body that looks completely wrong. Staring at him, the protagonist realized this dragon was tiny compared to the others. Then the monster slowly lifted its head, like it wasn't even bothering to look at the guy. Kai felt those eyes on him start to lock in at that moment, and somehow the monster didn't look like any other dragon at all. The ape test kicks off. Fafnir, the golden dragon, is getting erased next, and the system voice snaps at Kai's opponent to unleash every last drop of power, leaving Kai staring like, wait, why is that voice fighting on his asterisk side? He couldn't stand the idea of lecturing a dragon, and just when he'd started, his patience snapped. His sword came out in an instant, and he snarled that his blood was boiling. Kai planted his feet on the ground, stared down the dragon, then snapped his head to him and shouted that they had to fight. Right then, the dragon slammed in hard, sending the main character flying for what felt like forever, his clothes torn and his whole world choked with thick smoke. On one knee, he rammed his sword into the ground just to stay upright, and blood covered his face and body as he let out a small, shaky laugh. A heartbeat later, that light laughter snapped into wild, hysterical cackles, and he threw his head back and roared with laughter. Blood blasted from the main character's mouth, his voice vanished into silence, and then his entire body collapsed backward. He hurled himself down the stairs, hit the floor hard, and froze. Blood smeared beneath him where he'd fallen. Sprawled there, he stared at the ceiling and realized he'd been crushed, wiped out completely. He swallowed his doubt, snorted at how pointless his own attacks felt, because now beating this dragon is his next mission, and he's still laughing like it can't stop him. After a while, he snapped back to reality, only to find himself on level 1, standing right inside a pool of water. He spun his eyes around, stunned by the fact that the bleeding had finally stopped, and he couldn't shake the weird, impossible feeling of his body being stitched back together. After that, he pressed his head against the edge of the source, shut his eyes, and let out a shaky breath, like he'd finally accepted what was coming. Kai realized the whole problem was simple. His physical moves weren't cutting it, so if he didn't swing a sword, how was he ever supposed to beat a dragon using anything else? At first, the main character just froze, no ideas at all, lying there with his eyes shut like he'd slipped into sleep, until finally he blurted, maybe I should try using magic. Kai snapped his eyes open, then dove straight into his storage, hoping, praying, that the magic book he'd been handed as a reward was hiding something amazing. He tapped his item box, hit search, and typed in the Book of Magic. Then boom, the exact item he needed popped right into his hands. Then he swung around to a search engine, hunting answers to every question burning in his head. Sure, the book was packed with information, but the one thing that genuinely made him smile was that it was written for beginners. To use magic, you have to make a contract with the Book of Magic, sign it, and you won't even need to read it, because its contents will flood into your memory. If you try to read it anyway, the barrier snaps into place, and in the worst case, it can kill you. He panicked, convinced he was doomed. His gift wouldn't let him make a contract, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't learn magic the right way. Kai figured he had nothing better to do, so he'd read on, keep the elixir right there with him, and tell himself it didn't matter since there was no time limit. Right then, the hero clenched his resolve and chugged the elixir straight down to force a full recovery. He took huge, steady sips until the strength surged back. Once he finished the last drop, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then the air in front of him shimmered, and he snapped his gaze straight to it. He'd mastered resistance to magic poisoning, and once he clocked that the pounding headaches and nausea were the side effects of cursed magic, everything clicked. Now deciphering magic books came easier, even if his rank stayed just average. With everything finally steady, the protagonist told himself he should feel better already, so he dove right back into studying the book. Kai dropped onto the ground and stared at the book in his hands, stunned that 7,673 years had already crawled by since the game kicked off, because around him, more books crowded the air like they'd been waiting too. He clapped a hand over his mouth, convinced he'd finally cracked the whole thing. Then, after 60 long years, he realized he only truly understood a little bit of magic, and somehow, that thought still thrilled him. The boy finally clocked the truth. Magic isn't one size fits all. It's got normal powers and special ones, and everything except the basic and the higher stuff gets shoved into the special category. Mastering normal magic isn't his gift. He needs innate talent to even use the power, because without it, the Book of Magic won't form a contract with him, and without that deal, he can't possibly learn what's inside. No contract means he can't get normal properties, but there's a wild loophole: magic with no properties, where the object or even a human body is packed with magical power, and then that power gets unleashed. The protagonist finally got it. This time, he didn't need some born-with-it gift to use magic, because it was within his reach, and the moment that truth hit, a huge smile exploded across his face. Kai burst out, "This is awesome. I can finally get stronger," and that pure fire inside him kicked his legs forward. 8167 years have crawled by since the game began, and the main character can't shake the same nightmare. He feels like his resurrection is seconds away. He demanded everyone's attention for 1 minute, then he spilled the wild medical fact he stumbled on while reading book after book about medicine. Your body is basically a city of countless cells, each one a tiny tissue-building powerhouse, and you can even channel magical power straight into the nucleus of every single one. In theory, long-range attacks should let him pull off pseudo-station magic, but right now, magical currents are surging upward from his hand like they're charging for something huge. Just like that, peace vanished. He got resurrected right on the spot, and when the guy spun around, he found a massive monster creeping up behind him. He grinned and told him thanks for the monster's needing time to recharge. Then he apologized and admitted the enemy had turned into just another toy he could smash. It felt like the dragon caught his signal. Then it roared, charged up, and blasted a wall of fire, and the protagonist shot his hand up instantly, trying to block the inferno. With a calm face, he declared he'd unleash unnatural magic to forge his body, Vajra's power, straight through the bones. Because he nailed that skill, the monster's entire assault slid right past him, and not a single hit landed. The protagonist stared at the hand in front of him and realized the monster's breath wasn't carving any wounds anymore, and with that, he didn't need super regeneration at all. The boy snapped at the excitement like it was destiny, then tore his sword free from its sheath. Turns out it's a fire sword. He grips it in both hands and unleashes the magic skill enhanced weapon, magical weapon, straight onto the battlefield. He fused magic and weapons down to the molecular level. Now that sword is literally magic, and it tears straight through with every hit. The protagonist told the monster he felt a little sorry for him, then warned it would get hit by a blade with maximum power, and you could tell the monster had no idea what he even meant. Then the main character snapped into motion, swung his sword, declared that the battle was starting, and braced himself to strike. The hero swung his sword and slammed it into the dragon's scales, so cleanly he hacked off half its head, and the beast went down for good. After the blow landed, he dropped his sword and stared up at his opponent. First shock flickered across his face, then sadness settled in. Kai swore the monster's upper half had just vanished into thin air, and now Fafnir didn't stand a chance against him either. He studied a terrifying kind of magic, the divine eye, that lets him track every living creature and every single object within a 500-mile radius. Right behind that wall, the protagonist spotted two new people spilling into the dungeon, but they were clearly way weaker than the last one. Kai refused to waste magic on something pointless. Then he changed tactics fast, and 3 stones burst into his palm, with 1 rock rocketing up into the sky. 11,065 years have slammed by since the game first began, and the main character keeps going, battling the same enemies again and again. He tore through his opponent again, and the system voice hit next. He just unlocked the skill, *** perfect mastery of throwing Kyrie U***. The main character grinned and swore that long-range attacks were the way to go, step by step, and that's how he earned the title of Dragon Slayer. He said he'd fought with everything he had, and now all that was left was trust, fate's next move, and then he sprinted for the exit of the level. His name is Kai Heinemann, 15 years old, but age barely even matters. He's got the weakest divine gift in the entire world, racks up 9,000 health and 8,000 mana, and he wears the title Dragon Slayer, the last of all titles, and yeah, he's stacked with a ton of skills. This time, the main character stood toe-to-toe with the very dragon that wiped him out last time, and when the system voice snapped that he was hopelessly incorrigible, Fafnir just shrugged it off. There was no way he was losing. The protagonist fired back, "You really think so?" And the voice snapped. Then the 8th trial of slaughtering the golden dragon Fafnir is starting again. Kai snapped that he couldn't stand the way those eyes stared back. How many years had he waited just to see them again? And at the same time, he'd been craving this fight for ages. His eyes looked bloodshot as he snapped, "I want to rip my throat open, just so I can see fresh blood spill." He swore this was his love, 3,500 years of it, falling for her again every single day, until he almost drowned. The main character's look went totally unhinged. he yanked his sword free and slashed straight at him, going for the hit. Turns out the guy chose to smash one of the barriers, like he'd lost his mind with purpose, and even the dragon couldn't believe he'd go that far. His punch smashed straight through the wall, blasting a massive hole like a bulldozer had tore the building apart. Right then, the wall surged back together into one solid structure, and when the protagonist saw it, he burst into laughter. Kai spun toward the dragon, demanded it look, and the moment it did, he snapped that he only did it for him, then dedicated the technique to him and hurled forth a magical weapon. He leaned in and asked if he could feel how his heart was pounding, because for 3,500 years, he'd been waiting for this moment, dreaming of him every single day, fixated on that clear, light crystal in his twilight eyes and the golden scales that shimmered like fire. He'd chased love for so long that he practically tasted it in his dreams, picturing that sweet meeting again and again, until his mind felt like it was breaking, so he finally called out the name of the dragon, Fafnir. Kai leaned in and demanded he prove it, show him that purest scarlet blood could pour from his own body, and that a gorgeous cry of despair could spill from his lips too. Then Kai ordered him to unveil his dragon in full, with it tearing across the floor in trails, while he got left to burn in brutal agony. The main character snapped his gaze to the dragon, said it was time to begin, told him he was ready to rumble, and insisted they fight fair and square. Then out of nowhere, Fafnir the dragon dropped his head in front of the main character and declared, "I surrender." At first, the guy didn't seem to register a thing, he just froze there. Then the madman mask slipped off and he blurted, "What's going on?" Even the system voice sounded stunned. The protagonist blared, "No way, there's no way this is happening. I haven't even drawn my sword yet, and that dragon can't just joke around like that." And the voice instantly backed him up, insisting the Fafnir had to step in. Kai kept pressing the point, insisting his sword had to collide with the dragon's horn, right in the middle of the fight, until the dragon crumpled into tears and begged, "I don't want this." Kai didn't budge. Whether it wanted it or not, it was happening. The guy claimed he'd been studying magic for 3,500 years just to take him down, yet the dragon just kept whining, and right then a system window popped up beside him. The voice blared that the 8th trial to slay the golden dragon was finally done, and Kai roared at him not to fold now. This round, he struck with a killer edge. The enemy quit and walked away unscathed. He started ranting about how everything was being done wrong, then snapped, "So who are you?" And the reply hit him with the same question, "Who are you?" The system voice promised him a special advantage, because he won, and Kai spiraled straight into despair. A system window popped up in front of him, and it basically announced, "Fafnir just stood up, he's acting like he wants a friend." Then it hit him with the question, did he want the dragon as his buddy? While he stared out the window, a dragon stood right beside him, tears pouring from its eyes. Then the second the guy turned around, the dragon's smile vanished and a cold, serious look snapped into place. Kai stared him down and blurted out, right there, whether that dragon truly wanted a friend, because from the way it looked, the answer was a hard no. Then the protagonist convinced himself a beast that Massive couldn't possibly keep up, only to find the dragon trembling right there in the moment. Kai realized this is a dungeon after all, and he wondered if he could shift his form to match whatever was waiting inside. The protagonist finally snapped to a terrifying conclusion. No matter what, this dragon was acting human. Even the anxious voice of that woman calms him, like she's already battling trouble in her own head, and not him alone. After all, he's been stranded for 10,000 years with nothing but silence, so yeah, this feels like pure luck. So when the hero was asked if he wanted the dragon as a friend, he snapped yes, and right then the dragon vanished, or better yet, morphed, shrinking down until he was tiny. But that wasn't the end. Kai spotted the dragon's shape through the smoke, and it warped in front of his eyes, shrinking down fast until it finally took on a human form. When the smoke finally vanished, a little girl stood there, grinning and flinging her arms in every direction, and when she called him master, she beamed that she was Fafnir, and that she couldn't wait to meet him. The main character stared at the smiling girl in front of him in pure shock, then blurted out whether the dragon was somehow way too small. The protagonist yanked on his gloves, draped a cloak over his shoulders, and slid a belt into place on his pants, fully gearing up to push forward. He stared at himself, grinned. Turns out this outfit was straight up awesome. It was the rare gear reserved for people who could topple Fafnir, right down to the dragon cloak, the dragon fabric stitched from legendary dragon parts, and those matching dragon shoes. He figured his clothes were basically gone, so he beamed and thanked her like she'd just handed him the coolest gift ever. Then a voice snapped to his attention, "Master," and it was Fafnir asking what to do with that trash, like could it be tossed out. She meant his old clothes, and he shot back that they weren't trash at all. Kai said, "We're together now, so remember, you've got infinite storage for anything you want." and she shot back, "Yeah, and you'll never pull them out again," but Kai just grinned and said, "That's not a sure thing." The protagonist yanked open a system window and started flagging things as important so he wouldn't accidentally trash them, and right beside him, Fafnir leaned in, scanning his list. Then she noticed the guy was genuinely thrilled. When Kai finally wrapped up the list, he spun toward the girl and told her they had to rush back to the first level because whatever they needed might be hiding there. She grinned and admitted she was all in. Then they got shoved back to level 1, an above-ground hellscape with nothing but a lone little one-story house standing out there in the empty nothing. The protagonist told her he forged it from materials he scavenged in the dungeon, then leaned in and asked what she thought, wanted to know if she really agreed it was absolutely amazing. Fafnir froze, staring at the house in pure shock, her eyes and mouth stretched wide, just a helpless gasp escaping her lips, because Kai had promised they'd score a proper meal here, and she knew she shouldn't look like that. Then he hauled the meat that had fallen from the Thunder Cow on level 290 in front of her, demanded what she thought, and boom, she froze in shock all over again. Then Fafnir's face contorted as she started freaking out. She said that meat had been sitting there so long it was making her want to puke. The guy shot back, saying she only looked nice, but he swore she was spitting out all kinds of vile stuff. The main character told her, "I snagged this thing ages ago," and revealed the fiery sword Flamberg, yanking it free and thrusting it right in front of the girl. He swore it had never done a thing in battle until he finally cracked it. Then his whole blade erupted in burning light. Kai's eyes sharpened with resolve, and he went in like a man on fire. He swung the ball, then fired off that deadly Karyu cooking-style sword art, the secret technique, and a wall of fire erupted right beside him. Fafnir, standing next to him, froze again in pure shock. Soon enough, a mountain of crispy fried meat landed on his plate, and he spun to the girl like, "It's done, go on, it's ready to eat." She served the dish like a waiter and told him he wouldn't mind spending 10 years on that kind of crust, and when Fafnir burst into joyful cheers, he called it awesome and crowned him the master. Saliva spilled from her mouth as she blurted, "Can I eat it already?" And the guy grinned, of course, then offered her a treat right then. He swore the only seasoning worth using was salt, so he studied everything, right down to the details. Levels 170 and 80, packed with water, each home to different monsters, which changes the water's quality. And it was sea salt that he used to forge the original salt. Fafnir wasn't even listening. She snatched a piece of meat, shoved it into her mouth right away, and started chewing like she couldn't get enough. Kai begged her to slow down since she'd gone from eating meat to going after him, and she shot back with a mouthful that he was just as delicious. Then Kai snapped into an argument, swearing he still had to cook, so she spit and yanked his hand back out. Massive piles of meat loomed all around her, and with one piece clenched in each hand, she shoved the third straight into her mouth and happily chewed like she'd won the world. She bit all 3 pieces and went, delicious. Then the main character let out a breath of relief and said, "Good to hear, because before you eat, you've got to drink the elixir." He kept watching the girl while digging into a big plate of meat. Meanwhile, her egg sat there, smeared and nasty with it, and he shut his eyes with a smug little smile like he couldn't get enough. Then it hit him. He spun an idea, reached out, and handed the girl a fork with a grin, while she blinked at him, totally baffled. Fafnir slowly grabbed the fork, stole a look at Kai as he used it, then speared the meat onto it and took a bite, while Kai told himself his food wasn't anything special, until, for the first time in 10,000 years, it hit so good it almost blew his mind. Something deep inside him had been missing for years, then, without warning, it snapped back into place like fate pulled the string. That strange, impossible feeling hit hard. And all at once, the obsession and anxiety that had been tormenting him for so long vanished too, melting away like shadows swallowed by the last rays of sunset. Facing the golden dragon, he couldn't wait to spill blood, but then he looked up at her dazzling, shy smile, and that urge vanished. He blurted out that it might be one of the 4 privileges, and when the girl pressed him for what he meant, he said they were both sitting in a winning position now. Then she fired back, "So what are you talking about?" immediately. The main character and that girl stood together deep in underground level 400, and somehow 13,000 years had already swallowed the time since the game's very beginning. Right there in the room, towering over them, sat a massive monster, one blazing eye, little horns jutting from the sides of its face, and tusks and a trunk hanging like a nightmare. Fafnir told him the monster had a ridiculously long nose, and he snapped back that he'd read about it too, said it was basically like an elephant's snout. Once the enemy heard them, it started growling out weird, unsettling sounds. Turns out this monster could actually talk. He spun toward the main character, bragged that he'd reached that level, and then praised him like it was a victory. The monster shot back and declared his name, Jarama Kala, and swore, with zero doubt, that he was the most evil demon alive, overflowing with pure, arrogant confidence. The main character snapped his head toward the girl and said, "Our enemy claims he's the most evil demon ever." Then he pressed her for her verdict, and she didn't even look away as she stared straight at him. Then she whipped around to the guy, dug into her bag like she was hunting for something, and he had no clue, so he blurted out, "You really want a steak?" She shot him down, saying she'd tackle it later. She kept digging through her bag, eyes locked in, and after a few tense moments, she finally yanked out the exact thing she needed. She pulled on a glove right over her hand and turned to the monster with a terrifying, bloodthirsty glare, swearing she'd lay him down, and Kai snapped into action immediately to stop her. The protagonist told her she sounded downright threatening and that she reminded him of someone, so Fafnir just smirked and said she might as well remind him of himself. The boy told himself he'd be a parent to her in every way, leading by example, then shut his eyes and demanded, "Watch me closely." The protagonist spun toward the monster, thrust a steak on a skewer in front of him, and warned his enemy that living like this was pure poison. Then the bored-looking guy snapped at him to surrender right now, promise made. He'd spare him and skip the fight. The protagonist kept going about surrendering to him, then whipped around to the girl and demanded it should look just like this, and right then, the monster's one eye blew wide open at him. The guy swore he didn't want to kill him. If nobody attacked, he'd forgive everyone, from insects all the way up to dragons. And right then, the others were staring, totally baffled like, who talks like that? The monster's fury exploded the moment the main character spoke, and it started roaring at him in a wild, messy stream of shouting, yet somehow, it still couldn't find the right words. The enemy leaned in close and snapped that the main character was nothing but a rude, vile person, because the monster itself worked for Mara, the greatest ruler in this world. He's the very first person Mara ever favors, and odds are he'll be the one who steps up to replace the creator among the gods when the future finally comes calling. Kai, a mere lesser god, had no business speaking to him. How dare he ask for anything after Mara's strongest warrior was the one who crushed him, and he still thinks he deserves even his remains here. Rage started bubbling up in his chest, and he snapped a skewer of steak in mid-throw. Then the entire room erupted in blinding light. Then the guy yanked out his sword, shut his eyes, and snapped at the monster, saying he talks way too much, pissing it off instantly. The main character snapped that if the monster had backed down immediately, there'd still be bones left. Then Fafnir pointed out the guy was just making more noise, and he suddenly realized he'd screwed up a little on how he raised him. She burst into a bright grin, cheeks flushed pink, then turned to him and swore she had zero doubts about him. He blurted out a justification, claiming he wasn't doing anything wrong, until she cut him off and demanded, "So this is how you kill?" Then he scrambled to argue his way out. Kai stared at her like, "You look ready to kill someone," and just then she blurted, "I'm hungry." So he shot back, "Don't worry, I'll cook you some meat," while his brain screamed, "Oh no, I'm a terrible parent." Then he pulled out the Book of Victories, stuffed with the souls of every creature he'd crushed in divine trials, so they could be called back later, but only after he sealed a contract first, and once that deal was done, he could summon and command them at will. Right then, the hero spotted a top-tier item spilled out of the chest, so was the monster he just crushed actually a boss? Before he could even answer, the system window slammed back into view. They announced they'd finally uncovered Jira Makala's soul, and then hit him with one chilling question: should it be cataloged? The main character and the girl stared at the message, hanging on every word. The guy weighed the offer with trembling focus, while Fafnir, at that exact moment, fought the urge to slam yes and ordered her to wait. Kai warned her dead serious, "Don't click everything you want," and she shot back, "But I want to hit the buttons." Kai nodded, "Go ahead, do it." So she flicked her finger and clicked. Then the book snapped upward with the protagonist's hands, and everything burst into a blinding glow. This guy just stared in pure shock, and even Fafnir couldn't believe what he was seeing. The moment it flips open, that book lands on a specific page, showing a photo of the slain monster and laying out every grim detail about its powers and traits. He told everyone, "It's all crystal clear to me," and that's exactly how the creatures got pulled in. Then he pressed the question again, "Can I really summon them?" After the answer, he flipped back to this amazing book and basically said, "Yeah, it's actually fascinating." The guy decided he had to brave the first level again and add everyone to the catalog, then told the girl to climb back up so he could check something, only for her to snap back that she was starving, and he instantly understood she needed to chow down hard. After a while, they climbed back to their level 1 and stepped above ground again. The protagonist sat by the house, flipping through a book, and the girl pressed him, "What are you doing?" Only for him to grin and say he was about to summon Jira Makalo, the one they'd caught. Fafnir fired off the monster's name right after him, pressed him for a confirmation about whether it was the same one she'd faced, the one with that massive nose, and just like that, a wild idea hit her. She screamed that this was the one her master had slain, then caught herself, snapped back at him to stop using that harsh word, and he nodded like, "Got it," as she agreed. The guy was left wondering if she truly understood what she was saying. Then the protagonist shot his hand out and said he was summoning him from the book on Kai Heinemann's behalf. He shouted Jira McCall and demanded the monster break its hold and free himself. A tiny spark of light flared on the ground in front of them, swelled bigger by the second, and then bam, it burst into a massive, blazing ball of light. After they'd barely caught their breath, a dead monster lunged back into the scene nearby, but this time, it didn't look as terrifying as the last one. Jura McCall shot his eyes upward, spun around, then locked his gaze on the protagonist and demanded, "What's going on?" Because where he stood, he had no clue this place even existed. Kai stared at him, then snapped, shocked. He really did show up. Fafnir sneered, calling him a long nose, and the monster demanded if he was really the brand new god. Jira Maikala realized the truth. He wasn't the boss at all, he was the subordinate, and the protagonist confirmed it, then ripped his soul out of the book and took control, saying he'd serve him from now on. But the monster snapped back that it outright refused, then demanded, "So what are you even doing now?" He snapped his eyes shut, scratched his head, let out a heavy breath, and admitted the monster still wouldn't listen to him. Then, out of nowhere, an unbreakable stick materialized in his hand. Rage twisted the protagonist's face into something bloodthirsty as he vowed to Jeremical, saying he'd follow him, because if he had to kill him 10,000 more times, maybe that would finally make him bend. 51,000 years have dragged by since the game first began, and Jermicala is sprawled on the ground outside his house, fast asleep, making weird little sounds, until a brutal cry rips through the night and demands he wake up, and his eye shoots open. The main character shot to his feet, scratched his head, and greeted him. Then the monster nodded like it already knew everything, wished him a good morning right back, and pressed a hand to his forehead with the edge. At that exact moment, the guy barked at him that he was dragging his feet and talking way too slow, so hard the monster shuddered, trembling with raw fear. The main character cursed at him, snapping that he'd already warned him to answer sooner, and when the monster dropped to its knees, it begged for forgiveness for the mistake. Kai leaned in and asked Jirama Kala what was wrong, only for him to spit back that he was just a trash beetle crawling on the ground. Then Kai shot back, "So are these beetles better than you?" And Jirama Kala answered, without hesitation, "Nah, I'm the most hopeless beetle of all." Right then Fafnir stepped onto the porch of the house, yawned wide, stretched like she owned the morning, and cheered everyone with a bright, "Good morning." Then the monster pressed his hand to his forehead again, greeted her with that unsettling calm, and announced he was just a garbage beetle. He snapped at the guy for saying that stuff back there in front of a girl, and the monster instantly flipped out, then demanded forgiveness all over again. Fafnir finally snapped back to herself, clutched her forehead, wished everyone good morning, then turned on the owner and called him a trash beetle too, only for the guy to start boiling with rage because she'd said it. Then the girl snapped back that she was a trash bug too, and Kai went off on Jira Maikala, screaming that his fault was turning them all into bugs. Then the monster demanded their forgiveness again. The main character snapped, "For punishment, you're doing 500,000 push-ups," then barked, "Start now," and the guy immediately dropped in and began. An hour had already slipped by, and Jermicala was wrecked, sweat streamed down his face as he fought to catch his breath. The monster bragged that the job was done, and when the protagonist praised him, it smirked and said they'd head underground next to keep stuffing the book. Tai shot his hand forward and said he had to test this thing he found the day before. Jermicala stared, asking if it was just another boost for his strength, and Tai shook his head, saying no. The protagonist blurted that these were the Divine Seal's gloves, and with a snap of will, he could dial his strength up or down at will. The monster echoed his exact words back, then demanded, "So you can do that, did I hear you right?" Kai told her that if you push your strength to the breaking point, almost dying, then somehow come back and win, your stats explode and your abilities sharpen. But if you lose, you're toast, and that's why after pulling it off, he laughed with the girl, while the monster stared like, "Yeah, this guy's definitely got something wrong upstairs." The protagonist ordered Jira McCall to clean up and cook before he came back, and Jira nodded along. Then Kai added, "Fafnir's a bottomless pit, so I'm counting on him," and once again he agreed. 65,000 years have slammed past since the game first began, and the main character, along with Fafnir, dives straight down to underground level 700. Kai claimed there weren't any trees or rocks here, just a scarlet sky, and even then his voice sounded worn out. He warned her this was an empty level, and the girl, eyes fixed on that sky, repeated every single word right after him. Suddenly the main character snapped, "Something S out there in the distance," and he swore this place runs at 200 degrees, if you stay, you die. Then it hit him, the thing really is there, and it can only be the boss. A massive bird burst into view, fully wrapped in roaring flames, and it warned them that fresh faces had already shown up before it. Then it stared with deadly seriousness, daring to ask, did someone really reach its level? The protagonist realized the gloves crushed his skills, and suddenly he couldn't even gauge the enemy's strength anymore, and that truth hit him hard. Back then, Kai could only find his rank at one single meeting, so he couldn't stop thinking, what if the enemy's just waiting to cut me down? And honestly, even when he asked, he didn't trust the clear answer. The higher the rank, the harder it was to even spot what people were really planning. Since the enemy couldn't see him, he figured they had to be tough. Then he nearly ripped off his gloves, because if the threat turned out to be weak, he'd be throwing away all that precious experience. Then the guy dropped his eyes to the girl and fired a question at her about what she thought of the whole mess. While Fafnir didn't even blink, she answered with her opinion, eyes locked on him. Her mouth started watering, her eyes went wild with hunger, and she grinned that their opponent looked downright delicious. Then the protagonist instantly got exactly what she meant. Kai swung his head to Fafnir and said she must like chicken, but she snapped back that it had to be cooked well done, and Kai fired right back. He wasn't talking about food at all, he meant strength. The main character planted his hands on his hips and demanded to know why she had to stuff herself so much just because she was a lady. Then Fafnir shot back, a little annoyed, that it was simply too delicious, while the bird sat there utterly baffled about what they were even arguing over. He told her no matter how she aimed her eyes at their opponent, it was still a giant bird, and when she finally clocked that he was talking about her, shock hit her hard. She squirmed in discomfort, rage flared in her chest, and she snapped at him, asking who Kai had just called a giant. Then he spun toward the voice, blinking nervously as he tried to explain she'd gotten it all wrong. The protagonist said he was just expressing himself, period, and asked about the ingredient. The bird flipped it back on him, questioning what ingredient he meant, and that kind of disrespect toward the divine phoenix is basically unforgivable. The bird shrieked that she'd never forgive him, and Kamishima Phoenix took that as a personal insult, so rage flared hotter and hotter until she even shot up into the sky. Right then Fafnir yanked out her gear, armored gloves, and barked an order, forcing the dragon's iron armor to lock onto her. Then the girl snapped her gaze to the main character and promised, I'll handle it, and he answered, I just want to eat the phoenix. The voice snapped, asking if it was happening again, then declared the plan to topple the phoenix was finally starting, only for him to realize he hadn't heard that warning in ages, and the bird shot back that it wouldn't save them. Phoenix shot up into the clouds, then blasted fiery projectiles straight at the protagonist and the girl. Ask for forgiveness, she demanded before his hellfire hit. The flames chased Fafnir down, getting closer with every heartbeat, so she shot her gauntlet out in front of her and let it drink the fire. Then she told Phoenix she'd misjudged her armor and blasted the move Earth in Heavenham. Then her body blasted upward into the air, legs shooting for the sky while her head snapped toward Phoenix's opponent, screaming frantic words in some unknown language as she pleads with Phoenix. Right after that, she shifted midair, thrust her hand forward, and unleashed the lion strike, eyes blazing with pure, unstoppable determination as she went in to fight. One savage blow ended the bird instantly. It crashed to the ground on its back. Fafnir poured pure force into every hit, then screamed that Phoenix would get struck again and again. After a few tense moments, she finally hit her mark. Then, with one more brutal swing, she split the bird's body cleanly into two. Only when Fafnir finally cooled down did she let the enemy stand there, then drift upward into the sky and glide down toward the earth. Moments later, she slammed onto the ground with a brutal crash, then thrust her gloved hand forward to keep herself from getting hurt. Smoke roared around her, and the floor where she hit was ripped and wrecked. The main character clapped hard, grinned, and told her it was amazing, because today she nailed every technique name with zero mistakes, and you could see how proud and thrilled he was. His smile stretched wide as she assured him that everything was set. Fafnir stared at him like a hungry storm had just found its target, then started drooling again, mouth watering as she spun toward the owner and demanded he get the food ready. The protagonist shut his eyes, nodded at her words, and swore he'd fry right away. Then the sword materialized in his grip, and just as it did, he spun around because he spotted the light blazing behind him. Kai spun to Fafnir and blurted that the phoenix lit itself, and Fafnir snapped back that it was clearly restoring, until Kai cut in again, insisting the bird was reshaping its body right before their eyes. The main character kept staring in disbelief as he talked about the phoenix snapping back to its real form. Then the girl smirked and said she'd killed it properly, and back then, the bird really was transforming into its usual self. Phoenix got back on her feet in the blink of an eye right after those few moments passed. She flashed a bright glare and said, "I'm sorry, but you can't kill me." Then she made it clear. Even if she got wiped out tens of millions of times, she'd still be reborn, blazing in those shining eyes. Fafnir tried to claim that after what just happened, she'd crush the bird again, but the protagonist cut her off mid-sentence, grinned like he already knew the outcome, and burst into laughter. He said so the phoenix can't be killed, and just accepted it, then went for his sword, sliding it from the sheath, while the voice inside the haze snapped, "That plan is driving me crazy." The main character admitted his blood hadn't boiled like this in ages, so he's diving in now to see just how truly unkillable that bird is. Kai swore he'd tear everything out of him while he was still alive, then slice it all up, down to the nail on his pinky, eyes blazing with pure bloodlust. Then he goes in and smashes everything to glittering scraps, until he's left wondering how long Phoenix can keep breathing. Just when that thought starts to spiral, a calmer voice cuts through and snaps him back. He hears himself call him Daddy, and realizes the girl is staring right at him. Then something shocked him so hard he flinched, dropped his sword straight from his own height onto his foot, and completely ignored it. He started freaking out, peppering questions about what happened and how it happened, his voice trembling so hard he could barely get the words out, while cold sweat poured down his face. The protagonist watched the phoenix bird get shredded into chopped pieces, and he snapped that if it was cut up like that, it was truly finished. Then the voice confirmed the bird's defeat and practically threw a victory parade for him. Fafnir loomed beside him, slobbering onto the floor, and Kai was still frozen in shock. He demanded if Phoenix was just messing with him, and she snapped back that she'd been reborn. She stood right beside him, gripping the cutlery like it mattered, while he cooked the phoenix dish just for her. Then he slid the finished plate over. Her face lit up instantly, but he kept moving on autopilot, still stunned out of his mind. Right then, a system window blasted onto his screen, declaring they'd finally found the immortal phoenix bird's soul, and asking if he should add it to the catalog, so he repeated the last words out loud, like a vow. Rage burned through the main character as he shouted curses, then he slammed his fist into the wall with such force he shattered it. Kai leaned in and demanded, "Where are you, immortal?" But the bird just babbled nonstop like she couldn't even hear him. Did she really throw in the towel that fast, or was there a chance she'd lasted 10 more years, until Kai ended it with, "Nope, you're a terrible bird." Right then, Fafnir loomed nearby and devoured the food set out for her, then snapped her eyes wide and gaped at the protagonist's moves, until he finally realized he'd screwed up a little. He snapped his head to her, thrust his hands out in front, flashed that sweet little smile, and told her those words can't be said. Then he leaned in and asked, "Do you understand me?" Kai told her he'd show her exactly how not to do it, on purpose, aimed right at her, because it was a lesson, and when Fafnir called him out saying she could see he'd gotten carried away, Kai snapped that he wasn't messing around at all, he just wanted to show her. He told her she was a lady, then snapped that those words would be a mistake, asking what she thought about it. In his head, he swore it felt like a mistake for him too, and he pressed, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Fafnir flashed him a sweet smile, like she'd figured him out completely, then teased him for being a terrible master. At first, they just stared at each other in dead silence for a couple of seconds. Then the main character finally caught what she meant, and panic hit him so hard he went on edge instantly. Kai ran his fingers through her hair, praising her like the good girl she was, while guilt crushed him, because deep down he was sure he'd failed as a parent. Then he told her to head home, and she nodded right away, promising, "We'll go back to the garbage bug." The heroine sat there with a worn-out face, like every nightmare and sleepless night had finally crushed her bones, her eyes staring blankly, her body drained of strength, and she'd been stuck like that for ages. Faf is a dragon, rare, sacred, and bursting with wisdom and magic, and the heroine can't even remember why she's been stuck in her dungeon for so long. Maybe someone once left her there to guard it. Then boom, he arrived, the master. His presence hit like a storm, shaking her whole world and flipping everything around her, and just like that, he took the center of it all where her life had been shut down and empty. The master smashed the wall behind her with a single, brutal sword swing, proving he was pure power and razor skill, and that he never flinches when obstacles rise, because he's ready to flip any situation on its head. But the owner felt terrifying as hell. His eyes were ice cold and drilling, and just standing there made everyone feel small, until the girl finally remembered the words someone once told her. She'd been promised that one day someone would show up and set her free, and when that moment finally came, she'd have to take his hand, trust him, and keep moving forward no matter what. Then she moved in with the owner and started her new life there. Over time, he didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Friendship blossomed. He turned out to be genuinely kind, and the fact that he could cook up incredible food became her real comfort. For the first time in ages, the heroine finally had someone to talk to, someone she could eat with, lean on, and feel safe beside, and she realized just how deep that loneliness had been. She fell head over heels for her master, like destiny itself locked them into the same forever. Their days were nonstop, adventures hunted, training hammered in, books devoured, laughter spilling, and then peaceful sleep, all together as one tight family. Fafnir devoured every last bite, then straight up demanded seconds, proving she's got that bright, happy spirit that lives for a good feast, and for a moment their lives felt warm and perfectly joyful. She flashed him a smile and praised his cooking skills, saying he was truly amazing, and it instantly left him flustered, cheeks warming up as his eyes lit up with excitement. He gently ruffled her hair and said it was because of her that his cooking had gotten so much better. He admitted he used to ignore it, but now he was cooking with her in mind. Right then, the door swung open with a sharp creak, and the owner whipped around in shock, because someone stormed in and shattered the quiet between them. Giant, hulking creatures with human-like faces came charging in, strong and downright intimidating, and they greeted the group with huge smiles. Good morning. The guests dropped the news. 2 more followers were jumping into the squad starting today, and everyone knew this was a huge moment that meant the team was expanding and fresh opportunities were about to hit. The hero lit up and welcomed the newcomers with pure joy, throwing hope and confidence their way. Then he banked on their talent, convinced that if they teamed up, they'd absolutely crush it and reach something huge together. The followers begged the hero to be safe, and he grinned, promising he'd be back by evening, then demanded dinner and a hot bath waiting for him, like that was the perfect way to end a brutal, non-stop day. Faf gazed up at her master with those sweet eyes, and the devotion in them hit hard, pure tenderness, like a tiny soul finally curled up beside its unstoppable protector. The girl said the monsters truly respected the owner, and when she got praised for it, joy lit her up like fire. Right then, the owner spun around and softly beckoned her over, urging her to stay close, share their bond, and give him her full support. The heroine snapped her focus into place and started her spell, pouring every ounce of power into it. Then it worked, and with that crucial step, she shoved her strength even higher. She was over the moon. She nailed it in one shot again today, and you could feel it. Her skills were leveling up, and every ounce of effort paid off, filling her with pure confidence as she stared at the result with pride. She closed in on the owner, opened her mouth, eyes popping wide, then froze, because the owner's mood was nothing like she expected, and the words just wouldn't come out. He stood there with his head bowed and rage-tight tension on his face, looking utterly broken, his eyes empty, like they'd stolen the power from the strong, confident guy everyone was used to. The girl called his name again, clueless about what was happening, blind to the sadness crushing his soul. She kept reaching for him, desperate to pull him back to the way he was before. Suddenly, the owner's laughter burst out, awkward at first, then growing louder and real, like it had ripped the grip of his grudges and sorrows right off, flooding the whole room with warmth. He brushed her head again, and warmth surged through her like a blanket, care pure and real, and the heroine couldn't stop smiling, because even with all his strength and stubborn resolve, she could see he still carried loneliness in his eyes. Sometime in the dead of night, she jolted awake just to hit the toilet, and the second she did, something terrifying snapped into place, stealing her breath with no explanation, making her heart hammer like it was trying to escape her chest. Her owner was gone, and the chill of loneliness wrapped around her. Tears streamed down her face as bitterness and helplessness swallowed her whole. She tore through the hut calling for her master, sobbing so hard she felt completely swallowed by the dark, and every tear she spilled carried the raw pain and terror she couldn't hide. Meanwhile, the owner lingered outside, hooked on the railing as he stared past the horizon, his expression heavy with thought and his eyes filled to the brim with quiet sadness. Every now and then she caught his face shifting, and each time it happened, his sadness sank even lower, scaring her. She wanted to ask what was wrong, but she couldn't close the distance enough to talk to him directly. He blurted out a name nobody recognized, and the way he said it burned with love and heartbreak, like it was the one thing he couldn't live without, and the heroine just stood there, realizing that behind those words was a piece of his soul he'd been hiding. Every time the master said that name, his eyes went blank and distant, like he was diving into dark memories no one else could reach, and that name pulled at his very soul. The door creaked out of nowhere, ripping him right out of his thoughts. He whipped around and stared into the dark with alarm, his heart suddenly racing like something big had just gone down. The heroine stood at the doorway, drowning in tears, shoulders trembling with every desperate sob, completely shattered, so raw and sincere her crying cut straight to the heart. He softly reached out to wipe the tears from her face, trying to grasp why she was hurting, and then, no panic, just calm, he told her they'd hit the dungeon tomorrow, teasing the test that was coming, and somehow his words landed like pure resolve. Later, he pinned her to the bed with a tight hug, and she whispered, shaking, if he'd stay forever, and he shot back, confident as ever, yes. That warm, solid hold wrapped her up like the comfort she'd been begging for. She read the words and couldn't breathe. She asked again and again as tears kept pouring, because the thought of losing him crushed her, and when her doubts finally hit his heart, he stepped up, ready to be her support and her promise. He swore straight to her face that he'd never lie, because honesty was the bedrock of what they had, and he was determined to earn her full trust, no matter what, because without it their relationship would crumble and lose the very strength they fought to protect. He leaned in and asked if she'd ever lied to him, and she didn't flinch. She swore she never had, then reminded him that he'd always been truthful with her too, and that raw confession locked their trust in place, making their bond feel even stronger. With a smile on his face, the owner leaned in and told her, again and again, that he would always speak nothing but the truth, his words dripping with warmth and hope as he promised to stand by her, ready to be completely honest and open no matter what came next. They swore they'd never let go through the good times and the heartbreak, and when the heroine finally confessed her love, their hearts snapped tighter together. Those vows became their shield against every storm, and now they stared ahead like one united force. The owner swore he'd stay right by her side, and that promise finally gave the heroine the peace and confidence she'd been craving, like an anchor in her chest that kept her steady when fear and doubt surged, warming her heart with calm. With the divine test finally over, that years-long tension started to melt away, and the hero's fate was sealed, leaving their next step crystal clear. The three heroes stood inside the blazing divine circle, swallowed by mystical light, staring straight ahead as the next trials and mind-blowing discoveries waited just beyond the glow. Kai Heinemann's memory snapped back like a mosaic coming into place, and once the test wrapped up, his mind flooded with sharp clarity and raw strength. On his way to the capital, the hero spotted a red-haired man shadowing him nonstop, and before he could react, he stumbled straight into the divine test dungeon, right on the edge of the unknown. To escape the dungeon, he had to close the gap and catch his pursuer. Then luck hit hard, because inside, he learned to stop time outside the moment, giving him the upper hand in the fight. While he wiped out tens of millions of monsters and slogged through the dungeon, something totally unexpected was circling him, and the test itself, along with how he saw it all, started to twist and change. Years rained down on the world, but Kai didn't lose a single day. No wrinkles, no slow fade, just the same youthful body after all that time trapped in that strange, mysterious place. Fafnir clocked that something felt off with the master, and Astoroth nodded along. Then she leaned in and asked the hero if he wanted to head back to the old world, and that's when it finally clicked. These weren't just helpers, they were the ones running the whole upbringing. The hero stared at them with wild, half-crazy eyes, like he was screaming from the inside, fatigued, confused, and caught in a brutal test he didn't know how to survive. The girl shot up a white flag between them, begging for peace while grief crashed over her, her sad eyes screaming loss, dead hope, and a pain she couldn't possibly keep buried. Fafnir shot out a quiet warning. Someone had arrived, and this sudden, unexpected guest turned the whole room ice-cold as everyone froze, holding their breath for what came next. He said the hero had nowhere left to run. Then this guy burst in out of thin air, and suddenly his shadow meant a brand new threat they had to face head-on. Kai snapped his eyes up and realized the red-haired man who'd been shadowing him for ages had finally stepped right in front of him, and the moment he saw those familiar features, unease and a flicker of surprise slammed into his chest at the same time. Kai remembered this guy as pure power, strong, deadly, but the moment he saw him now, everything was flipped. He looked weak, worn out, and drained, and that shock hit hard enough to leave Kai guessing why. With a bratty tongue-out smirk, the kid taunted the hero, asking if he'd come with friends, his insolence blazing in every word and stare, like he was daring the hero to get mad or scared. He slapped the heroes with the label allies, tossed in funny girls, and the crowd nearby instantly exploded, faces twisted, fists clenched, and pure rage screaming at that insolent man as they prepared to fight back. Right when the allies were poised to strike, the hero slammed the brakes, telling them he'd take on the red-haired man alone, turning panic into calm and proving just how fearless he was. The hero told the stranger he had questions to ask, and he swore his divine seal gloves would give him the answers. Then the stranger snapped back, asking if he truly understood the danger he was standing in. The heroes snapped into an argument, each one fighting to prove their point, but the stranger sneered and said it wasn't even worth swinging a sword at Kai. He was too weak to matter in a real fight, and that insult turned the air electric, like a duel was about to ignite. All at once, a brutal, needle-sharp pain ripped through the stranger's arm. He yelped in shock, and that cry snapped through the whole area, leaving everyone frozen, because nobody saw this sudden defeat coming. His scream tore through the forest, brimming with raw terror, and the fear in his voice rippled outward, making everyone around him tense up fast, like that cry had woken up something ancient buried in these lands. 3 enraged wolves suddenly exploded forward at the hero, teeth flashing and eyes blazing with bloodlust, sprinting in like a living nightmare, right on the verge of tearing the enemy apart in an instant. Kai snapped into true swordsmanship the moment he could. Every step was sharp, every strike dead on, clean as a dancer's rhythm, and each swing landed with ruthless finality. His opponent stared in shock at Kai's skill, spit out "monster," and warned everyone to keep their distance, because that name wasn't just fear, it was respect with teeth. Even after the warnings, the hero barreled forward and unleashed that deadly line, a single strike so instant it could drop an opponent in seconds, razor-precise and merciless, leaving the enemy zero escape. The deathline cut down the enemy in an instant, and the allies erupted in real relief, genuine joy for Kai pouring through the whole room like warmth, turning the victory into a shining banner of unity and respect. The red-haired man flashed the Imperial Squad insignia, pure high-status power, and the moment people spotted it, they instantly knew they were looking at a dangerous enemy, wrapped in both respect and fear. A factionist aristocrat from the Amelia Empire is plotting to snatch the very first princess, Rosemary Lotto Amelia, and that cruel scheme could shatter peace and stability in an instant. To pull it off, the Emperor unleashed his finest, Zignal Gastria with the Emperor's sword, and the summoner ends, because only the best of the best could handle that secret mission. The hero couldn't stop thinking about Princess Rose, duty slammed into his chest, because he truly believed the kingdom's fate hung on keeping her safe, and he was ready to burn down his whole life to protect her. Determination roared in his heart. His ally whipped her gaze to him and asked what was wrong, clocking that flicker of worry on his face. Then she leaned in, gently asking if something terrible was haunting his thoughts, ready to help and understand him. The hero snapped back that he'd take the Emperor's sword in his hands, not just to prove he's strong, but to shield his family, come what may, and every word rang with raw courage, like he was battling his own fear while chasing justice. The boys snapped into action and cooked up a plan on the spot. Move fast, draw the Imperial troops away, and pray time doesn't run out, because every single second mattered, and only courage plus smart tactics would get them through. The hero ordered the grasshoppers to strike their opponents without a single pause, because he knew courage without mercy was the secret weapon in this war. So the team moved fast, hit precise every time, and left the enemy with zero room to breathe. The ally figured Kai had somehow tamed the dungeon monsters, and that curveball hit hard, because something like that could flip the whole battle, giving him power and an edge no one could see coming. He called forth the grasshoppers, so many flooded the battlefield that it felt like real darkness dropped from the sky, and they swarmed on command, tearing into every enemy with ruthless, merciless fury. Kai barked an order, make it count, and the grasshoppers launched forward, snapping into the sky before slamming down on their enemies with a thunderous roar, crushing them before they could even blink. They surged forward with breakneck purpose, hunting an attack that felt unstoppable, and their fury was so terrifying it could cut straight through anything in its path. Grasshoppers swarmed in and started gnawing into the people, ripping apart their opponents' defenses, merciless, relentless, and brutal as they hammered in crushing blows and terrified them with sheer numbers and raw rage. They even charged furious dogs, snapping and biting people right on their hands, completely relentless, and somehow nobody could stand against those tiny creatures that packed deadly danger. Inside Princess Rose's tent, they heard a jolt of commotion. Something was exploding outside the walls, and the tension kept climbing as people rushed in, gathering fast, ready for whatever threat was coming. Right then, another girl's scream tore through the air, enemy attack, and she blared the alarm for everyone to get defenses ready, because the tense moments before battle were about to slam into them all at once. The heroine pressed Anna for who their enemy really was, and Anna snapped back. It wasn't just outsiders from the Empire, it was one of them, hidden in plain sight, stirring up betrayal, fear, and non-stop suspicion inside the camp. They bolted out of the tent, barely making it before a huge crowd surged into position to storm in. This wasn't a small problem anymore. It demanded instant, decisive action. Lord Frankton stood out like a spotlight, twirling his mustache with a smug grin as confidence and authority rolled off him, while his eyes burned with secrets he wasn't about to reveal. Anna stepped in to protect the princess, becoming her shield and her backbone, ready to sprint straight into battle to tear the coming threat apart and save her queen. The hero declared, if the princess marries the Empire's third prince, and he claims the throne, our homeland will finally be safe, and everyone knew this wasn't a fairy tale plan. It was a cold, practical move to keep the kingdom alive. Lord Frankton snapped back that he'd do everything he could for the kingdom's future, but the people around him didn't buy it for a second. The princess screamed at the Lord, accusing him of betrayal, and she refused to swallow a plan that crushed her beliefs and dishonored her honor. Just then, a mysterious man crashed into the scene and swore he'd stop these plans cold, throwing fresh twists into the mix and turning the conflict up to maximum heat. The girls spotted Arnold, the leading knight, stride right up to their side like he owned the moment. That grim stare and sharp, slender stance made people snap to attention, because in this terrifying moment, he was the princess's essential shield. The The cigarette-smoking man exploded forward and slashed at the Lord with wild fury. His courage was terrifyingly strong, and the moment the blade came in, the Lord snapped into a full-throated scream, scrambling to defend himself and shouting a warning to his allies. Right at the breaking point, another young man slammed into the path of the sword, blocking the strike with a cold, unshakable stare. Arnold's blow wouldn't land, and that sudden pause hit like a shockwave. The young man stared at the hero with unshakable confidence, refusing to let the Lord be cut down, calm as ice, but his resolve was steel. He wouldn't fold or let the fight end just because the hero wanted it to. That young man lit up the moment he found a worthy opponent and introduced himself as Zignal Gastria, his calm, confident vibe screaming that he'd fought this kind of battle before, and suddenly everybody leaned in, locked onto every move. He demanded to know if this young man was truly the Empire's current sword, because he had to figure out exactly who he was up against, and everything about the next moves, and the battle's outcome hinged on that answer. The heroes collided in a steel-on-steel sword fight, trading lightning-fast strikes with razor-precise timing, and you could feel their grit hanging in the air. One single blow could tip the whole battle either way. The girls stared at the battle, hearts pounding, wondering if these young fighters were truly evenly matched in skill and strength, because the fight burned bright and fierce, and that intensity screamed a confrontation nobody could ignore. Right then, bam, a snake erupted out of nowhere, jaws wide open and striking for a deadly bite, and the whole crowd froze because that sudden threat could flip the entire battle in an instant. A venomous snake snapped forward at Arnold, aiming to sink its fangs into his neck. But the knight clocked the strike at the last second, slammed the snake back with a savage, terrifying glare, and that single look froze the predator and terrified everyone watching. He smirked and taunted, asking if those tricks were really enough to scare him. Then his piercing, terrifying stare hit, and the opponent froze on the spot, stunned and shaking, like they never saw that kind of reaction coming. The opponent barked at Enzu, his ally, to stay out of the fight, claiming he had this under control and didn't need anyone stepping in, because he wanted to seize the upper hand all on his own. He snapped back that this wasn't the moment for games or meddling, and told them to stay locked on the plan and finish the main job. His steady calm kept everyone in line, even as the battlefield erupted into chaos. The hero declared that the Emperor's order was his #1 mission, and nothing at all, could make him retreat, burning with pure determination to go as far as it took to finish the job. The princess stared in horror, fear squeezing her heart shut as the image hit her, where the hero was fighting alone now, battling the enemies for everyone's safety, so she dropped to her knees and begged for his salvation. Even with a little fatigue dragging at him, the hero kept a cigarette tucked in his mouth like it fed his strength, breathing steady, eyes locked on the task, still standing guard. Right here, Anna stared at every move like it mattered, her mind racing, planning her next move and hunting for the safest way to shield the princess and all her allies. Anna snapped into action. She knew she had to rattle the enemy so everyone else could slip into the forest, fast, no excuses, and with the princess's safety on the line, she made her move without hesitation. Right now, the princess's life was everything. Nothing else mattered, not even the noise around them. The heroes knew one wrong move could snuff her out and collapse the whole kingdom. Suddenly, a figure of the knight lunged from behind and clamped onto Anna's neck, swearing she would never get away. His grip was brutal, and terror hit her like lightning. Other knights grabbed the princess too, trapping her before she could slip away. She fought tooth and nail, but their strength crushed her, and the danger kept escalating until capture felt inevitable. Right then, En spun around and snapped at the heroes to do whatever they wanted to the girls. His cruelty was ice cold, merciless, like he'd thrown human morality out the window just to finish the mission. The girls thrashed and screamed, straining against the grip like it could be snapped. Yet the knights clamped down harder, denying them even one step, and terror flooded their hearts. Right then, the heroines couldn't stop asking how those knights could turn on their country and brutalize their own people, so their inner war only sharpened their resolve to fight back, not just with strength, but with conviction against betrayal. The princess shrieked for help, her voice cracking through a suffocating silence that reeked of fear. She fought to save her friends and herself, but somehow not a soul heard her screams. Out of nowhere, something brutal struck the hero, clutching Anna by the neck. Then his head was cut off instantly, and the whole story flipped on its head in a single heartbeat. The same fate hit the knight escorting the princess. Then, out of nowhere, a blade flashed from behind and his head rolled free. It was Kai, all fire and focus, moving like a storm to protect her. The princess stared in horror as her attacker dropped dead right in front of her, her eyes going wide and her heart sprinting in her chest. So sudden the rescue felt unreal, and she couldn't make herself believe it was actually happening. The knight's body finally gave way and crashed toward the ground, swinging through the air as the princess froze in pure shock, unable to process that Kai's move had saved her. She finally clocked it. Kai was the one who had her back when everything hit rock bottom, and from that moment on, her view of him would never be the same. Every kid who hits 13 gets a divine blessing, an unstoppable gift that rewrites their fate, reveals what they're truly capable of, and shoves them onto a path packed with life-changing power and chances. A holy sword gets handed to someone, pure light, sharp justice, and with it, the power to guard the weak and clash for the truth, turning its bearer into a real hero and shield for their people. The King of Spears is passed down to others, a blazing emblem of raw power, an ancient weapon that doesn't just hit hard, it boosts strength and turns battles into chess moves. That gift Kai got was the weakest, bottom-of-the-barrel one in history, so useless and forgettable that everyone looked at him with pure contempt, and Kai started doubting his own powers for ages. The girl watching Kai blinked in total shock, because she never expected anything more than a weak boy, and then she saw a man who had been turned into something unrecognizable, leaving her torn up inside. In her eyes, Kai used to look weak as dust, but now he moves like a different person, confidence and raw strength spilling out of every step, and it's impossible not to be shocked by how he's finally become someone nobody can ignore. He reached out to her, asked softly if she could stand, and you could feel the care in every move. He was ready to help her up and protect her no matter what hit next. When people spotted Kai, they screamed that he was a monster and bolted in panic. His strange, mysterious power felt so terrifyingly unreal that fear and awe crushed any courage, and most just turned away and avoided him at all costs. Right then, Fath burst onto the scene, smashing into the enemies with fierce fury. Her courage ignited her allies and sent pure dread tearing through the hearts of her foes, turning the whole battle on its head. The team hauled the Lord in, then welcomed the princess with open arms, proving their one united force, and that hard-earned win lit a spark of hope for what's coming next. Commander Kai surveyed his men with proud certainty, and that calm confidence ignited everyone's courage, while the princess stood frozen in shock, stunned by what she was seeing, until it totally rewired how she understood the world and the people in it. The princess stared in disbelief, because everything unfolding before her felt unreal, like a dream you can't explain, and as she struggled to take it all in, she finally understood how massive that moment truly was. Renat kept talking about Kai for years, calling him a weak kid, and those stories stuck to her so hard that her opinion is finally starting to flip, fast and dramatically. She called Kai a weak, simple-minded boy who'd never accomplish anything great. Then this moment hit, shattered every word she'd ever said, and forced her to finally recognize what real strength looks like. The princess couldn't process what she was seeing. Pure shock hit her as the moment unfolded, everything feeling unreal and wrong, and her heart hammered like it wanted out of her chest. She erupted into a piercing scream, shouting for Arnold and Anna, desperate as hell to wake her allies and make them look, pure fear shaking every word. Kai snapped them into existence. Healing slimes swarmed the battlefield, sealing wounds and pouring strength back into the exhausted fighters, and suddenly hope for salvation and victory started to surge again. Arnold was stunned when his wounds sealed up in record time, all thanks to those slimes. He couldn't shake the feeling that something magical just saved him, and suddenly his fighting spirit surged like never before. After using the slimes, Anna's pain finally melted away, and a wave of raw strength crashed back into her, giving her fresh hope and burning her determination to keep fighting for the princess and the kingdom. The girls erupted with joy at being rescued and supported, and the hero's heart swelled too, thrilled he could help his friends and allies when everything felt lost, bonding them even tighter and proving they'd come out stronger together. The man leaned in and asked Kai straight up if he could really summon those slimes. Then his eyes lit up with real awe at how brutally effective that power was in a fight, and you could tell he meant it, genuinely impressed and respectful. He told the Lord, dead serious, that the slimes were his friends and allies. Then he pivoted and fired off a sarcastic, mocking question about what kind of pathetic show he was putting on, dripping with contempt and full of confidence. The Lord's two allies thought grabbing one girl would be easy, so they rushed in on their own, no backup, no luck, only to reveal how arrogant and clueless they were about the danger waiting for them. The boys froze when the Imperial soldiers came back, and suddenly the danger felt 10 times worse, so they geared up for a brutal new round, because the real test was right around the corner. At that moment, Kai spotted the alien swordsman, this shadowy, deadly opponent who could flip the whole fight with just one appearance, and his eyes snapped sharp as he braced for the next incoming threat. The hero stepped up and challenged Kai to a fight, igniting a tense showdown that could flip the whole battle's outcome, and the pressure kept climbing until everyone was sure they were about to witness the decisive blow. Kai couldn't figure out why that man was bursting with excitement and treating the meeting like it was life or death, while Kai stayed ice calm and his opponent fumed with agitation. He snapped at Enzu to get out of the way and swore he'd tear the hero down with his own hands, pure fury and unshakable resolve, no turning back. The young man snapped that everything piling up only crushed him, like this whole fight didn't deserve his time, his heart, or his effort, and that hit their confrontation like gasoline. Arnold blared a warning that the princess couldn't keep her head out there, so he lunged in front of her and threw his own body up like a shield to stop any attack. The opponent had zero clue what Kai was about to pull off. Then Kai snatched the stick off the ground in a flash, ready to swing for a fight or block to defend himself, eyes blazing as everything happened in seconds. Kai sized up his opponent like, seriously, you're too immature to even raise your blade, and the smug feeling of being stronger swelled in him as he wrote his rival off as weak and not worth his real attention. That cold disdain lit a fuse in the hero's chest, rage surged, and he snapped back fast, choosing courage over silence, ready to prove his strength and stand tall with dignity. With lightning speed, he lunged at Kai and swung his sword like a thunderclap, sharp, brutal, and so sudden it smashed the fight out of Kai's hands, forcing him to stagger back and fend it off. Kai shrugged off the hit like it was nothing, then snapped into motion with razor-precise, lightning-fast moves, swatting away every attack like it cost him nothing. He kept slamming away the fast-flying strikes, denying his opponent even a single crack in his defense, and his relentless grit and lightning agility had the crowd staring in awe. Suddenly, the heroes broke apart and shoved off in different directions, and that split flipped the whole fight on its head, everybody scrambling to rethink their plan and line up for the next brutal clash. The girls stared at the battle with their mouths hanging open, because one of the heroes wasn't swinging a sword at all, he was fighting with a stick, and that strange choice turned every second into pure mystery and tension. Kai's opponent swung in with everything, and the hits never landed because those blows couldn't scratch him at all. The more chaos erupted, the calmer and more confident Kai got, leaving everyone watching even more stunned. Arnold stared with his mouth hanging open, a cigarette jammed between his lips, while pure surprise and loud admiration blasted across his face at the young fighter's insane skill. He figured the kid's dominant hand was just too sharp, so that kind of control and technique could only come from years of hard training and experience. Tens of thousands of years of training separated these heroes, and that skill gap made the fight brutally one-sided, like an entire world of experience stood between them. The princess realized his real gift wasn't raw strength, it was relentless training and pure hard work, and he proved that even the weakest talent could become a deadly weapon when persistence met experience. The hero duked it out with Kai and suddenly knew he was getting crushed. His confidence shattered on the spot, fear slammed into his chest, and he realized the enemy wasn't just tough, he was far stronger and way more skilled than he'd ever shown. Kai snapped his stick forward and knocked the sword clean out of his opponent's hands with lightning skill, leaving the enemy stunned and weaponless, and that one brutal move completely flipped the fight. The opponent staggered in shock at the young man's audacity, stunned beyond belief that he'd been beaten that easily, and it instantly shattered his confidence. He cracked his mouth open and broke into a sweat, stunned that he was about to lose, his pride shattered, and humiliation burned through him while everyone watched the fight. The hero stood tall, swore he'd hold back, spare Kai, because the Emperor's sword demanded respect, and even in defeat, he chose honor over the fatal strike. Ian watched everything spiral out of control, then let out a heavy sigh, because with the battle raging on, he couldn't shake the dread of what would happen next. The hero roared in humiliation and rage, refusing to swallow defeat and his own weakness while his opponent watched. The antagonist snapped. He had to kill this man and Kai too, because both were getting way too deadly, especially that young kid with magic, and then he started chanting spells, gearing up for the final blow. He summoned a ridiculously stylish fire spirit, craving one thing, burn it all and smash his enemies. Then the flames erupted, blasting the air with brutal heat and pure danger. The hero froze in terror and total confusion, staring at Ents like, "What are you doing, and how is your magic this strong?" Then bright flames swallowed everything around them, blasting the whole space into a blazing hell. Kai shot back with a grin, saying this pathetic flame didn't stand a chance. Then he called the spirits, sealed the fire spirit's power in, and slammed the destruction to a halt. Then the real fight erupted, an explosive clash of elements and raw power, where every hero's fate and the destiny of the entire kingdom hung in the balance. Kai's summoned spirit spoke with fearless confidence, swearing it would grant any wish his heart wanted. Its deep, commanding voice sounded like it already knew how everything would end, and nobody had the slightest doubt it was ready to obey and help Kai. Kai snatched the spirit out of thin air with one hand, pure power and razor-sharp control in her magic, each movement fast, clean, and confident, and the whole crowd went silent as they realized how skilled she really was. Clutching the book in his hand, he zeroed in on the pages and rifled through them like he was hunting the one spell he needed, because this book wasn't just knowledge, it was how he commanded his magic. Inns clocked how hard Kai was focused and leaned in, promising that if Kai ever reached the Empire, he'd walk away rich, feared, and respected, an all-out trap to lure him with fame, fortune, and power. When the threat hit, the hero didn't hesitate. He slashed his opponent straight in half before they could even react, clean and deadly. That moment screamed one thing: Kai won't swallow betrayal, and he definitely won't hear out anyone who turns people into tools. He sneered that anyone who uses his people as bait isn't worth listening to, shut down every flattery and trick, and made it crystal clear: he lives for honesty and fairness, no questions asked. Kai rallied his allies and told them plain and loud: no rebellion needed, it was time to move on. He demanded calm, sharpened focus and promised they'd dodge needless fights, and just like that, his leadership lit a fire under the whole team. The Lord cut them off cold and ordered the hero to swear himself to the future king, an alliance on the spot, a promise of help and raw power, all forged to build a stronger future kingdom together. The hero shot back coldly that he wasn't about to crawl under the king's orders, turned the offer down flat, and made it clear he'd rather chase his own goals and convictions than play some dirty political game. As Anna watched everything unfold, she couldn't stop hearing that the royal family were nothing but pests, and once that hit, her trust snapped, rage surged, and she finally understood: power is often just a weapon to crush and destroy. She snapped at the hero in a thunderous roar, hurling a warning: watch what you say, or you'll regret it. Mocking the Carrier family is unforgivable, and she's not bluffing about the punishment coming. Nobody even dares to push back, because in her world, family is the whole power structure. The princess stepped forward and the whole argument snapped to a halt, her commanding voice cut through the room, silencing every last person. With zero hesitation, she demanded respect for her family and ordered the insults to stop. For the first time since she met someone who truly matched her, she said everything felt okay, like hope finally clicked into place and the calm washed over her, because for the first time in forever, there was someone who believed in the same views and dreams, and her heart filled with pure warmth. The princess finally confessed her dream, to forge a better state with him, and the hero shot back, asking if she'd really surrender her title for it. She grinned and said she wasn't scared of change at all, because she was ready to walk away from her duties. She named Kai her royal guard on the spot, trusting him to keep her safe, and the court went wide-eyed, because nobody saw that coming. Still, the princess stood her ground. Kai was the perfect pick, honest to the core and strong enough to back it up. Everyone in court hit pause, because nobody there could be trusted, not a single soul. The princess snapped that the courtiers had no real protectors, and the hero was the one rare exception. It was a risky call, and you could feel her determination explode through the room. She declared that Kai would guard her, and if he agreed, he'd have to kiss her hand, an act that screamed loyalty, sealed a fresh alliance, and showed he fully understood the weight of protecting the princess. They locked eyes. She grinned. He stayed deadly serious. Hope flared in her gaze while Kai's stare blazed with grit and readiness, and between them a special bond sparked, promising a powerful union. Kai laced his fingers with her hand, locking in his respect with one bold gesture, and in that moment, her knew he'd stand guard and protect her no matter what life threw their way. He told her straight-faced that as long as she hadn't found a real guard yet, he'd fall in line. Then he swore, voice tight and rough with emotion, that he'd stay by her side and protect her until she found someone who could truly take over. Kai blurted out that he was ready to take on this role, and the princess was shocked. She never saw that kind of grit coming. Her chest filled with gratitude and hope, because now she finally had a real protector by her side. They clasped hands and the princess leaned in, saying she was counting on him. Then the moment lit the fuse of a brand new alliance, bursting with hope and steel determination as promises flew, and from that point on, their paths snapped together under one shared mission. The princess couldn't stop smiling, and the girls immediately lit up, spilling plans, hopes, and wild dreams of making everything better, until the whole room practically buzzed with pure excitement for a bright future. The princess fully trusted Arnold's letter. She knew he'd never lie, and his honesty steadied her nerves, making her feel like everything was finally under control, even when times got brutal. Her hand kept racing across the paper, hammering out an urgent letter for Renaa, her closest friend, each word packed with trembling hope, trying to warn her about the deadly danger closing in and begging for help. The letter laid out Lord Frankton's attack in brutal detail, how it struck, how fast it came, and how merciless it was, and the princess told Renaa to stay sharp and cautious because the enemy was real, right there. That news sparks dread in the heart, but it also lights a path to salvation with allies ready to help. The princess couldn't stop gushing. She wrote in awe about how her childhood friend Kai had handled every single imperial soldier, and that act felt straight up incredible, lighting a fire inside her as pure pride surged. They pulled up at a cafe with the young man, and the princess immediately felt safe, like he could be trusted with anything. His steady calm and unshakable resolve radiated confidence, and every move he made screamed real courage. The city felt almost still, like everyone had pulled the curtains on their own life and left the streets to hush in silence. The heroes crashed into an inn after that brutal, long day, sinking into rest to refill their strength for the trials that were about to hit. They talked it out and realized they'd be stuck here until things finally cooled off, and that brief calm let them catch their breath. But anxiety wouldn't let go, because whatever's coming next is still a mystery. The princess beamed and said she was genuinely thrilled that Kai agreed to become a royal guard, because to her, it was pure hope and steady support when things were at their darkest, giving her the courage to believe again. Kai stared at that choice and wondered if he'd only agreed because he felt he had to protect Rose, Rena's best friend. That thought latched onto him, fueling his courage and giving every move real purpose. The princess leaned in and asked the hero if Rena could take that deadly spot, and he answered fast. He needed to protect her, because she was his friend, and he refused to let her face danger. He started to walk away, claiming this was the better choice, because if the heroine kept something from him, things would only spiral worse. He wanted raw honesty, not secrets. He made it crystal clear. He'd always choose truth over any lie, because secrets rot trust from the inside, and he believes openness and real sincerity are what keep relationships standing, especially when things get rough. Then the princess leaned in, asked for one last favor, and winked at him, one tiny move that lit up the whole moment and proved they were on the same page, trusting each other completely. Right now, the hero's allies huddled in one bed, sleeping soundly, savoring a hard-earned moment of peace after everything they'd survived, because they needed that rest to refill their strength for what was coming next. He ripped the door open and roared at them to wake up, so sudden it jolted the girls out of their sleep, making them gasp and shiver in shock, because that rough awakening was harsh, but it had to happen. He declared they'd hit the city to explore and shop, because this simple mission mattered, scouting the area and grabbing everything they'd need for the tests to come. One of her allies' eyes shot wide, and she went completely stunned. She'd just woken up, and she definitely didn't expect such a bright, cheerful start, her shock and confusion flipping on in the exact second it happened. Thoth rubbed the sleep from her eyes and asked Delphily straight up, "Is Astaroth really a girl?" Because she couldn't shake the shock, and she knew it mattered too much to guess. The sweet girl stepped out of the room, rubbed the sleep from her eyes, and greeted Rose with a bright, gentle good morning. And just like that, her warm voice spread through the whole space, making everyone feel cared for and close. The princess smiled right back and told the girl the same wish for a good kitchen. As she brushed her hair, she leaned in and asked Ta to help Kai scour the city for ingredients for a cake, small in size, huge in heart, and clearly planned. The moment the word cake hit, her face lit up, and hearing that Ta could cook made everyone buzz with excitement. Suddenly, the whole group felt lighter, closer, and ready for what came next. Kai spun toward Nimia and said with total confidence, "I'm putting the princess's protection in your hands." Then he leaned in, trusted him completely, and made sure everyone knew this was the move that would lock their focus where it mattered most, keeping her safe. The heroes stormed out of the house and dove into the city, hunting for answers, who really lived here, and what was going on, because every step they took was a chance to gather intel and gear up for whatever came next. The princess and Anna huddled over their fears, whispering if everything would really be okay, their hearts thumping with worry, yet they clung to hope that things would turn out fine and the danger would finally back off. Papra sits deep in a giant forest, and hunters from every corner of the world flock in to trade, markets roaring, nature breathing around you, and the whole place buzzing with its own wild rhythm. This was a free zone where beast-like monsters flocked without fear, safe enough to breathe easy, while the whole city hummed with wild variety and a welcoming vibe. Kai's mother, a hunter through and through, would always say she longed to reach the city someday, and when she talked about Papra, her voice turned warm with pride, painting it as a land of power and comfort you couldn't help but want to run back to. The hero looked back on those moments with a glowing smile, because the thought of his mother and her dreams lit up his chest like fire, and that warmth kept driving him forward, even when trouble and trials kept crashing down around him. Suddenly, a loud noise burst from the street, and the crew snapped their heads toward it. Those voices and frantic commotion pulled them in, pushing them closer to figure out exactly what was going on. They got to witness the grand showcase of the best fruit grown this year, front and center for everyone to stare at, getting praise to the skies for its crazy taste and top-notch quality, drawing a crowd so big the whole place buzzed with excitement. A wealthy man was summoned to taste the fruit and seal its quality with one word, because his refined palate and elite status made his judgment matter to the sellers, and to the crowd watching in awe. The man didn't say a word, he just gave a silent nod and reached for the fruit, ready to test it. The way he stayed so unshaken and powerful made it obvious he could be as picky and demanding as he wanted. The boys spotted a mage lurking behind the man, silently casting magic to rot the fruit at his command, sleek, sneaky, and planted to make him look guilty. He bit into the fruit, wrinkled at the rot, and snapped, yelling at the seller like a storm hit it, then accusing them of cheating and selling counterfeits with his rage blazing clear in every word. Rage surged through him, his voice roared out loud and menacing, and he threatened the seller and everyone near it, turning the whole room tense and terrified in seconds. The man roared that he'd burn the entire city down unless the merchants paid for the deception, flexing his power and fortune to make them suffer, and his threat sent a wave of dread through everyone watching the merchant's fate. The seller kept shouting, swearing it wasn't his fault as he fought to protect his honor and his wares. Then the heroes stepped in, snapped that blame wasn't on him at all, but on whoever hid behind magic and dirty schemes. I honestly thought Frank Tong and those aristocrats were a lost cause. His icy indifference and towering pride crushed her right down to the soul, and it tore her apart to watch the government drop its human face and spiral into cold intrigue and outright cruelty. Astaroth snapped that everything had to stop right now. She couldn't stand by while injustice and threats closed in, because fierce determination was already blazing inside her, and she was ready to move and shield the innocent. The crowd blasted the Count as he kept tasting the fruit, screaming that this wasn't going to slide anymore, their voices pounding with rage, calling out the unfairness, the broken rules, and demanding real justice right now. Everyone knew those two, but Kai froze, utterly lost. He couldn't place who they were or why their reaction mattered. His eyes locked on them as he tried to read the situation and uncover their real motives. Turns out the ones behind it were guild leader Sharp Swordsider and his deputy, Caver, and the moment they showed up, people couldn't help but respect them and fear them too, because these guys weren't just anyone. They ruled with real power and authority, not only here but far beyond. He claimed this was the most famous guild of the Four Saints, but the second they showed up, he bristled, because they were messing with his business, and that felt like a direct threat to his power and plans. He clenched his jaw, rage flaring across his face, and his impatience only cranked up the tension between them. The young man insisted that His Highness was a genuinely kind soul who'd never want ordinary people to suffer, trying to cool the tension and push everyone toward a peaceful resolution. The guild jabbed a reminder into his head that they served something way bigger and far stronger, then demanded he cool off, because the way they spoke felt like a threat, like they could twist the whole fate of events whenever they wanted. The Count basically threw in the towel, told them he'd comply with this guild, and promised normal fruit next time, an open admission of defeat meant to save his pride in front of everyone. The crowd shot up to their feet, hanging on every second, nerves buzzing as they wondered who'd come out on top in this nonstop showdown. The boys dismissed it as a total farce. Sure, every single person, including the Count, was in on some bigger scheme, but what they were truly plotting stayed hidden, and that silence turned their hearts to anxiety and suspicion. Suddenly, the dogfin bolted off into the distance, yelping and scanning the area like it feared something just out of sight. Then the heroes snapped to attention, rushing over to figure out what was wrong because they could feel it. Something huge was happening nearby. The hero spotted a whole crowd bullying the beast like it was nothing, and he stepped up alone, because the moment he showed up, the people hated his presence, and the air went tight like it was seconds away from exploding into a full-on fight. The young man snapped into a heated argument with his attackers, fighting back with nothing but words, refusing to fold, even as they outnumbered him. The crowd surged in and shoved him hard, then his fruit slipped and smashed onto the ground, sparking even more fury in the aggressors, while he spiraled into panic, feeling completely lost and helpless. At that exact moment, a bald young man barreled up to him, flexing his fists and offering his help, and the instant you saw his grit, you knew this thing could explode into a fight any second. The bald man let out a bone-chilling scream when he finally saw it. He wasn't up against monsters, but a pack of parasites who lived to cause trouble for everyone else, and his menacing shout rang out like a warning that something terrifying was about to hit. Fruits flew everywhere, and the beasts, drunk on youth, rushed to snatch them up before they vanished, but his chase came up empty. Still, he clenched his teeth and kept trying, determined to rescue at least a piece of his harvest. The bald guy stomped the fruit into mush with his foot, growling that as long as the boy's family was around, trouble would follow. His words were so cruel they ripped open the young man's heart and left him fighting himself inside. The young man believed he and his father grew the finest fruit on earth, and that meant no trouble would follow, right? Still, he craved to get as strong as the hunters, but the bald man clearly wanted him shut down, stepping in like he was ready to crush him under his foot. The boy saw that dog rise up for him, and a wave of unexpected support hit him hard. He froze, then smiled, because in that brutal moment, he'd found a loyal friend who was willing to back him up. The dog growled like a guard at the gates, standing between danger and the boy and ready to throw hands, and it left the young man stunned, because he never expected a tiny animal to show that kind of loyalty and strength. The attackers couldn't even figure out what kind of dog they were facing, so they rushed in to smash it, because they thought it would snap the young man's resistance. Their cruelty and rage had zero limits. Right then, Kai barreled in and snapped at the dog to stop blasting flames right in the middle of the city, because he knew sparking magic in public could ignite real trouble, so he grabbed control of the chaos. The offenders snapped toward the young man's screams. Then they saw the rest of the hero team closing in, and that terrifying lineup only made the dread spike as they started asking themselves if pushing the fight any further was even worth it. The moment the dog started talking, the offenders froze in shock. Like, how is this happening? The team told it to stay out of local business, and it got a blunt warning about what happens when you meddle and interfere. Suddenly, the whole thing felt way more mysterious, and it proved just how powerful their allies really were. Kai suddenly swung a brutal kick into one of the offenders, and pure grit poured out of him. Everybody was left completely shocked. Everyone froze in shock, turned toward Kai, and stared like their mouths just betrayed them, because nobody saw that sudden, powerful move coming. The bald defenders screamed that they needed to charge in and fight back, but the hero had already started a spell, gearing up to protect himself and his friends. Kai snapped that he'd handle everyone in a flash. His confident voice rang out like a warning, and there was no wasted breath, no empty talk. Kai's magic blazed so bright and brutal that the offenders snapped their eyes shut, fear and pain pouring over them, while that wild, tornado-like surge of energy ripped outward, ready to wipe every enemy off the map. The bullet boy snapped his mouth open in shock, because Kai's magic hit so hard and so fast he couldn't even believe what he was seeing, and for the first time, hope flooded his heart. He cut down every attacker in seconds, except for the most lively one. That final guy just froze, terrified of Kai, because Kai wasn't done with the fight. Kai snapped the boy to thank the dog for keeping him safe, then started pouring healing into him with slimes, one slow wave of magic at a time, wiping away the pain, draining the fatigue, and bringing his strength back while everyone else watched in awe. He ordered his allies to haul the boy to a quiet, secluded spot so he could finally breathe, rest, and recover, because keeping the child safe meant giving him time to shake off the stress he'd just been through. The allies demanded to know exactly what Kai was going to do next, what plan he'd picked, and how he was going to crush this situation. Kai got yanked off his focus by the main offender, then blurted out that he'd bring him straight to the boss, because he wasn't just talking, he was setting up a play to pry out secrets and strike a deal with the powerful. The hero stared at the city and snapped that it felt soaked in impurity and propaganda from the inside, like evil was lurking behind the shiny mask outside, and his words instantly made everyone on edge. Right then, the princess whipped up fresh pies and welcomed the guests like sunshine. Every bite was soaked in her warmth, the whole house smelled like comfort, and the guests happily took her treats with deep gratitude. Everyone gushed over the princess's cooking, amazed at how skilled she was and how every bite tasted perfect. Those pies were so tender and bursting with aroma, they felt like pure edible art. They dug into that amazing pie and loved every bite, no speeches needed, just the sweet aroma, the warm comfort, and a friendly calm that settled over everything until the whole evening felt like a peaceful little island. They knew Kai wouldn't come back from the investigation today, and it crushed the princess. She'd been counting on seeing him nearby and sharing this evening together. Without him, the whole place felt wrong, like anxiety was tightening the air and leaving nothing but emptiness. The princess begged the hero to bite her pies, because this was asterisk the recipe he'd given her, so every warm, flaky slice turned into something truly special. Foth begged Rose to bake more, because she craved even more of those sweet moments, quiet, heart-to-heart times where the kids let themselves laugh, trusted one another, and opened up through simple wants and warm, friendly kindness. Anna burst out shouting in pure frustration. Her voice climbed higher and higher, shaking with worry for the princess and fear about everything that was happening around them. The princess stared at Anna with sharp disapproval, like she was warning her that bad comments and constant negativity weren't going to solve a single problem. Anna snapped at Kai in pure fury, screaming that he'd shoved the princess into danger and dragged her into trouble, her worry spilling through every word she couldn't hold back. Kai swallowed the panic, apologized for the disruption, then pushed right back into his speech, trying to steady everyone's nerves and lay out the whole situation, clear and fair. He said the deal was tied to aristocrats with royal bloodlines, and that only made everything messier, plus it carried this intense, delicate weight no one could afford to mishandle. The princess leaned in, eyes wide, shocked by what she heard, because this wasn't just a small problem anymore, and she could feel her help might be the thing that's needed most. She leaned in and asked Kai how she could help, ready to jump in and do whatever it took to solve the mess they were facing. Kai declared he'd gather the beast people, call them into one meeting, and push them to unite, then tackle the problems they're facing and hunt down real solutions. Right here, the bug suddenly started talking and spilling answers. He said the city's booming trade didn't come from luck at all. It thrived because those beast-like people crafted top-notch goods, and their skill was the reason they mattered in society. And then he laid out how the aristocrats, the guild, the mayor, and even the bandits were all tied together, roles different, goals the same, as their plans aligned to keep squeezing the city, holding power and controlling everyone. Their whole mission was simple: kick the superhumans out of the city so they could lock down power and stop any change from taking root, and they saw the beastmen as the biggest threat to their grip, so they didn't hesitate to go to any length to wipe them out. That fruit incident wasn't just a warning, it was hard proof of their betrayal. Magic had been throwing the harvest into artificial ruin, pinning it on the beasts, and stirring up pure distrust in everyone, from the villagers to the authorities. The Count swaggered like a king, certain nobody would ever sniff out his collusion with the guild. He bragged to himself that he was clever and careful enough to mask his real plan and steer the whole situation his way. In just a couple of days, bandits who slipped into the city were ready to strike, and they'd planned it down to the last detail to rattle the whole place, turning daily life into panic for every resident. Then the Coin Guild stepped in, because somehow in all this chaos, they had to keep the order running their way. The Coin Guild tried to save the city from the Beastmen rebellion by crushing them with brutal force. No mercy, no limits, just total destruction of the threat. They set out to snatch every beastman alive and sell them into slavery, then let the bandits erase the evidence, so the world would look orderly, while the crimes vanished into the shadows. The bug blurted out that the parasites had spilled every plan, and even the secret meeting spot. Then everyone froze in disbelief, because the danger hit way harder than it ever looked. Beelzebub the bug was Kai's loyal enforcer, an interrogation and torture monster who cracked enemies open with brutal, flawless methods, pulling out every secret plan and fatal weakness so the allies could finally swing the odds in their favor. Beelzebub hauled the prisoners into pure torment, digging up every scrap about the beasts and exactly where they were hiding. Then he left none standing, breaking them with pain and fear until the truth finally spilled out. Everyone gasped when they heard the guild was planning to hit the beastmen and blamed them to kick them out of the city, and that rumor instantly poisoned trust in the authorities, with fear of violence creeping in and threatening to shatter the peace. The girls leaned in to hear every word, and Anna snapped that time was running out for the troops to arrive. Then the princess stood tall, declared that Kai would seize control and shield the city, and hope surged through everyone's chest like a spark. When those words hit the air, shock ripped through everyone, fear and anxiety flooded every heart, because the danger felt real and unstoppable, and they all knew a brutal test was coming, where not everyone would make it out without losing something. The young man remembered how his parents had crumpled under worry, years of stress and terror for the future draining them, until he was left alone, carrying a crushing weight of responsibility and praying for the best. Dread crushed him as he realized nobody would believe the horror about to crash down, and loneliness swallowed every hope, yet somewhere deep inside, he refused to quit and vowed to fight for justice. Right then, someone cradled his head with gentle hands, steadying him when panic tried to take over. It was Kai, and his warm presence cut through the fear, bringing a flicker of light to the dangers closing in and giving the boy the strength to keep fighting. Kai leaned in and asked the boy what he wanted, then offered to help however he could, showing everyone he wasn't only a leader, but a real friend who'd stand by him when trials hit hard and times got rough. The boy balled his fist tight, seized his last ounce of courage, and started talking, eyes blazing with conviction, ready to throw down for his future and shield the ones he loves, no matter how brutal the odds got. He blared that he'd never let their fruits get exploited for evil, vowing to defend the city and the beasts from anyone trying to ruin their lives and shatter their safety. Every single person snapped their eyes to the young man, because his courage and unshakable will lit something in the room, proof that in the harshest moment, one brave soul can turn into a living symbol of hope in battle. The beast-like creatures nearby all rallied behind the boy without hesitation, because this wasn't just talk, it was real unity with the power to swing everything their way and shield them from the danger closing in. Hearing that encouragement, a tear slid down the young man's cheek, pure relief, hope, and confidence, because in this brutal fight, he finally knew he wasn't alone, and that gave him the courage and belief to face the enemy and protect their future. The room erupted with whispers and frantic pacing, but Kai stayed cool and said the chaos all traced back to Sierra's family, because the kid's name was Sierra. Sierra wiped his tears away and tried to clamp down on the storm of emotions, thanking Kai, his older comrade, who'd been there for him every step of the way. His voice shook, but his eyes burned bright with pure, heartfelt gratitude. Kai fixed the young man with a steady, warm stare and told him, "You don't owe me anything, no gratitude needed. We'll guard this city together because it's our home. When we stand as one, no threat breaks us, and nobody gets left alone to face the danger." People around Kai snapped their heads toward him, eyes blazing with determination and hope, and that fire of struggle lit up their gazes too, telling themselves they'd never back down when trouble hit, and Kai's support surged their spirits higher than ever. Then the villagers finally spilled the truth. Most of them were farmers, women, and kids who didn't know the first thing about fighting or defending themselves, and they were terrified of what was coming because they'd never gripped a weapon and had no clue how to face violence. Kai admitted he could take the enemies on by himself, but he refused to leave those people hanging. He couldn't keep defending the city alone anymore. Victory only comes when everyone bands together and fights as one. He made it crystal clear, if the beastmen can't prove they can defend their home, then every ounce of this struggle crumbles into nothing, and only their raw strength and unshakable will can keep their homeland safe, free, and standing. The hero swore he'd burn every ounce of strength for anyone willing to fight for freedom, and those words lit a fire in every single heart, filling them with grit, hope, and a blazing belief in what tomorrow could be. The girls stared at Kai in stunned silence, like they could finally read his mind. What was his move? What was his plan? Their eyes burned with respect and curiosity, and in every gaze there was one thing for sure: hope that everything was about to change. A few days later, deep in a shadowy forest cave, the Silks frantically tried to awaken the demonic beast Tawadi, because once it was alive, they planned to unleash it on Papra and wipe out the city, chaos and all. She reminded them that $100 million isn't some spare change deal. You play it clean, double-check everything, and never let a single mistake slip, because every move they make has to be precise for their whole plan to work. One more few hours, then Papra would be ripped apart. The girl and the man threw down over how to do it, arguing their methods like sparks off flint, and she, Mrs. Neal, was furious at his plan. The man said he was doing Germa's bidding and barked for everyone to vanish. Then the crowd started literally melting away, slipping into smoke and disappearing, and that twisted magic hit the girl like lightning, smashing her confidence into pure terror. Mrs. Neal was left utterly stunned, her mouth hung open in pure shock and horror, because she never imagined the cruelty unfolding at this massive scale, and the fight inside her surged as she desperately tried to make sense of it all. The man snapped that he'd only spare the women, because one of them fed their cause with key power, and that cold logic showed just how ruthless and calculating their whole plan really was. He told her to get out right then, while his mood was still decent, making it crystal clear that disobeying would bring consequences, and that tone crushed any chance of arguing, proving he was the one in charge. Mrs. Neal's eyes narrowed and her anger snapped at him, but she knew arguing would get them nowhere. Still, inside, rage simmered, thick with discontent and sharp disappointment in what her partner had done. Meanwhile, the character was yelling at everyone to evacuate right now, straight to Barca, where shelter and safety waited from the disaster closing in. It was their desperate play to save as many lives as they could. Bugs shot through the air like living messengers, blasting word of an incoming threat, so if the city caught it in time, they could dodge disaster before it even hit. Bug darted to Kai's side and screeched out terrifying news. Unknown people were coming, demons were about to strike the city, and Kai's stomach dropped with real, serious dread. Kai felt it, the demons had caught the holiday scent in the air, and he knew they were about to strike, so he grabbed the moment and moved fast, because this timing was perfect and terrifying at the same time. He said it was time to rush over, spy on how the beastmen were training, and judge the results, because only solid, battle-ready defenders could slam the enemy back and keep the civilians safe. Meanwhile, the scoundrels, wearing beast disguises, slipped into the city and launched a deadly attack from the shadows, betting on stealth and lies to grab power and unleash chaos on everyone inside. The man, one of the masterminds behind the assault, barked orders at his allies to grab everything they could lay their hands on. Then greed turned them vicious, smashing everything they found and spilling violence so they could carry off as much loot as possible. Their accomplices lit up at the order and scrambled to snatch the loot, ready to bolt before anyone could stop them, because to them, this was just a quick way to get rich and slip away scot-free, and the terrifying chance of getting caught never even crossed their minds. They picked a flashy, rich-looking house that fit their plan perfectly, and it became the very first target in their destructive raid. Right in the middle of it all, a beast-like boy lunged in and blocked their way, and his grit and fearless will stun the attackers, because they never saw resistance coming. They spun around and barked at the boy that it was time to sleep, trying to scare him into backing off, yet he didn't flinch. He charged straight at them, unleashing magic with sheer courage. With magic blazing in his hands, the boy slammed one attacker so hard he dropped straight into unconsciousness, proving these beast-like creatures could absolutely fight back for their home. The boy stared at his hand, grinning because it worked. Magic was real. Kai had trained him to pour strength and faith into every beast-like creature, so they could defend themselves and shield the city from the dark threat closing in. Just a few days after the Beastmen meeting, the city kicked off non-stop, brutal training, because everyone knew an attack could hit any moment, and only solid bodies and stronger minds could stand against what was coming. All the beast-like creatures were packed into the main square, ready for instruction and training, where they soaked up their very first lessons and learned the practical skills they'd need to defend themselves and fight. Foph lit a spark in the crowd with her powerful speeches, demanding they call her teacher, while she promised to forge them into strength and courage so they'd never fear their enemies and could defend their home. To forge their physical strength, the beast-like creatures threw themselves into training, running hard, smashing out push-ups, and grinding through brutal exercises, so they could grow tougher and survive the trials ahead. Kai lit up the room, shouting that you've got to be able to fight back against ganks and keep the city safe from every attack, because it's pure determination plus relentless training that decides victory, especially when enemies can't break a united community. Kai swore the bandits didn't stand a chance against the Beastmen, and that thought lit a spark of hope. If they joined forces, they could hold the line, crush any threat, and keep peace and order alive. The mayor hunted for a new girl, but to him it was nothing more than a ruthless power play. His pick was cold and cynical, stripping away any real feelings, and treating her like a weapon to lock in his control and boost his influence. The girl he'd noticed stared at him with wide, terrified eyes, and she knew, deep down, that whatever came next might be brutal, unfair, and out of her control. The scene hit hard against the Beastmen's chaotic preparations, some gearing up to fight for freedom, others trapped as prisoners of power and pure terror, showing just how deep the city's war truly ran. The girl's foot shot toward the man's nose and bam, caught him completely off guard, snapping the count off balance and proving just how strong that Beastman really was, ready to fight with pure determination to defend their city. The girl launched into a furious barrage, whipping her fists forward with graceful precision, fast enough to blur, every strike screaming training and confidence, locking her enemies in fear while her allies draw breath like, "We've got this." The count crumpled to the ground, reeling from the shock of that brutal, sudden hit, because his fall didn't just end things, it lit the fuse for a brand new age where beastmen fought back, and the enemy finally lost the luxury of acting with impunity. She picked up the mayor's words again and started shredding his mistakes and blind spots, and with every cutting sentence, the room's energy flipped. People couldn't stop and didn't want to look away. Meanwhile, the heroes tore through wave after wave of bandits, smashing them down and draining the beast's fighting power, so it felt like this brutal battle was finally about to end in victory for the beastmen. So yeah, they should have held the line, smashed back the threat, and kept their families safe, because their bond and sheer grit hit harder than their enemies ever expected. The young man stood tall and declared the city was saved by its own grit and bravery, and his words lit a fire in everyone there, driving home that unity and self-belief are what turn the tide. The bandits were in way over their heads. Beastmen tore through them in a blink, showing just how ready and terrifying they really were, and just like that the power shifted, while the defenders locked in and stood stronger than ever. The tension finally broke, and the crowd exhaled like they'd been holding their breath. Temporary peace settled in, and the hope of something better ahead started to feel real. The princess got instructions straight from Kai, no time to breathe easy yet, because the tests coming up demanded non-stop vigilance and hard prep, and she had to keep her eyes locked in. She had a million questions, and Kai shut them down with one command: watch. He knew her time to reflect would come later, but right now she had to study every detail, read the situation like a map, and get ready for whatever the future throws at them. Meanwhile, the city ignited in chaos. Cider slammed the beastmen with accusations of teaming up with bandits to hit the city, and the moment those words hit the streets, fear and mistrust spread like wildfire, making everything spiral even worse. The young man stepped up and fought back against the accusations, insisting the beastmen were being set up, then rushed to open the villagers' eyes, saying it was a nasty lie meant to sow division and strip everyone of their strength. Kai spotted the mountain of bandits the beastmen had already shackled, and it shocked the guild leader, who never thought they'd move this fast. Those captives weren't luck, they were a loud, undeniable sign of how strong and organized they truly were. The guild leader slammed into interrogation, grilling the prisoners to squeeze out the truth and sniff out the enemy's next move. His questions were razor-sharp, and he wouldn't stop until he got the honest answers he needed to protect everything that mattered. Suddenly, one gang member snapped and spilled the truth. His confession had the power to flip the investigation, exposing fresh twists in the conspiracy and the hidden game at the center of it all. They were cornered with a brutal question: get rid of their own comrades and steal all the glory, and that single line detonated doubt in the bandits' ranks, splitting them apart from the inside. The hero swore the townspeople wouldn't fall for the bandits' hollow talk. He trusted truth and justice to cut through every lie and piece of betrayal until it all crushed them. The townspeople leaned in, fully believing every word, and the accusations started to crumble, because once they saw those beast-like creatures, they realized they weren't foes at all, but protectors of their city, ready to battle for peace and justice, and that belief lit hope in their hearts. The beastmen crushed every last bandit and hauled them in. Then the truth hit hard. The guild had been the real traitors, and when it all came out, the citizens' faith in their protectors skyrocketed, proving that if everyone fights as one, truth doesn't just survive, it wins. Suddenly, a guild member yanked out a weapon, and the whole scene detonated with tension as they tried to flex their power and scare the enemy. Then everyone went still, praying for one thing: how the hero would react to the threat. He snapped at the hero, demanded his name, and pressed a razor-sharp blade to make sure he obeyed. Then Kai felt his fear get crushed, his courage ignite, and his determination harden as he surged forward to raise his fight for justice and save the city like never before. A thorny weave snapped around Kai and trapped his hands tight, pinning him in place. Yet inside, his rage burned and his strength surged, begging to tear free and fight his way to victory, even with those restraints crushing him from the outside. Kai answered with quiet certainty, just Kai, a name that demanded respect. His calm confidence screamed strength, proving real power doesn't need chains or muscle. Even with the trap snapping shut, Kai surged forward with razor-fast reflexes and clean precision, proving his skill in iron was so hard that, no matter how grim it got, he turned every opening into a win and felt unstoppable. With lightning agility and razor wit, he flipped the guild's weapons back on them. Suddenly, the whole fight tilted on its head, and the beast surged to victory. The guild crumbled, and its own members started snapping, pointing fingers, and blaming each other. Then Kai drove a single, earth-shaking strike and ended it for good, proving that when they unite and refuse to quit, even the toughest enemy falls. Kai didn't brag, he just quietly admitted he only steps in a little when someone's in trouble, but that small choice screams, stand up for the weak, and dares everyone else to take responsibility for safeguarding the city. He turned to everyone and demanded, who wants to be a hero? Kai stepped in immediately, blazing a path to unite and fight side by side for freedom and justice, pushing every single person to dig deep and show real courage and strength. The character lined in and demanded, so it really is Kai, right? They said it straight, yeah, he was Maria Heinemann's son, the Huntress, and he carried a powerful legacy with destiny written all over him. Kai now serves Princess Rosemary, and his every move shakes the city's core, turning quiet streets into chaos and sparking the noise and unrest spreading everywhere, while the heroes race off to deal with the next big crisis. But not everyone bought the idea that this scrawny, seemingly harmless kid could survive the parasites terrorizing the city, because Kai's weak look and young age had everyone suspicious, doubting, and locking their trust out. Mrs. Rose's intel was solid as steel. She swore Kai was in the city and carrying a major role, and that update pumped the whole team full of confidence, even with a few heroes still doubting. The heroes got a letter from Count Getty, and his suspicion that the Co-Hero Guild was playing them lit a fuse. Now they had to dig into the conspiracy fast, before that internal threat burned down their city. Johnson kicked off the mission, leading the hunt, while Orga stepped in as the predator, closing in on the masterminds behind the plot. The heroes got one brutal mission: grab the count or the mayor, then track down the guild leader and take them out, because those three were the heart of a conspiracy that was ready to choke the city, and stopping them immediately became the top priority. Right in the middle of the investigation, Orga snapped his gaze to the mayor and demanded, "We need to talk now." His voice hit like a warning siren, and before the mayor could even reply, Orga bolted straight for the door. The next second, the mayor got blasted out of the room, straight up launched, so hard he couldn't even process what just happened. The hunter was hit with pure shock. What he saw flipped everything on its head in an instant, and his eyes locked onto the beast-like girl, stepping out of the very same room the mayor was in, leaving him unable to even process what was happening. He spotted a girl, beast-like, relentless, and clearly the kind who'd already beaten the mayor, and it hit him like a punch. Was she running the city, or was something darker pulling the strings? He stared at her like he was hunting clues, stitched every fact together, and suddenly a clear picture snapped into place, because everything screamed that those beast-like ones weren't just involved, they were driving the whole disaster, and this was way bigger and uglier than it looked at first glance. The girl insisted the hunter arrived just in the nick of time, and that he should rush to Kai's subordinates, so the hunter nodded, knowing that when they teamed up, they could turn the whole situation around. He paused, picturing Kai's subordinates, hard as steel, stubborn as fate, because if anyone could crack the city's salvation and unravel the mysteries choking behind all that intrigue, it was them. Meanwhile, Cohen's crew surged past Popper's outer walls, bracing for action. Dangerous, yes, but exactly what they had to do to stop the threat closing in. While the hero watched everything unfold, a messenger rushed in with a report that was deadly important. One spark of this info could completely flip the fight's outcome for the city. He heard the truth: bandits really had hit the city, but the beastmen snatched up most of them, proving the defenders weren't just surviving, they were winning, and that peace would return any day now. The moment the news hit, the hero's whole world jolted, because the attack was way bigger and far deadlier than he ever imagined, and that's when doubts started crawling in about whether the city was truly safe. He kept listening, and it hit him. Those villagers wouldn't stop talking about coins, and they were piling them up outside the city walls under some guy's control, turning the whole threat terrifyingly real. Right then, the heroes gaped in shock, because something monstrous had crawled into them, and they had no clue what was ripping the city apart or what dark forces were duking it out, putting every single inhabitant in danger. Anna snapped her head toward the sound and swore she heard something. Then her instincts lit up, and everyone tensed because that silence felt wrong, too heavy, too unnatural. She leaned in toward the corridor, eyes wide, ready for whatever was about to strike. The princess stood nearby, fuming, and snapped that Kai always marched to his own beat, never explaining a thing to anyone, and her anger kept rising because she couldn't stand not knowing what was really going on. The princess demanded Kai at least lay out what he was doing, even if it was just a little. She wanted his plans, and she wanted a chance to step in and help, but Kai stayed wrapped in mystery, baffling everyone. Suddenly, the girls heard the door open, and every head snapped that way. The air turned tense, eyes sharpening, because they knew whoever stepped in was about to shove the whole story off its rails, and they braced for whatever hit next. Johnson slammed through the door, yelling Mrs. Rose's name, and the whole room snapped to attention. His sudden, anxious shout made it instantly clear this was urgent news. Right then, the heroines spun around together, and froze in shock, eyes huge, faces twisted with confusion and dread, staring at him like, "Wait, how are you here?" Johnson stood in the doorway, and the whole room froze. Tension snapped tight, anxiety surged, and everyone could feel this situation was about to go critical. Johnson shot an apologetic glance at the interruption and admitted he'd come straight on the Central Guild's orders, his voice dead serious, promising news so important it could decide the fate of everyone. Anna blurted out why the hero looked so fired up, while the princess practically lit up. She was thrilled he'd finally arrived, betting his return would spell good news or a way out of this brutal mess. Johnson erupted into shouting, insisting they should forget about him, and that right now, there were bigger things to handle than talk and argue. His iron determination and booming voice made it clear this moment was deadly serious. The girl stared at Johnson with raw distrust, completely clueless about what he wanted or where his intentions were headed, and her eyes screamed doubt and fear because she couldn't figure out why he was acting like this or what he was trying to pull off. They spun around, and what they saw blew their eyes wide open. Shock and terror hit all at once, because this twisted discovery felt like the unmistakable start of a whole new chapter in their story. They spotted one of the four world demons, Dottie, and panic instantly detonated in the air because its terrifying look wasn't just scary, it was a death sentence for everything alive. Everyone shrieked that Tottie's seal had shattered, and the demons tore into the streets screaming too, flinging fear and chaos everywhere, while his cold, commanding voice sent chills as he confirmed just how much danger he was about to bring to the whole city and the world. Minutes before the monsters finally tore through the air, Kai stared out from the city's outer walls, reading the crowd like a signal, trying to figure out what they feared, what they needed, and how he could strike first to keep the city safe. People stared at him, baffled by why he'd called them all here, but then he went all in. He healed their wounds, pumped strength back into their bodies, and with every careful act, his compassion sparked trust and lit a fierce hope for the battle ahead. He knew that once they were restored, these people could finally stand up and guard the city against the monsters, so he saw their power, pushed it to the limit, and forged them for a brutal fight where survival and freedom were on the line. Suddenly, weird growths burst out of the ground, creeping up like living tentacles, and everyone there freaked out, panic spreading fast. From those shoots, animals burst out in every direction, wild creatures and downright dangerous ones included, and the moment they showed up, the crowd swung between shock and pure terror. Then it hit all at once. Monkeys, tigers, and every other creature poured into the space, and the sheer volume of them left everyone staring like their minds couldn't process it, because this wasn't some harmless show. It was a real, terrifying threat. Everyone froze in terror, mouths gaping as horror hit them all at once, because this wasn't supposed to happen, and whatever was unfolding felt like it could wipe out everything they loved and knew. The hero suspected those monsters were Deity's mysterious creations, and he knew beating them was nearly impossible, so fear crushed him harder with every second as the battle for survival spiraled into something desperate. He screamed that he couldn't take those monsters on by himself. Then it hit him. he needed a team and a plan, because only unity could save them and stop the destruction. Kai declared they had one mission, to smash the monsters, because that's what heroes do, and his words lit a fire under everyone, pushing them to lock arms, unite, and dig in with pure determination, because he truly believed that unity could flip the whole outcome. He rallied everyone to stand their ground, refusing to back away no matter how terrifying the danger got, and that battle cry instantly sparked courage, lifting everyone's spirits as heroes and residents surged with fresh strength, ready to fight all the way to the end. The crowd sprinted for the city gates, then slammed into a wall they couldn't see, stopping them cold, turning cheers into panic as they realized they'd been trapped outside, and something even worse waited ahead. Kai snapped that one of his subordinates had forged an invisible wall around the city, an ironclad defense made to shut demons out cold, so the people could finally breathe in peace. The wall slammed shut on the demons, so they couldn't march into the city, and that meant the fight had to be fought outside. Suddenly, hope lit up the defenders' hearts because now they could brace themselves, set their traps, and hit back hard. Guild members stood there drained and terrified, plans collapsing in real time, knowing the fallout would be brutal, until one harsh choice hit: quit or keep fighting anyway. They begged Lord Kai for mercy, praying he'd show leniency, but whether they lived or died came down to the hero's choice and what they'd fought for with their own strength. The guild members started snapping at each other, arguing, pointing fingers, and tossing blame like it burned, until the unity that held them together cracked right in front of their eyes, and in the worst moment possible, nobody even noticed the danger closing in. Suddenly a monster lunged in from behind, jaws exploding open like a nightmare, ready to snatch him and swallow him whole, and when the hero finally saw the mortal threat, it was already too late to react. The monster snatched the character straight in front of his comrades and swallowed him in an instant, leaving them frozen with mouths hanging open, terror crushing them as blood splattered everywhere, turning their horror into pure hopelessness. Cider stared down the monster charging toward him, fear snapping through his chest. Then he yanked out his spiked whip, roared that he'd handle it, and launched straight into the attack. From the wall, the protagonist watched everything like it was happening in slow motion, until Kai snapped, saying they had one shot: win and live or lose and die, so they had to go all in. Right then they started pounding the bell and yelling that demons had struck. Stay inside, don't run outside. The beastmen snapped their heads toward where the attack had come from. Rose couldn't wrap her head around why the heroes had to break the seal on the legendary beast. Then the guy admitted he had no clue either, but the protagonist was sure taking coin out of the walls to smash those monsters. The princess shot back, trembling with worry. If that toddy was real, the hero's powers wouldn't stand a chance, and a horrifying disaster would surely hit. She snapped, telling Johnson to stop at nothing to shield the civilians, then ordered Arnold to call the royal army and bring them in from bars. They carried it out, but then she got the gut punch. It wasn't even necessary. They clocked the newcomer as Kaiser McCall's right-hand man, and he bragged that he'd rounded up the folks who were sprawled across the city. Then he yanked them down and dumped them on the ground. It was Earl Getty, the mayor, and Ogre. Johnson demanded, "Did you wake up?" But the subordinate snapped that the hunter, once he saw him, collapsed in a faint, and when Ogre caught sight of him again, his courage started to drain away. Jira Mikala snapped that they didn't need anyone's help and shouldn't waste time on anything unnecessary. Then the princess pushed back, warning that because of the Dalot, the entire territory could be wiped out, so they'd better brace for whatever comes. Astaroth nudged his glasses up and snapped, "Don't worry." She urged him to take cover too, but he shot back that their master said Mrs. Rose could just stand back and watch. Meanwhile, Cider was in the middle of a brutal brawl with those monsters, and he couldn't figure out what went wrong. This guild, they'd earned the hero Mashiro's recognition, rubbed shoulders with high-ranking nobles, and chased wealth and glory like it was their destiny. A hero can't just be a name on a poster. Real courage means risking your life for others, facing something bigger than you, and proving you've got bravery in your bones, and he figured that out way too late. He kept mowing down monster after monster, convinced they wouldn't break, and yelled at his people to hold strong. This was their moment, they'd be fine, and with everyone backing him, they pushed on. Right then, dark energy tore up from the ground, and fear hit them like a punch, because the Dowdy's real form had finally surfaced, and high above, a monster's face started to rise into view. Cider and his men stood frozen below, staring at his arrival with wide eyes, realizing he'd pushed all the way here. Cider gulped hard as the monsters closed in right in front of them. Then a giant snake burst out among the deity's tentacles, jaws wide, and came charging straight at them. Out of nowhere, a beastman slammed a kick into her, and she blasted through the air, flying far off, leaving the guild members staring in pure shock. Right then, the rest of the beastmen burst in and rallied together, tossing their coins without any warning. Cider stared, baffled. What was the point? The boy didn't hesitate. "We're not doing this for you." You just want the real culprits to finally get the punishment they've earned. The protagonist snapped, asking if he was truly sure. After all, these were the folks trying to sell beastmen. The man swore he was dead certain, because if they walked away, he'd end up just like them, and the only thing that mattered to him was one job: protecting the city. Kai's assistant swore he was dead set on it, and Kai shot back, "All right, then we'll leave the coin with the Hunters Guild." He told that guy he'd watch the fight from there, and the guy thanked him hard for it. Kai even snapped that these pseudo-heroes were useless and that they had to save their own city. Then he shouted for the second round to begin, and everyone exploded forward to attack. From a distance, everyone stared in shock as the battle raged against the city walls, and the blushing princess couldn't wrap her head around it. Beastmen were actually fighting back against Towdy. Saryupa snapped that if the source gets destroyed, the monsters will vanish for good, and they need to throw every last bit of strength at it right now. Just as the plan clicks, the protagonist spots a man crouched and hiding in the foliage. He swore those little monsters stole his focus, but he never even saw him. Maybe he was a real magician who'd brought the creature back to life. Right then, Toddy blared for Germa to help, and the grumpy guy surged up through the trees. Standing on the monster's back, he sneered that even though he was legendary, he was nothing but a joke. Then the monster snapped back that it was time to wipe out these bugs. Germa snapped at him to shut up, then told him to use the thing he dug out of the ruins, the sphere of dominance. In his hand sat a dark, ominous orb. Laughing, he blurted out that he was sorry he'd waste it, but he'd make it work, right? Then he slammed the monster's head under the sphere, and it froze, stunned and utterly confused. Light streaks blasted out of his head, and panic hit before he even understood what was going on. Then the guy grinned and said it was a boost. Dowdy cracked his mouth open, and his face shifted like something inside him woke up. Saryupa's eyes widened when she saw his tail back in place again, and she muttered that was way too weird to ignore. So they stayed on alert, because the snake's head was already coiling up for another strike. Rithing swung and her hit smashed into 3 beastmen at once, sending them blasting off in different directions. The girl tried to push herself up, clutching her hand, and Sierra cried out in terror. He sprang onto the snake's head and barked at it to stop, but it didn't hurt a thing. Then he realized everyone else was duking it out too, and he couldn't figure out why, until they yelled at him to run. Right before the monster's jaws could snap shut, he lunged in and snatched the victim away, saving him. The girl lit up with joy and rushed to thank him, and he just shrugged it off like, "We've all worked for this, now it's enough." Then he called out, "Namia." He snapped his hand up and roared for everyone to get inside his barrier. Evacuation, no questions, and the assistant that popped in immediately obeyed. With a stone-cold, serious face, the guy then declared he'd take it from here. With his sword planted in front of the monster, he declared that this whole thing was meant to be a tale of how beastmen fought back to save their city, and Germa shot him a look full of irritation, stunned there was still even one left. Kai shut his eyes and yanked his sword from the sheath. Germa snapped that the Tautai should move fast and smack him down before he got any ideas, and the protagonist fired back that just like him, Germa was an outsider here, so he really shouldn't have stepped into the middle of this massacre. With a burst of speed, he vanished from his spot and unleashed the second sword control form, slicing through every monster in his path like it was nothing, leaving every onlooker staring in pure shock. He moved like lightning, hammering the Dowdy with blow after blow, until the guy could only stare with his mouth hanging open, frozen with no way to fight back. Everyone watching went utterly speechless. The protagonist hit the ground right beside the monster as Germa scrambled to figure out what happened to the Dalot, and Kai snapped back that it was gone, leaving the guy stunned, right when the monster started to crumble and fall apart. In the blink of an eye, all that was left was black smoke. Germa slammed to the ground, stunned that one single blow could erase it. The protagonist stepped right over the monster's remains, fuming that its interference had ruined everything, then stared him down and snapped that he'd never think to pity someone that stupid. Germa started pleading for him to stop, freaking out because he was about to give up, and deep down, he convinced himself he had nothing personal against him. "You can't break me," he thought, calling the guy stupid for thinking he could. He promised he'd spill everything he knew, then the protagonist just stayed silent. Germa then tucked the sphere behind his back, plotting his move. If he could unleash his trump card at the perfect second, he'd use the power of words to square up to him on equal footing. Singh snapped at Kai, furious, saying he'd been hiding a sphere behind his back and had to use it, because if he changed at all, the reward would be ending his own life on the spot. With a jolt, sweating and breathless, Germa slammed the sphere against his chest and swore it was exactly what he'd pictured, then commanded it to seize control of the mind. Right then, black miasma burst outward from the ball, pouring into every direction. He burst into loud laughter, and then white streaks ripped across the sphere on his face. His glasses slipped off, and a mask snapped into place instead. Tongue out, he grinned and purred that it was perfect, and that nothing he'd ever had could top this power. The protagonist muttered, exhausted, that he couldn't stop talking. Then Germa snapped that this was an attack since time was running out, and he burst into magic, aiming it at the guy and barking an order. Make an explosion ignite in his right hand. Kai shrugged off the hit like it was nothing, totally missing what was happening. Then his opponent started hurling insults, cranking up the power, and barking orders for Kai to shatter, grab, and rip him apart. None of those attacks ever landed on the protagonist, because the spirit word curse is just magic, and if it's weak, it can't touch him. The boy stared at his limits, crushed that this was all he had left, while Germa went totally baffled. His power quit on him again, like the spirit's own power just abandoned him. He tried to make sense of it all. Then one hit from the protagonist exploded the truth out of him, that he was useless at everything, and that single blow launched the opponent deep into the forest. He slammed into a tree and tried to get words out, but a nasty, jagged wound tore into his side. Kai muttered that he was bored, like a bug stuck in place. He warned that meddling would get him crushed. Then he snapped his fingers and called for Vels, who showed up instantly. Kai ordered him to dig every secret out of the guy, then said he'd make sure he personally learned what hell feels like. He followed the order, then wheeled around to face the crowd staring at him like heroes, and declared that they were going back, right as the sun started to climb over the horizon. The princess leaned in with a soft, knowing smile and told him she was thrilled, because he was her guardian. Kai once swore it was temporary, and Javushka nodded like she got it, because as long as he stays by her side, she'll never truly let go. Later, Kai realized she wasn't just reckless, she was blurting out weird stuff too. With everything going on around Rena, did he really have that much of a hold on her? He couldn't stop thinking about their cafe talk with the princess earlier. He's got Rena's back and he's got Rose, S2, like those old feelings of Kai Heinemann still refused to die, even after a full 100,000 years. He promised he'd stay in all this until a new guardian finally shows up, and honestly, he believed nothing would truly change. Still, he's out there in this world with his friends, free as a bird, doing whatever he wants. Right then, his friends sprawled beside him, and with a satisfied grin, Foth leaned in and asked if he liked Rose's cake. He nodded and admitted it was seriously tasty, leaving an empty plate on the table as the full moon climbed over the sky. Meanwhile, in the capital of the kingdom of Emilia Iremgard, a piercing scream ripped through the air, and the guy trotting down that long corridor instantly snapped tense. It was Kai's childhood friend, Renag Groth, who blurted out with pure excitement that Rose had just met a guy, and that they were already on their way to Barcelona. Kai's childhood friend, Magic Master Keach Steinbark, couldn't figure out why any of this was happening, so the girl yanked a scrap of paper right in front of him and ordered him to read the letter to Rose. He stared at it, clocked the girl's handwriting, and instantly knew she wasn't lying. She was telling the truth. Rena then admitted she was freaking out about both of them because they still had to get to Barcelona. She spun around in a heartbeat and decided to rush off and get a carriage for them, but Keach lunged in front of her, demanding to know if she had any idea what would happen if she walked away. With a grin, the girl told him, "If you disguise yourself, we'll be totally fine. Now get ready and come with me." And the poor stunned guy just stood there in the corridor, fully knowing the teacher was about to rip them a new one. At the same time, lightning ripped across the sky above the Lord's ghost town residence, and the walls inside were smeared with patches of paint. The man sat still on a chair, buried in his book, until he snapped it shut. He declared that Germa was gone for good, and the room instantly erupted in confusion as someone blurted out, "Is that true?" He shot back that his time in this world had already burned out, no doubt about it. Then another guy asked if it was true someone in Papra could wipe him out, and he answered, "Yeah, it's correct." After he stood up, he laid out their next move. Then the girl asked if they'd wrapped up their current business. He waved it off and said they could handle it later, and the guy leaned in, insisting they had to wipe them all out. The man demanded Vinegar to track down who trashed Germa, then ordered the Salt to rush and trigger the runes, fast. Sugar and Pepper are going to hunt down Papera and smash them, because for them, quitting isn't on the table, no matter who shows up. Inside the cave palace, two men in black cloaks slipped in and stood before the girl on the throne, and after she heard their words, exhaustion hit. She realized even the deity can't take on the hero. The man choked up, sobbing that he'd stayed glued to the screen until the very end. Number 33 never came back. He insisted the case didn't even need oversight, but he still wanted to help Neil, yet fear screamed that it was too late. The girl gripped the arm of the chair until her knuckles went white. Clutching her head, she panicked. Sure enough, one of the Dark King's close associates, Ashmedia Neil, had vanished, and she forced herself to stay strong just to get through this. All she could think about now was hoping forgiveness would still be waiting for her. She jerked herself upright, snapped, "Everyone listen," and demanded they keep hunting for the victim they needed, someone specific, the one unique person who could trigger the activation. Everyone dropped everything and obeyed her command, and in the same breath she begged to be watched from another world, because once her mission was done, she would follow through. Meanwhile, even deeper in the darkness, divine beings from Babylon slipped together, one of them stepping forward to claim the ruined scour was finished, and that they'd found the gate meant for their demon army. Then the girl demanded the truth. Was it really there? Pazuzu of the evil army grinned and said, I'll go first. I'll step into that world and fling open the gates for Lady Tiamat. She nodded right away, insisting he move even faster because she couldn't stand waiting another second. Rena and Keech beamed as they set off to find the main character, while Kaio strode down his own path, swearing they wouldn't let a single person who crossed them walk away alive. The demon stood tall and swore she'd guard Dash Media no matter what, and Tiamat's grin flared as she rubbed her hands like, yes, I'm finally getting to play. At that moment, the main character slid his sword behind his back, struck out beside the princess, and as their carriage rolled away, the beastmen kept waving until they were gone. Right after Cabra, Arnold caught up with them and said he'd just heard the go-ahead to return to the capital would be ready in about 2 weeks. Until then, they'd be stuck living in bars. Then, just like that, he vanished. Looks like he still has to handle a few more days of business tied to what happened in the city, 2 weeks of delay, but honestly that's a win. The main character's got his own mission too, and he finally reached the place he needed to be. Right in the heart of that circular square sits the Hunters Guild of Bars, tucked close to the capital, your perfect stop on the road to the forest, where hunting deals and big catches start. Hunters from every corner of the world flood into Hars, and the moment they arrive, the grind never stops, because the Hunters Guild, the thing that links every job to the hunters themselves, is absolutely irreplaceable. All across the city, people were strolling around with every kind of weapon imaginable. Kai dreams of roaming the world someday, no limits, so he goes for a hunter's license, because it's the fastest way to cash in and make his travels possible. As he neared the building, he snapped his eyes up. There was a man watching him from a window. Rose and the others must have found a place by now, he thought, so he decided it was time to register as a hunter too. He strode into the huge hall, where every hunter was locked in their own business, and ranks were split into 6 levels, from fresh beginners to superhuman, and each step higher was earned by finishing tasks and following orders. To climb out of rank C, you've got to crush extra tests. Then once you sign up, the guild board lets you pick up quests that match your new rank anytime you want. He slammed the bell on the counter, announced he wanted to be a hunter, and asked if he could register right there. The girl stepped out, smiled warmly after his yes, and told him she could handle the registration, while her long dark hair fell over her shoulders. She told them the registration fee was 10,000 euros and asked, "Is that okay?" He got it right away and dove straight for the money, rummaging through the box full of items, and the girl couldn't believe what he was doing. She leaned in, eyes shining, and said he had a whole box of tricks. Then he calmly cut in that he didn't have those skills at all, and she was wrong, but deep down he remembered. This was exactly the kind of rare skill he'd almost forgotten. Kai slid the exact amount into her hands, and she bowed an apology while confirming she'd received it. Then Kai's stomach twisted, because standing out again could drag him into trouble like last time. He had to keep his rare goods and hard-earned skills buried for good. Then the girl slammed a ball onto the table and said she had to check his gift and status. She told him to touch the items so everything would light up and reveal all the information. He kept circling the idea because those sealed godglobes help him hold steady at around 100, but the gift's compatibility is so shaky that dropping him down to beginner level suddenly feels like the smarter move. He set the power's average to 12, then, just in case, slid on the ring that hides abilities, and with his hands up he demanded, "Am I doing it right?" The girl nodded and said she'd check it right now. She gasped, then screamed through the whole hall that the gift was the most useless thing on earth, and every single person snapped their eyes to the main character, so the girl hurriedly apologized for the outburst. He calmly said, like it was inevitable, that of course she'd be shocked, and one of the hunters snapped and pointed at him, screaming that he was truly the most useless guy alive. One guy told Lega to shut it, said he'd run straight to the boss. When Lega stepped away, he muttered that defending this traitor was pointless, and that Mia was too dead serious to care. She apologized again, knowing she'd spilled the info on purpose, and the guy actually smiled, because if everyone thought he was weak, fewer people would cause trouble for him. He told her not to worry, and she actually did the opposite. Then the puzzled girl asked if he liked it when they mocked him, and he thanked her for helping, asking her to continue the registration. She grinned and told him to bend over backwards for the sign, showing off his status and skills. Then she couldn't stop herself, blurted out his power level, and every hunter instantly snapped their eyes back to him, and she knew she'd messed up again. He figured out something was off about his status, and at least the fake ring was on his hand, so he shot her an apology, admitting he'd forgotten to remove the ability enhancement ring, then yanked it off and told her to double-check. She nodded and agreed. Right as he stepped out of the building, he couldn't shake the feeling that all those questions were way too much for something as simple as registration, because he still remembered what she told him. Once the sign-up was done, he'd only have to come back one more time for the final paperwork. Right after that, she slid a temporary registration card into his hands and warned him, in no uncertain terms, to never flash that ability enhancement ring, because one wrong move could get him into serious trouble. Then he trudged on, telling himself there was nothing he could do. This road was too long, until boom, men closed in around him, and the guy finally got what the administrator had been saying. A little earlier, up on the guild's top floor in Johnson's private room, Ilsa Harnish, the Class B hunter, huffed and demanded, furious as hell, why she was supposed to keep watch on that boy. That A-class hunter, everyone swore she'd turned down a shot at S-rank, was convinced it was just overprotectiveness, so she tailed this guy to find out. They told her there was no use talking, she had to see it for herself, right now. Downstairs at the reception desk he was waiting, and she was ordered to go straight there. Then, without warning, she was shown the door. She descended the stairs and immediately thought, yeah, I agreed, but they're paying me big for this. And there she spotted the main character chatting with the administrator. She even overheard folks trashing him, calling him the most useless guy on the planet, saying he was weak as a twig and destined to never accomplish anything big. One of the guys blurted that he'd heard there was a ring that could supercharge your abilities, and the others immediately grilled him. What kind of ring was it? A treasure level 1. He had asterisked to get it, because the boss would be thrilled, and the girl finally caught on to everything they were talking about. Il stared as the boy got boxed in by a crowd, and in that moment she realized she'd finally have to dig into why Johnson ordered a child to be watched, or guarded. One of the men demanded the ability enhancement ring from the protagonist. Then she instantly clocked they weren't here to talk. They were going to rob him. Apparently the guild was already dead and buried, and the moment it hit her, she remembered what the administrator had said. Mia told her the guy had just gone, and begged her to keep an eye on him for a bit. She was terrified something would happen. Ilsa knew she couldn't turn her back on this kid, no matter what, and right then one of the men snatched him. She thought it was over, she was about to lose him, but then Kai exploded forward and slammed his kick into the attacker, sending him flying away. The girl just stood there, stunned, unable to even process what she was seeing. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist mowed down every attacker, then eyes narrowed. He stalked right toward the girl watching him. She jerked back, ducked behind a pillar, and terror clenched her chest, because there was no way he'd buy it if he could spot through her disappearance skill. Right then, Johnson popped into view and demanded, "Hey, did you see anything?" Ilse couldn't wrap her head around what made it useless, because it wasn't just fighting power or upgraded gear. There was something darker underneath. The man grinned and said the truth. That wasn't even his real strength. He was a monster. Ilse's jaw just dropped because she couldn't believe it. She stared at the protagonist and asked if he wanted the guy to scrub every last bit of Bars's dirt, and just like that the guy locked eyes with them, Johnson snapped that they had their own scores to settle, and a clash was coming fast. He's terrified of unleashing his wrath, so he hands her the task, only for her to completely miss what he's really saying. A few days later, in a fancy house in an elite neighborhood, the man snapped with rage, demanding if they always run away like cowards. The guy snapped back that every day they rally people to come for him, but this ring is just too damn powerful, no way they can handle it. Then the other man screamed at them, "Stop making excuses." It was Miss Hyro, the hero and leader of the 4 Saint Guilds, Card, standing face to face with Mayor Hig, who snapped that people like them weren't wanted at all, then boiled with rage and demanded to know if they'd found anything out about him. The guy shot back that it was Kai Heinemann, the guy who got the single most useless gift on Earth, and everyone knew he'd been tangled in that Hopper incident everyone's whispering about, so the enraged man instantly clocked it. This was the same one the coin screwed up. He pressed for what happened next, and the boy hissed that people were whispering the magical beast got crushed by the local beastmen, until the proof showed it was Kai who truly brought it down. Mashiro said that his ability enhancement ring could actually wipe out one of the 4 great magical beasts. Then the kid shot back that it might mean something else. Whispers rippled through the crowd. No way they'd ever take him down. It was hopeless. The man said nothing, then calmly finished his drink. After that, he clenched the bottle and squeezed until it exploded, then screamed for everyone to shut up, because if he got a ring like that, even these miserable boars could turn into something he actually wanted. He grinned and instantly clocked that his assistant had a sneaky plan to slip past him. He snapped back that if brute strength couldn't break it, then he'd hunt the weak spot. And lately, he'd been meeting that guild guy nonstop, the kind of closeness that made it feel like something was brewing. Mashiro burst out laughing when he clocked his weakness, because if it worked, he didn't care how. Then they decided full force, take everything this guy had, and make their guild's name roar higher than ever. A few days later, right in the middle of Barcelona's annual carnival, the protagonist strolled around the city with the girls, when a bubbly fuff grabbed his attention and demanded he move faster. He begged her to be careful, and right then he spotted she was about to bounce from stall to stall, so Mia grinned and chirped that she was energetic and cute. Then the girl happily kept munching her meat right there. The guy told her it was Anna's homemade costume, so he begged her not to get it dirty. Then Mia stepped in, wiped the mess off her mouth, and when she invited them to eat together, Mia's face lit up as she said yes. The boy figured Pfaff must have truly latched onto them now that she was sharing her food, and Astaroth couldn't believe she still had the nerve, or the appetite, to eat with all those people packed around. The protagonist clocked it. His assistant had shown up too, and when they asked why, he shrugged and said he'd only come to hunt for whatever cool surprises he could uncover. And since those spies had been tailing the boss for days, they decided to play it safe, so they called Yuki. He snapped that she needed to track them down and uncover exactly what they were doing, then scoop up every detail she could. He'd let her decide what came next, and the girl bowed, agreeing without hesitation. Meanwhile, the girls bounced through the city with bright smiles, sampling every food stall they could find, until dusk crept in and the crowds started thinning out. He told her thanks for playing with Pfaff, and real gratitude lit up his voice. She smiled back and said she had fun too. Rose can't just disappear for a holiday, she's not well enough, and Anna would never ditch her just to have fun. Mia grinned and said it felt exactly like having a little sister. He remembered Pfaff saying she had to hit the carnival, and Kai fired back, "Come on, the whole city is basically one giant playground. One wrong turn and you'll be lost in seconds." And just like that, Mia offered to take them around the holiday, no hesitation, and her kindness saved the day, while the protagonist secretly prayed Mia would finally play with Pfaff again. The girl grinned and said she wanted to talk to Kai too, but he didn't catch it, so he pushed the question again, and she just shook her head, saying nothing. She told me that every time she spoke to him, he somehow felt way younger, and he shot back that the guild's own record claims he's 15, but the truth is he's been alive for about 100,000 years, so she should just call him Kai, and that's when they finally rolled up to the place. The girl told them they could split up right here, then gently stroked Pfaff's head, gave her a warm good night, and smiled, promising they'd meet again tomorrow. And when she finally walked off, they just stood there staring, watching her vanish into the distance. Astaroth even warned them that, right against the sunset, the girl's cheek color would suddenly disappear. Kai caught himself feeling a little sorry for her, then he quickly clarified what he meant, and she just reacted by throwing his hands up in protest. Meanwhile, suspicious eyes were tracking that happy girl from behind the trees. That night, the protagonist and his crew packed into a huge hall, and Kai's stomach dropped when he finally realized those cards weren't a game at all. They were going to rope hostages into blackmailing him. Everyone in the room stared at Yuki as she stood there and backed up his claims, and the moment she spoke, his expression turned dark with mounting rage. His face contorted with pure rage, and the girls instantly crammed together in fear, because weren't these the same hunters who'd been tailing the main character for years? He let out a heavy sigh and told them every time they struck, he simply pushed them back again and again. Astaroth nodded, impressed at how relentless they were. Kai admitted he let them live to keep things quiet, but then he wondered if it was really worth it. Yuki snapped back that Mia was the one they'd just kidnapped, after she dumped her mistress following the festival. Clutching the headband and glaring, he snapped, asking if she was just standing there watching, because she never waits for orders, right? Then she opened her mouth to answer, but a black shadow suddenly swallowed the moment. Nemesis, one of the Alliance goddesses who swore to obey Kai, showed up and demanded permission to handle it herself. She said her people were already keeping eyes on the hostages and the maps, and that the hostages were protected, so he didn't have to worry. Yuki shot back that there was no need, she'd rush in and save them right away. The protagonist rose, thanking them for their help, but he swore he'd handle it himself. Nemesis narrowed her eyes, lips pursed with sharp displeasure. Then he declared he was out, leaving for good, and the princess snapped awake, remembering the Four Saints Guild's crimes they were supposed to stop were beyond forgiveness. Maybe it was time to send the kingdom's troops after them. He grabbed his sword and snapped back that she didn't need to. She was right there, and it was his job. He'd take it from here. Nemesis smirked and said that was exactly the kind of answer she'd been waiting for from the master. She figured he'd say it. Boeing snapped that they were the enemies of every woman, promised they wouldn't let them off the hook, and then demanded they be allowed to set up a plan for wiping those cards out. He shot back that he had no clue what she was cooking, yet if it meant sending the cards straight to hell, he'd back her plan without hesitation. She grinned, all calm, saying the scenario would kick off soon. No, it was already rolling. Right then the maid burst in and announced, "I've got a letter." A little earlier, Mia strolled down the road, humming like everything was perfect. Then her cheeks flamed red, because the whole day she'd been stuck thinking about the main character, and she couldn't help comparing herself to that younger kid. She snapped her head back, baffled. She's already thrown his life into chaos, so now she can only worry and keep her eyes on him every single day, because at some point she finally realized something dangerous. She actually likes dating the main character. Dizzy with what she was seeing, she realized this could drag on, and it was straight-up abuse of power. She trusted Ilsa with surveillance since she could handle it, but she had to stop running into him face to face. She sat there heart heavy, wondering how it would feel if she never got to see the main character again, and the girl perched on a barrel, staring up at the starry sky. Then out of nowhere, a few people lunged in from behind her, yanked her down, and started tying her up, while she realized her headband was gone right where she stood, and the main character's helper watched all of it unfold from up in a tree. They hauled the girl into a crumbling building, dumped her on the floor, and she tried to move. Nothing. She was in a rundown church on the town's edge. Right beside her, a cross stood under a dark, looming man who greeted her with a cold smile. As she stared at his face, she gasped, "Master Ma, what are you up to?" she demanded. For this kind of brutality against guild workers, he should have been punished to the bone, even by the cards themselves, but all he cared about was Kai, the one who'd snatched a terrifying, powerful item. She was ordered to punish him, and she snapped back that she'd just met him, so she figured she was there to lure him out. After all, he was so kind that he'd come running to rescue her. Still not getting it, she blurted. "Why would you kidnap me if he's just going to ignore your calls anyway?" One of them snapped back that she shouldn't lie, because they'd already cracked everything, and the real twist was that she's dating him right now, with an engagement right around the corner. That blushing girl froze at his words, realizing this wasn't just some misunderstanding from what she'd said to him earlier. She had to scramble to figure out what he was really trying to tell her. The guy grinned and said that her reaction proved they'd nailed the engagement, so now they were about to have some fun teasing her, and the men closed in from every side around the girl, who had no clue what was about to happen. Fear hit her hard. One of them reached out and urged her to savor the final moments while they played with her, and she shrieked at him to stay away. Still, he couldn't resist the way she reacted. Then he ripped the crying girl's clothes to shreds, and the whole crowd cheered him on. Mashiro just couldn't wait to see the look on his face when he finally realized his beloved had been taken apart. He hooked his fingers under her chin and ordered her to cry and scream even louder, trembling as Mia flashed back to the main character, because in the end, it was all her fault that they'd finally paid attention to him. She clenched her courage, screamed at him to stay away, and slammed her head into his face. Right then, his nose erupted in blood, and the man swung back at her. He even said, "If I handle this right away, it'd be boring." Then he shot an apology, swore he'd tried to stay gentle, while the girl's vision faded fast, praying the main character would never reach her. Right then, a guy burst in and seized the man's hand, and the girl's stomach dropped, because she knew they weren't meant to see each other, and the last thing she wanted was for him to be standing here. But the truth hit hard. She didn't just want to see him, she craved it. One of the cards blared in shock, clueless how Kai even made it there. The crying girl squeezed her eyes shut, like she couldn't bear what came next. Rage flared as he crushed his opponent's hand until it started to warp, wishing he'd vanish for good. Then his raw power tore straight through the building's roof. Rage surged through him as he stared at the girl crumpled on the floor, and everyone there had no clue how he'd even made it to her. Mashiro barked for his men to quickly close in around him, but he didn't even flinch. He just plopped down beside Mia, then apologized for keeping her waiting. Tucking a white robe over her, he shielded her from every physical blow and magical spell, the magic bouncing right off her back. Then he leaned in and promised, "It's fine now, just rest," because he'd dragged her into all his trouble. The opponent closed in, and he practically had all the time in the world, standing right in front of them with eyes burning in irritation. Then he launched an attack on every single person standing there. They were stunned. He was taking on all those people by himself. Mashiro guessed that the ring's power was the reason this guy had suddenly gotten that strong. Now he craved him even more. He'd already set his moves to strike the protagonist, then his own gaze caught him and stopped him dead. Panic hit him. He figured retreat might be smarter this time, but he barely had a second, because the main character was right on his tail, shouting that he'd sent him an invitation and was already heading out. He leaned in and talked about a letter, one that said the girl was in their grasp, then told him to rush straight to an abandoned church in the southeast, right away. They'll trade the hostage for a ring of enhancement, so he has to fight back right now, because if he fails, the hostage's life isn't promised. Astorov couldn't believe it. The princess's assistant raged at their reckless behavior, yet somehow this gang of bandits kept moving at lightning speed. Kai told Nemesis he had no clue what she was plotting, but he'd show up wherever she pulled him. Then she smirked that everything was going exactly by her script, and Kai snapped at them to stay out of it, promising he'd take care of it alone. He thrust his sword at the guard boss, and the man's face went pale with terror. Then the protagonist tore into him, raging, demanding whether he really thought he could walk away unhurt after messing with him. The panicked man opened his mouth and found nothing, no words, just panic. Around him, his henchmen loitered with swords raised, totally clueless on what they were supposed to do. And the strain shot straight to his eyes, making the blood vessels bulge like they were about to burst. Out of nowhere, he teleported straight to the girl, bursting into laughter, then announced the game had flipped, before pulling her tight into his arms. He flashed his hand and declared, "This is the teleportation ring's power." Then he grinned, because the ability enhancement ring he had, that one was going straight into his collection too. Kai stayed stone calm, but inside he was screaming. He couldn't even spot what was real anymore. The man pressed a knife to the girl's throat and roared at Kai to rip off his gloves and hand over the ring, or he'd tear the girl apart. Yanking off his gloves, the boy agreed, warned him he'd regret it later, and asked if the move would fit him, while Astaroth and Nemesis, staring at the door, froze in shock as their master started stripping off the sealing god gloves right in front of them. Bursting into the room, Astaroth blared that he was pulling back. Kai immediately ordered him to retreat, while Mashiro struggled to make sense of the chaos as the protagonist finally clocked it. He hadn't been free of limits in a long time, and Astaroth was seething at these idiots. Kai confronted Nemesis, and right away she bowed and swooped in to take the sleeping girl from the man, while Kai just stood there, frozen in pure shock. He yelled that ambushing was pure meanness, then the protagonist hurled a ring at him like, "This is what you wanted," and it was that same guy who took the hostage, claiming it was all meanness. Miss Hiro snatched the ring in a wave of shock, and his assistant grinned, confirming it was the exact same one. He snapped the ring on in pure shock, whispering that this was the thing that turned that guy into a monster, because now he wasn't just the strongest in the kingdom, he was the strongest in the whole damn world. Kai basically told them, "I'm no different from the Gift-Reliant crowd, and even Cider is a tougher warrior than all of you." Mashiro, his ring blazing, barked at him to shut up, because now he had nothing to fear and didn't need him anymore. Then he charged straight at him with his axe. Then he ordered every one of his minions to pile on and torture him at once, so they surged in instantly, and as the minions attacked, Mashiro swung his axe and erupted in loud, fearless laughter. The protagonist planted himself, blade steady in hand, embracing the true school of the sword, one-blade style, and launched the first form with a single, devastating strike that dropped his opponents. Around Mashiro, people started falling apart like something snapped inside them, and he couldn't even figure out why. He didn't see a single hit land. While the world screamed, the main characters just stood there, stone calm. The protagonist dropped his hand, leaving him with no fingers at all, then stood over him while he knelt there, shaking with terror as the man demanded, "Did you slip me a fake?" Kai snapped back that this ring was exactly what he'd been searching for, because he hadn't even been wearing any ability-boosting gear in the first place. The stunned man blurted a prayer for help, but the protagonist snapped his sword up and cut the air. No matter what he had, he wasn't so weak that he'd ever lose to him. Then lightning erupted from the blade. His magic blanketed the entire building, turning it into a blaze of wild color. Then it was over. Where the structure stood, only smoke curled up, and the opponents he hit crumpled to the ground, choking on silence and unable to speak. Kai snapped his fingers and called Belzit, then the demon appeared right behind him. The boy demanded he make these people feel terror, slam them right to the edge, but keep them alive. Belzit obeyed without hesitation. Right out of the black shadow, Nemesis burst forth and spoke to her master, saying they were insanely interested in this, and they'd brought these people with them too. Johnson and Ilsa slipped out of her shadow, and Kai let out a tense sigh the second he recognized them. Johnson told him they'd be taken straight to the Hunters Guild, and Kai nodded, said it was the right move. Then he watched the map crumble to dust, and it barely didn't destroy everything. Marhig is probably about to meet death for every crime he's committed. Then Nemesis, the protagonist, leans in and demands to know why she let the map take the girl, and he extends his hand toward her sleeping face. Nemesis snapped that saving Miss Mia had to be done alone, and that they'd only set the stage for it, yet the boy just didn't get it. Astaroth then shrugged off the whole explanation, saying it was pointless, and Ilsa stared at him with pure irritation. She finally snapped at the protagonist, demanding he march the girl back to her dorm. Then he just shrugged and said, "Sure, no problem, but wouldn't it make more sense to have the guild members handle it?" She told them they had a mountain of work waiting, scrutinized the crime scene and everything around it, because they weren't going to be back for a long time, and that he'd have to step up, take responsibility, and haul her away himself. Everyone backed her up, and the main character nodded along too. He hoisted the girl onto his back, barked at them to clean up the knack case, and stared at the scorched earth everywhere. Nemesis finally understood what the master's real power looked like, while Astaroth smirked and said he hadn't even used a tiny fraction of it. She gasped, asking if that meant the master had zero enemies in this world. Then he nodded, and even said the master was just like his old master. Watching the guy walk away, he blurted that he needed something to anchor him to this world, something besides fighting, because the night was finally cracking into morning. He sprinted through the street lights with the girl in his arms. Then she jolted awake, stared at him, and realized he was the one holding her. He spun toward her, checked if she was awake, and swore he'd take her home right now. He even apologized for startling her and asked straight up if she was hurt, and the flustered girl blushed and meekly said she was totally okay. She couldn't even find the words to thank him, and he brushed it off, said he didn't want gratitude at all, yet here she was, dragged into all of this because of him. Snuggling up to him, she felt this rush of pure happiness, and then she realized he just didn't get it. Blushing hard, she told him her dorm was right nearby, and she could totally walk there on her own. She rose to her feet and told him she didn't owe him her gratitude, yet she couldn't help it. She thanked him anyway, clinging to the hero like her life depended on it, and he just shrugged it off with, "Of course you don't have to say it." The girl kept clinging to him for a while, and the guy just stood there, frozen and useless, while the sun dipped toward the horizon. Later on, the girl gave him one last wave and promised they'd meet again, and the protagonist flashed a smile back, sealing her words like a vow. Nemesis, cheeks burning, stared at it through the screen and grumbled that he should have walked the girl to the door, while Astaroth watched, furious and on edge. She even said it'd be nice just to step into the room, and he nodded right away. Then Bilsa, all nervous, admitted she wanted to talk to him, and both of them snapped their heads toward her. Nemesis shot back with ruthless confidence, saying they're the ones who will share the protagonist's fate, and they won't touch a thing the master has sworn to protect. Just as they vanished into the dark, they leaned in and told the stunned girl, "Don't worry." Before she could even ask what happened, they were gone, like they'd slipped right out of her hands. Johnson snapped to it. He hadn't thanked them yet, then admitted, in a careful voice, that he'd begged Kai to help purge the Hunters' Guild of Rot. And yeah, it looked like they'd kicked open a hornet's nest. Their surveillance got exposed in a blink. Then he boldly proved his power had no limits, and when the girl admitted it was honestly terrifying, he still stepped in and saved Mia. He told them he'd always known him as his old friend's son, and he couldn't figure out what changed, but his heart still felt the same. Ilse looked off to the side and said she believed the main character and his friends couldn't be evil either. Later in the city, the princess peered through the window and spotted the main character back safe and sound, so she finally let out a breath of relief, like the whole nightmare truly ended. Her assistant snapped, furious that even though he'd saved some ordinary person, he'd still stirred up way too much commotion, then blamed him for having zero pride in being a royal guard. The princess told Anna, "I'm just a temporary royal guard," and admitted she'd asked him for help, then added, "I know you were worried." She explained, all flustered, that she couldn't possibly leave Rose to wait for Kai by herself. Anna snapped that he always did whatever he wanted, no questions asked, and the princess only tried to protect him the way she could. Rose then nudged the girl softly, realizing she was running on empty and needed rest. So she said, "It's already morning, let's rest," and both girls climbed into bed. The princess zonked out fast, but Anna couldn't shut her mind off. Once the moment was right, she slipped out of the room and lingered by the window, convinced the princess fully trusts the main character, only for her to know she's not that simple. An empty street, an empty bridge, and somehow that emptiness doubles. Anna trudges along the pavement with a heavy heart, then slams on the brakes, freezes solid, and lets a storm of thoughts rip through her mind. She grips the bridge's edge, and a terrifying scream tears out of her. Then the girl turns to Kai and begs him for forgiveness. She flat out refuses to blame the king and Rose for the kingdom's collapse. Anna bursts into the dining room, and the moment she's there, Mrs. Rose stares at her, fully baffled. Kai lays it out. In a kingdom where discrimination and poverty choke everyone, corrupt nobles and greedy rulers run wild, and because the king and Rose are trapped in that mess, they can't truly lead the people or carry the weight of responsibility. Anna is told to step away and cool off. Meanwhile, she's fuming, because the moment they call her incompetent, it stings, and it burns even more since Rose always keeps thinking about the people. She blurts out nonstop apologies, bolts out of the room, and sprints down the long corridor, shooting one last heartbreaking look back at the young people who stay frozen in their seats. Kai decides the smartest move is to give Anna some space and pick up where they left off, diving back into politics with her right after. Another young, pleasant-looking girl storms into the room and shouts that it's snack time, and Rose immediately pushes for a quick break. She's craving cookies, so the older one grins and says, "All right, I'll bake a ton, come help me with it." Before they go, Rose steals one last glance out the window, and her heart sinks, because with Anna like that, she figures the safest move is to leave her be. The girl leans in and tells Kai, mid-sip, that they're totally out of tea for the cookies. Rose winks at Kai and charms him into telling Anna to grab some regular tea. Right on the bridge, Anna pauses with her gaze locked on the horizon, then a blood-chilling scream rips through the air behind her. Turns out it's an elderly woman standing there with a little boy beside her, both pointing at a massive statue of an ancient deity. Grandmother says that in this kingdom, a person's true worth gets measured by the blessing they receive from the holy god of war, Ares, because that gift is the foundation of everything. The boy blurts out with pure excitement that he wants a legendary gift too, and that he's destined to become a knight. Then he's met with a warm, heartfelt blessing. Beastmen who don't have blessings are treated like trash, and only the highest virtue humans are allowed to keep them under control. And if you don't carry a blessing, they brand you incompetent and throw you into the traitor pile. Anna still remembers being taught that the Earth Kingdom's noble values are the way things should be, and that she herself comes from an ancient bloodline of holy knights and nobles. But the more Anna tries to live up to the proud knight she wants to be, the more doubts claw at her, and then a scream erupts right behind her. Turns out it's a guy putting his wares on full display for the buyers, while everyone else swarms in with grins like this whole show is pure entertainment. Anna had always feared this exact clash, everything she'd been taught since childhood as right, pitted against the brutal cruelty of the world around her. Anna bursts up to the man and clamps onto his hand, stopping him from landing another hit. Then the memory of the day she saved Rose slams into her, and pure horror washes over her as she realizes what it could have cost. She can't wrap her head around it. How could anyone treat a living, thinking, feeling person like they don't matter? The man can't wrap his head around whipping an animal until Anna snaps back, people are people. He snaps back in pure rage, telling her to stay out of the way so he can sell his product to buyers who, apparently, were already furious that she'd stepped in. He also claims it's the kingdom's people who made the call, deciding beastmen weren't real people and labeling them traitors, so it's wild to hear lectures about discrimination from the very ones who cooked it up. Kai suddenly charges in, throws his back in front of Anna, and snaps that she doesn't know life, like that somehow explains everything she did. The girl snaps all over again, rage exploding through her. Once again, the man slips on that impenetrable mask and calmly shuts it down. He doesn't want scandals, because they're messing with his business, plain and simple. He just wants to show the goods to customers who'd rather sit back and enjoy the whole scene. Kai yanked a bag stuffed to the brim with money from his breast pocket, shoved it into the man's hands, and declared, "There are 80,000 eagles in here." He doesn't even pause, he takes the bag and then flashes a grin like, "Relax, this is just an advance payment." The seller casually strokes the girl's hair and says that silver baby beast is insanely rare, then drops the price like it's nothing, $2 million. Anna stared in stunned disbelief, because she couldn't even fathom where the young man could possibly pull out a sum that huge. Kai promises, "I'll pay later, just take care of the kid until then, and don't let anyone get hurt." Once he's got a taste of it, he sets a 30-day deadline and warns, "If you don't pay up on time, I'm walking away, and you'll never see that 80,000 Orlov again." He whips a cloak onto the kid's shoulders, declares the deal sealed, and warns that until the transfer happens, that child will be treated like a prized, high-value prize. Kai shut down the argument in his head and nodded yes without a single complaint. With a dismissive thank you tossed over his shoulder, the man storms out, dragging the child right after him. She turns back with a heavy heart, reaching for the people who could save her, but they keep slipping farther and farther away with every single second. Once the crowd scattered and the square went empty, Anna lunged at Kai, fury burning, because he'd had the nerve to strike a deal right in front of the Knight of the Kingdom. Kai shoots back that this was the fastest, easiest way to save the kid, because every single thing that went down in the kingdom was totally legal. The young man leans in, asks Anna if she really wants to risk Rose in a dangerous situation. To keep the kid safe, he made the only move that mattered, and when Anna finally steadied her nerves, she nodded and agreed with us. As Kai turns to go, he blurts that he can't figure tea, he has no money on hand, and Rosa specifically told him to grab her favorite. Anna snaps again, storms at Kai, and calls him a fool, because he just tossed away all their money on some unknown slave and left not a single penny for their needs. Kai snaps back, saying these country-sized problems can't be fixed that easily, and trying to pull it off completely alone is brutally, insanely hard. He whips around with a bright grin, praising Anna and saying her name for the very first time, and it leaves her torn between pride and confusion. They decide to bolt out for quick shopping and rush right back to Rose. When they finally got there, they spilled everything they'd been through to Rose, and her jaw dropped at the huge price they'd have to pay. Rose jumps in and says she's 100% behind his plan. Anna slips into a chair, trembling, and blurts that she was there. She saw it all go down. Kai snaps back, warning that this kind of move could ignite a scandal, or worse, get someone killed. He even begs for advice on how to pull off a huge fortune in just 30 days, because he can't touch the treasury, and Rose smirks, saying she's got one idea. At first, she pitches her plan to sell a family heirloom from her hunter uncle, claiming it won't be tied to the people's taxes, and the price will more than wipe out the costs. Rose also says you can snatch the prize money for yourself if you make it to the final of the royal tournament in Lusahali, because it only happens once every 4 years. Kai signed up for the sacred martial arts tournament, and it already feels like the walls are closing in. Because he refused to sell his uncle's ring, this young man is getting pulled into the tournament, whether he's ready or not. Rose is convinced he'll be fine and he won't lose, but once he digs into the rules, the real truth hits hard. He doesn't like how the whole tournament works, and if he slips up even once, they'll wipe him out of the fights. While everyone's baseless trust grates on him and drives him insane. Right before Kai's first battle even kicks off, a hulking man, nearly double Kai's height, suddenly shows up at his side. The man leans in and demands to know just how strong his opponent really is. And he only flashes a sly grin. The towering guy demands his opponent's name, and Kai steps in fast to tell him who he is. Zach blurted his name and said he was in B31, and the guy just matched his comm with a quick, steady reply of his own group number. The man grins and says, "We'll meet in the final tournament if we make it through." Kai nods right back, matching the smile and admitting he's hoping for that showdown too. And then boom, they split up and vanish into different directions. A wild thought rockets through Kai's head. This is about to be seriously interesting. In Beesville's mansion, sitting alone in a ghost town, the girl slips into the office and drops the bombshell. She's uncovered everything about Kai Heinemann. And she flat out admits she didn't understand a thing. The men in front of her demand to know why her surveillance skills couldn't save the day, and the girl snaps back that the moment Kai yanked off his glove, her farsighted powers just died. She swears on her own eyes that she watched the church blow apart, and that he tore down one of the 4 guilds all by himself. He presses her again, refusing to believe her, like he just can't accept what she truly saw. The guy bursts into laughter, and the girl shoots back that she'd been watching him the whole time anyway. A mysterious man in a hat leans in and declares that Kai is almost certainly on their side. The man promises he'll snip away Kai's Achilles heel first. And with all her strength, the girl drives a knife into the photo of Kai and Anna. Kai locks the girl's face in his mind, then realizes this is his shot to earn real money, because if there's one dream he won't give up, it's living wild and free as a hunter. Sometimes survival demands a pile of cash, because living without money is impossible. He says he knows he can cash in at the tournament, but he can't shake the worry about whether it's really okay to stay out that late. Rose tells them Arnold is slammed with the fallout from the recent mess and can't come back right now. And they won't get back into the capital until he finally arrives and stands guard. Kai can't shake the feeling it's all his fault. Then the cart suddenly happens, snapping everything into motion. The girls get him to breathe again, telling him he didn't just save them, he saved countless other people too. Kai feels like he's about to bite on her bait, but he can't see any other way to grab money fast. He's convinced he's registered, and now he's fired up, time to link up with Rose and the rest of the crew. Suddenly, a voice roars behind him, shouting at the young man out of nowhere. The second people spot that participant card in Kai's hand, they refuse to believe he's one of the competitors too. The young man locks eyes on them and realizes he has to tear out of the city, right now, no questions asked. These people showed up to boost their school's honor, and once they learned about Kai's gift, they turned on him fast, straight up despising him. The young man storms out, saying he's done using their school's tech, and there's nothing left they can tell him. The guy in the suit roars that Kai's very existence is a blot on the school's name. They soothe him and tell him, Kai's still going to get wiped out and humiliated, so don't give that loser your attention. Kai can't believe he's actually stuck fighting guys like this in the qualifying rounds. And right on his heels, they keep yelling up a storm about the next big exploits coming. 2 days later, the sacred martial arts tournament finally kicks off, qualifying round, first day, and everything's about to explode. First, they split everyone into squads of 100. The second the gong explodes, the fight kicks off in an instant. Kai tightens the bandage he just bought for 10,000 eagles, no hesitation before the fight. Before the match kicks off, Kai studies every fighter like a hawk, mostly rookies, and 0 big-name celebrities in the lineup. Kai wrestles with how to win, telling himself it's extra hassle and he shouldn't have to stand out, but deep down, he knows this move is the surest ticket to the next stage. Suddenly, a voice Kai knows, right there off to the side, cuts through the air and Kai snaps his head around. The moment the students start squabbling, fists almost fly as they argue over who's actually worthy to take on Kai. The young man himself swears that kicking things off with 3 students from the school, and Heinemann too, is exactly the right move. The students start yelling at each other, trading accusations that everyone's trying to snatch their glory away. With one sharp motion, the young man slices the bandages right off his opponent's shoulders, while everyone else is still frozen, arguing over who gets to strike first. Kai drops to a squat at the edge of the stage, asks if he can hand the bandages to the host, and she stares at him like he just blinked through time, shocked that only a minute passed since the fight. The presenter yelps in shock when they spot the bandage hanging in Kai's hand. The young man blurts out his number and demands to know, does that count as enough to pass? The presenter scans the list, then quickly blurts out an apology for the whole disturbance. Kai gets hit with the shock of his life. He's advanced to the next stage, while his opponents spin around in disbelief. Spectators cling to the stands, stunned into silence, because they can't wrap their heads around what they're seeing. Tournament organizer Aaron clocks exactly what kind of young man he's dealing with. People whisper that he's cursed with the gift of mediocrity, but no, that rumor can't be true. The organizer snaps to it, Kai, even if he's wearing a totally different face, and can't stop wondering why he's even here. Kai's skill level was unreal. Only a tiny handful of people in the world can pull that off. Aaron suspects that so-called talentless man's gift is just a smokescreen, something meant to stop other organizations from snatching him up. Rumor says Kai got kicked out of the school family because of his gift, but nobody can explain why anyone would throw away a kid with that much talent. Aaron says that since Kai doesn't belong to the school anymore, he can strip everything away from him with zero trouble. The championship organizer was already sick of how the kids were performing in this tournament, but with someone like Kai in the mix, he's still got a surefire path to forge an elite warrior for the kingdom. Aaron can't believe it. The finale just got way more intense. And then at night, an enraged scream tears through the air, promising Kai will pay. He has no clue what trick he pulled. The students line up before their teacher and insist they didn't lose fair and square. Kai cheated, stole their headbands with some sneaky object, and that's how it all went down. The teacher glares at them with icy fury and shuts down every single suggestion they throw her way. The students are freaking out, begging to punish that vile swindler. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the chaos. The young man steps up and vows to fight him face to face, then rip off his mask and expose the lie himself. He promises that if they team up, they'll scrub the shame clean off the school, and the crowd will get to see every single thing unfold. Everyone else jumps on board and agrees with him. Everyone's got their hopes pinned on Riku, and they're holding their breath, waiting for him to pull off the win. And just like that, in one of those bars, another blood-curdling scream erupts. Register, an E-rank hunter, takes a drink. He keeps whining that Kai is the most useless person alive, then swears that only Mia saw something in him that actually fits. Hook, Riga's partner, blurts that they've been looking way too close for comfort lately. So he snaps back, shouting that he's better than the guy in every single way, and that it's just plain unfair, because resentment crashes through him like a wave. They tell the man to sleep it off, but he spirals anyway, shouting, swearing, and acting out as the others scramble to calm him down. His partner scrambles to calm the situation, insisting that his friend is just wildly drunk. Hook storms out, telling Riga, go home too right now. Right then, a second man barrels in and refills the young man's mug with more wine, like it was already empty on purpose. She drops into the seat, smiles like she owns the moment, then tells you she just rolled into the city, like, only days ago. Rega introduces himself, and the man admits he grilled the details about the hunter, then decided he was the best shot to lead the Balse Guild team. The man spills the real reason he's so fired up. He wants you to step into an ancient temple hidden deep in the Silk Forest. Rega's jaw drops at this wild, out-of-nowhere request, because even A-rank hunters won't touch that temple, and Saul just insists everything's right, saying it's one of the most unknown, unexplored dungeons out there. The young man shoots back that the ancient temple demands powers far beyond him, and his new friend leans in, whispering wild rumors. Untold treasures are buried there, the perfect gift meant for that girl. Saul thrusts an amulet into Raga's hands, swearing that once he has it, he'll level up into a full-on C-rank hunter. The girl snaps that the gentleman won't play with her, and it's so empty and boring she can't stand it. Rose tells him he's been buried in qualifying tournaments lately, and between those matches, he hasn't had a moment to play. That little girl is heartbroken. She'd love to cheer for Kai in person, but they'd stick out like a neon sign at the site, so she can't go. Anna shouts for Rose, cutting through the noise. She tells him Kai cleared the second qualifying round, and that the showdown of the third round is happening tomorrow. This young guy has the whole world in his hands, win the match, and he pockets a massive 3 million Eagles prize. Kai drawls that this much is way more than they ever expected. Rose grins at Kai and promises, right there through the monitor, that she'll be cheering for him the whole way. The young man strides up to the little girl and grins, promising, "I'll wrap this up fast, then we can play with the transformation." She vows to defend Rose with everything she's got, and Kai can't help but smile, then gently strokes the girl's cheek, moved to the core. Everyone rallies around the young man, showering him with a huge, heart-melting send-off. Over time, Anna and Kai forged a real friendship, growing closer and closer until they were thick as thieves. On the day of the qualifying round, the organizers stormed onto the stage and declared that only 4 fighters would punch their tickets to the finals, and if anyone blacked out or left the arena, it would count as a total loss. Kai stands among the fighters, quietly convinced none of them are a real threat, until a sudden flash of fear hits him, because what if he reads his strength wrong and gets wiped out of the tournament? 2 legends, Fly and Sigma, were summoned onto the stage, and after taking the main stage by storm, they were still the top favorites of this very selection. Next, they swung the spotlight to Rico Salvador, the fencing school student they called in on the spot. As the organizer called out the final participant, Kai suddenly snapped to a memory of Rick. Kai was pulled straight into the arena too. The host blurted that his gift was basically the most useless thing on earth, and Kai just flat out confirmed it. 2 participants rose up for the young man, calling out the presenter for being disrespectful and warning her not to shame the gifts they'd been given. Rick said the host was spitting straight truth and had nothing to apologize for, then he let out a chuckle, like the useless guy should have been the one to show up. She blurted out an apology, admitting her rudeness and trying to make it right. Everyone burst into laughter at Rick, roasting him by saying his weapon wasn't a sword at all, it was a tongue. The host blared that the final qualifying round was about to kick off, and Rick snapped his sword up, ready to blast a lesson into every single person who'd ever mocked him. Kai didn't join the fight at all. He just sat in the shadows, obsessed with the exact outcome he wanted. Suddenly, someone called out to him, and this young guy bluffed like he'd wandered off by mistake, even though it was a setup to steal the win. Kai wasn't even thinking about the fight. He just kept staring at the moment when the sword would finally rise over him, praying it would all go sideways in the one way he couldn't afford. Kai lunged down in a blur, and the blade aimed for one head slammed into the face of another opponent, just as he was about to stab the same guy. The young man started yelling through clenched teeth, claiming it was a trap meant to spark a fight so they'd knock each other out and get tossed from the arena, yet Kai didn't flinch. Everyone else lined in and demanded, "Is this a violation?" Meanwhile, the sharper opponent started to clock Kai wasn't as clueless as he looked. Something felt off about his moves. Suddenly, Rick barreled toward the young man, screaming that he'd punish him, while Kai's mind was still miles away from the fight. Meanwhile, Kai pinches the weapon with 2 fingers and snaps. A sword isn't something you swing just for fun, loosewood or not, it's still a sword. Kai figured this guy needed more than instructions. He needed a lesson in attitude, the hard way. Rick stared at his blade like it betrayed him, because his sword didn't so much as twitch. Kai surged past him, warning him to get ready for the weight that came with this. Then the young man snapped his sword up in one clean move, saying he'd planned to get him disqualified, but now he'd changed his mind. And he demanded that everyone watch the full battle unfold from down below. He lashed out with his wooden sword, quick as lightning, smashing his opponents into a scatter and leaving pure, stunned confusion plastered across their faces. From the outside, there was nothing to show, yet inside, a ferocious battle had already erupted. The last 2 stared, stunned by the spectacle, and one shot the other a question, "So, are we finally stepping into battle?" Fly said it was a total shame his legs hadn't kicked in from the start, but he knew for sure that if he tried to go after Kai, he'd get wiped out. Meanwhile, the young man finally seized control of the chaos and leaned in, firing off a question to the presenter. Was the fight over yet? Only 4 survivors are still standing in this arena. And when the dust settled, it was Kai, Rick, Sigma, and Fly right there in front of them. Fly blurted that he was headed for the final tournament, ready to fight and even lose if it meant learning more, while Sigma snapped that they were practically done, so Fly should hand over his license here and come back with a full report. Fly had a feeling Kai was even stronger than his own master, but he still had to prove his will and unleash the hidden power inside him, because the honor of the world's magic institute was on the line. Meanwhile, a swarm of hunters pushed through the forest like they meant to rip the place apart. They sprinted right past that massive cyclops, straight through, totally unnoticed. Soon the hunters shoved through the temple doors, loudly cheering their commander, Rhaegar, while the only one left hanging back, Hook, sat there thoughtful and distant. Suddenly, he insisted they turn back, claiming a bad feeling was gripping him, so Rhaegar snapped, shocked, asking how he could suggest that when they'd barely made it to this place at all. Rhaegar got this pendant, because it doesn't just hide him, it masks his presence so well that even the monsters can't spot him. A fresh acquaintance swore that no matter how terrifying the monsters are, they won't even clock the pendant. If you use it, they'll stay oblivious, and it's something multiple people can share. Hugh stared in disbelief, wondering why this guy with an incredible item didn't just take it himself. Then Ryger shrugged and admitted he barely had any experience as a hunter. They ended up in some kind of hall, and the hunter practically buzzed with excitement. Tell him just a little more, and they might pull off the feat, while Hook shot back with ice-cold doubt that there was zero chance they'd slip past unnoticed as they pushed on. Soon, a bizarre object popped into view right in front of them, and they couldn't help rushing closer, until Hook snapped a warning at Rhaegar, just as Rhaegar reached out and touched it, risking a trap. A treasure mountain unfolded in front of the hunter, and Rhaegar could barely breathe. He stepped inside like a dream, fully enchanted and stunned. Deep inside, towering mountains of treasure stretched as far as the eye could see. While the others stared in pure amazement, Hook stayed on edge, and the second everyone came in, he barked for Rhaegar to be dragged back. The hunters stared down their prey, grinning hard, because in a second they'd be millionaires, and C-rank promotion was basically locked in. Then boom, thunder cracked the sky, the ground lurched with a violent tremor, and the hunters backed off fast, terrified. A hulking beast with glasses burst out of the cave, then roared the hunters, names like it was calling them to war. Their faces screamed pure terror. Hook was yelling that they had to retreat, but Rhaegar just froze in disbelief, staring like he couldn't accept what he was seeing. Suddenly, they shot up and sprinted straight for their forces. The lion's massive head roared at them, demanding they shout right back and sing praises for him too. The lion burst out of the cave, only to reveal the major of the evil army, plus his 3 magnificent beasts and knights, ready to tear this world down to the ground. Back then, the local god of the T-level, like livestock, got sacrificed to kick off a ritual meant to drag the dead gods back into this world, and the very first mission was to summon Lady Tiamat here, no distractions. That evil major snapped into action and kicked off his mission. And this army of evil treats evil like a law of nature, then hunts the real purpose of it, turning the world into a paradise for darkness, smashing everything into despair, with a legion so far beyond human reason it feels unstoppable. The boy stands in front of his parents, and their scolding cuts deep for wasting his precious gift. They can't wrap their heads around why he refuses to go to the capital. His family is dead broke, his parents are clinging to their health, and his brother and sister are still too young to fend for themselves. The boy bolts into the fields, heart pounding, terrified of what'll happen to his family the moment he runs off to the capital. He sinks into his seat, staring out at the mountains and forests, then a voice snaps up from behind him. Little Kai sneaks up from behind and blurts that he totally knew the boy would show up right here. Kiss snaps his gaze away and starts grumbling because this girl just can't keep a single secret. And Kai shoots back that his sister was hunting for him, and then boom, he admits he'd vanished from home without a word. Kiss doesn't mess around, he's serious and responsible, and he always tries to carry everything on his own. Kai's telling everyone there's zero shame in reaching out when life gets brutal. Then boom, someone yells that it's time to wake up. That black-haired girl is about to become Kessa. She says they'll hit Barcia before sunset. Lena's name is Lena, because long ago they realized Kai had been sent along with Mrs. Rose on her journey, and they made a secret move, slipping out of the capital to meet him. While Lena is buried in her reading, Kiss can't stop panicking, because if the master catches them, they'll need a killer excuse fast. Meanwhile, Lena just chatters away like it's nothing, gushing about how Kai has changed, how much taller and stronger he's gotten, and what he looks like now. Kiss fires back, saying, yeah, he's definitely grown up, just hoping that Kid hasn't changed at the core, not after getting the most pointless gift on Earth and getting persecuted for it. Kiss steels himself, convinced that Kai will be safe and everything will work out. Suddenly, a terrifying rumble slams through the air, crash, and Keith and Lena snap to attention. Even Lena, strong enough to rival Knight Commander Arnold, still couldn't stop her knees from shaking with fear. Right then, another girl bursts onto the scene and flips the card over. Kisa hurls it aside like it's the last thing she wants to deal with. He grabs Lena by the throat, and she shoots back that it impresses her at all. Lena spots Keith sprawled on the ground right beside the horses, and she instantly clocks that he's lying. She locks eyes with that mystery girl and demands, "How on earth did you have the guts to pull something like this off?" The girl bursts into laughter and dares Lena, can she really take even one single hit? But then out of nowhere, another man bursts in and snatches the unknown woman away from Lena. And she leans in and quizzes Cheery about what he's plotting. Lena's stomach drops when she realizes she and the Keys stand no chance against these people. And the man speaks with eerie calm, telling Lena that if she falls apart, everything collapses, because this girl is the perfect bait to reel in the prey. Keach goes ballistic, screaming at the girl to let Lena go, while the girl stares at her victim with pure indifference. Lena grimaces through her clenched pride and begs, "Don't kill Keach." That tall guy yanks the other by the neck, ready to smash him free, but the girl steps in fast, telling him he's got his own part to play, and they need him breathing and alive. Strangers press a terrifying deadline on the young man. Show up at Lord Vesper's estate in 8 days. Kai and Lena will be right there with them, and if he's even a little late, the hostages get wiped out. Lena and Keach lock eyes, and in that instant, everything changes. The guy leans in and blurts, "Why the hell are they hunting Kai?" As she stormed out, the girl shoved Keach to warn Kai, missed the timing, and Lena's going to get hit with something she can't afford to lose. The girl can't shake the question, why in the world were they targeting Kai? The stranger spells out exactly what she'll do to the girl, and Keish's stomach drops into pure horror. They storm off, then the guy just lies there, sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, this young guy, Olga, scribbles in a carriage, fretting that he has to write up the investigation report on what just happened. In a dusty mining town, a feud between a cruel lord and a sharp-tongued advisor exploded, because the advisor was from Prince Gilbert's own retinue, and he was trying to snatch the mine rights illegally. Then suddenly, both sides were discovered dead, and the scene was left crawling with a freaky, mutilated monster that shouldn't have existed. The monster got wiped out and the incident was stamped closed, but the whole thing still didn't add up, so an A-rank hunter was thrown in to hunt answers. When Olga rushed onto the scene, there wasn't a single scrap of proof to be found. Olga couldn't shake the feeling that these incidents were stacking up lately, and something about it screamed trouble. Suddenly the carriage jerks to a stop and the driver barks Olga, while pointing at the mess up ahead. The young man rushes to the scene. Kisa is sprawled on the ground and he shoots, "Hey, are you okay?" Olga leapt off the cart and sprinted to Kiss, who grimaced as he clawed himself up on his elbows. The hunter yanked the boy to his feet and steered him toward the cart, grilling him about what happened. Then the young man snapped back that Lena had been kidnapped. Already sitting in the carriage, he spilled the truth. Those two swore that if Kai didn't show up, they'd turn Lena into a chimera. Olga locked in on the idea the moment she heard about the chimera. Meanwhile, Kiss kept insisting he couldn't do a thing to stop them, yet his only burning wish was to save Lena, because Kai was in serious danger too. Kiss hit a brutal crossroads, leave Lena behind or drag Kai into the mess, but they were both his heart's best childhood friends, and he couldn't bear to pick. Kai's old words hit him like a spark. Asking for help in hard times isn't shameful at all, so he swallowed his pride and went to get help saving his friends. Olga clapped a hand on his shoulder and told him she knew someone who'd wipe these guys out without breaking a sweat. Keys asked Olga if she could talk to that man, and Olga nodded, then immediately figured it'd be smarter if Keys explained everything himself. Keys said they'd head to the guild, set up a meeting, and then make the coachman hurry. Olga threw out just one condition, and Keys snapped back that if it meant saving them both, he'd do anything, while the hunter only demanded they trust Kai no matter what. Kiss treats Kai like his older brother, so the younger has to trust him no matter what. They finally reach the spot, only for the receptionist to lean in and tell the girl, "The master is away at the administrative office, but he's coming back today." Then she pointed at the two of them and said, "Wait here." Olga thanked the girl, then told Kais to hang tight and wait a bit, while the receptionist girl chimed in that she'd heard Kai smash the cards, and now the master was probably swamped, sorting through all the fallout. To kill the hours, those young ones ducked into a bar, and that's where they met a girl who knew Olga and greeted him like they were old friends. The hunter asked if they could tag along, and she grinned before launching into gossip, spilling everything about Mia, whose boyfriend just disappeared without a word, and how she was probably furious about it. Kiss snapped that this wasn't the moment to chill, but Olga calmed him down. Better to hold here together, because if they sprinted after the master, they'd lose each other in the chase. She slid some food toward him, telling him it would lift his mood, then leaned in and said, if he had something to get off his chest, just say it. Talking straight to the master is a big deal. Meanwhile, two more figures burst into the room, Riga and Hook, yelling that something unreal just happened and that they had to call the master right now. A girl sprinted up, shouting that the master wasn't here, and Riga had been saying all week that he was missing at the absolute worst moment.